Chapter 2272. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. The ninth prince had not expected Xiao Chen's outburst at all. The heavenly book scholar was stunned for a long time at the side before reacting. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's words were overboard. However, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. The ninth prince could be a good person. Even if he did not try to become the crown prince, Wang Fei would not dare to kill him due to their blood relationship. However, Xiao Chen was different. He did not have such a status to protect himself and his friends. Once the first prince succeeded in ascending to the throne, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Xiao Chen. He might even have to pay a heavy price. In terms of transactions, the ninth prince was clearly thinking of himself in this transaction. The ninth prince only thought about using the key in Xiao Chen's hands to prevent the demonic Dao cultivators from obtaining the wings of time if the ethereal immortal palace appeared. The ninth prince had never thought about what Xiao Chen would do if the first prince ascended to the throne. To Xiao Chen, this was unfair. Why should he help such a selfish person? What is the point of having you? The ninth prince's words sounded harsh, but they were not overboard at all. This was the truth. After speaking, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat confused. Earlier, he actually wanted to kill the ninth prince. Now, he wanted to kill the ninth prince, even blaming some of his resentment on the ninth prince. If not for Suyi pressing down on his hand, who knew what would have happened? After Xiao Chen calmed down, he was distracted for a while, appearing somewhat dispirited. He felt a deep helplessness. He had never felt so cowardly before. To think that he could say such shameless words, shifting the blame to someone else. This was simply laughably childish. Sorry for the offense earlier, Your Highness. No matter what, my martial nephew's death has nothing to do with the ninth prince. I will apologize in the future. Suyi, let's go. Wait a moment. The ninth prince quickly called out to Xiao Chen. Then, he stood up and said, Lord Xiao, there is no need to blame yourself. You are right. If I had the same status as Little 13, First Brother would not have dared to touch Lord Zhao's martial nephew. I have always been thinking about how to contribute to the dynasty, how to stop the demonic Dao cultivators. I was indeed eager for quick success and did not consider things from Lord Zhao's perspective. So? Xiao Chen said softly without turning his head. If Lord Xiao is willing to become my guest, I am willing to do my best to fight for the position of Crown Prince. The ninth Prince Wang Yan said, enunciating each word with a grave expression. When the heavenly book scholar heard that, he trembled slightly. He knew that the ninth prince was a man of his word. Once he decided on something, he would not hesitate and go all out to execute it. However, it was completely different from his original intentions. The heavenly book scholar suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Then, a pair of profound talisman seals formed in his eyes. The moment this seal appeared, he saw the general star above the ninth prince's head rapidly fall. Instead, the originally dim imperial star gradually glowed and rose. He had advised the ninth prince in the past. The ninth prince was a talented general who could lead an army to war and defend a region. However, he did not have the talent of an emperor, and his emperor star was dim. Not to mention the three princes, he could not even compare to some of the other princes. However, the ninth prince's general star had suddenly fallen, and his emperor star had risen. The sudden change in fate Dao was a strange situation that he had never seen before, but it really appeared in front of him today. This, how can it be? Is it because of me? The heavenly book scholar looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. However, the heavenly book scholar did not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's emperor star. Even if the heavenly book scholar were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to try to advise Xiao Chen's emperor star again. Ninth prince, are you sure? Xiao Chen asked softly as he turned to look at Wang Yan. I'm sure. Wang Yan replied softly, as the saying goes, one word is like a wake-up call. Most of the time, I do not like to take the initiative to resolve problems. I only want to wait for problems to appear before thinking of a way to resolve them. I never thought of taking the initiative to control everything. Even if I managed to stop First Brother this time, what about next time? There will always be times when I cannot guard against it. You are right. I have indeed been deceiving myself. Sui exchanged glances with Xiao Chen. When she saw the other party nod slightly, she said, "As long as the ninth prince says it, the Misty Rain Pavilion will do its best to help the ninth prince seize the throne at all costs." Many thanks. However, even if I am determined to become the crown prince and have the Misty Rain Pavilion's help, my chances of victory are still very slim. I would also like to ask, Lord Xiao, have you really thought it through? Wang Yan countered with a question, his expression slowly turning calm on his handsome face. Xiao Chen replied softly, "I always felt that as long as you fought for it, you would have a 50% chance of success. If you did not fight for it, you would not even have a 10% chance. That was how you were previously. You did not even give me a 10% chance. Even if I did my best, I would not have any chance of success. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." "Good. I will enter closed-door cultivation during this period. You can discuss the matter of recruiting guests with Pavilion Master Su. There is no need to worry about resources. As long as you do your best, I have nothing to say if you fail," the ninth prince said after some thought. The ninth prince said after some thought, "If you are going to enter closed-door cultivation, then do it at my residence. I have the best closed-door cultivation room of the royal clan. The spiritual energy here is incomparable to anywhere else. You can experience the wonders for yourself." "Alright, I will stay here, then." Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony, directly agreeing. After entering the secret realm of the residence, Xiao Chen entered closed-door cultivation. Compared to the other prince's guests, Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. Most of the guests that entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb were sovereign emperors several hundred years old. There was no lack of older generation demonic geniuses like Dao Yan. When they were young, they had pretty good talent and sufficient resources. Furthermore, with their accumulations over time, there would definitely not be any weaklings. Among them, there might be some experts skilled in a great Dao. By relying on the accumulation of time and hundreds of years, they could condense a small world expert. A great perfection sovereign emperor who could condense a small world was definitely an anomaly that could fight a peak sovereign emperor. There would not be many of such people, at most 4 or 5. However, just one of them would be practically unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When facing such an expert, Xiao Chen had to think about the resources he could use. My cultivation has already soared. It is practically impossible for me to break through to 3-vein sovereign emperor within a short time. I can't raise my cultivation. If I want to raise my strength, I can only think in other directions. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he thought of 3 directions. The first was the Thunder Dao. After refining the 100,000-year-old Thunder Cliff tree, his Thunder Dao domain had already reached the 5th layer. Of all the Dao domains, the Thunder Dao was the highest. With the support of the Alloy Dragon armor, his 5th layer Dao domain could rival a 6th layer Dao domain in might. With the support of the Saber Dao domain and the Ice Dao domain, it could rival a 9th layer Dao domain. He possessed 3 Dao domains, all of which were condensed in his divine seal. This was extremely rare among sovereign emperors. The might of the 3 Dao domains far surpassed that of a single Dao domain, extremely horrifying. However, it was still somewhat insufficient. I still have to add this. Xiao Chen opened his palm, and a golden divine lightning talisman slowly came out. Xiao Chen's palm seemed to turn into a boundless sea. The golden talisman gave off a bright electric light. However, none of it leaked out of his palm. The immortal epoch's thunder immortal ancestor had condensed the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning from the immortal epoch. The talisman in Xiao Chen's hand had only used a tenth of its power, but its might was already terrifying. The talisman in his hand had already been firmly branded into his blue dragon divine seal, and it had perfectly fused with his soul power. As long as he willed it, his soul power would erupt, and he would be able to release the tribulation lightning within the divine lightning talisman. Compared to the god of lightning eye of the past, it was much more profound. However, now, Xiao Chen wanted to go further. He wanted to infuse the talisman in his palm into his Thunder Dao domain. Then, the three-layered Dao domains, supported by the alloy dragon armor, formed a Dao domain that could resist a small world. Xiao. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen put away the divine thunder talisman and a scroll appeared in his palm. It was the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram was condensed into a painting, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram had become a painting. Ever since the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram condensed into a scroll, Xiao Chen rarely used it. Now, it was time for him to do so. This would be his strongest defensive means. He wanted to raise the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Flame to rank 7 within 1 month. They would become his second trump card. The third trump card was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Merciless Killing. If heaven wanted to kill, who would dare to not die? As for the final Dragon's Gate's forbidden art, the God-Demon Body Unsealing Technique, it was best not to use it. Hence, once he used it, even Xiao Chen would not be able to control the consequences. Aside from this, there was the improvement of the 10,000 Dragons art. The 9th prince was right. This secret realm of the royal residence was indeed pretty good. The spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world. It was like the dragon vein buried deep in the royal palace connected to these royal residences. Cultivating here would go smoothly and incomparably miraculous. After determining his direction, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "These are trump cards that can temporarily raise my combat prowess. As for the Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage, I have to stabilize them first." While Xiao Chen was in closed-door cultivation, the various royal residences outside the royal palace were not peaceful. The era of great competition in the Yanwu dynasty had arrived without anyone noticing. Chapter 2273. Thunder Mark Grass, Thunder Spirit Blood Ganoderma, Demonic Cloud Flower, Black Thunder Fruit. Xiao Chen took out the other demonic fruits mentioned on the Black Mountain from his storage ring. These demonic fruits could not increase one's cultivation. Hence, he did not refine them that day. However, they were very valuable, so he kept them when he saw them. Every one of them contained pure thunder great Tao energy. However, they were all tainted with a demonic nature. To demonic Tao cultivators, they were supreme treasures with boundless value. Righteous Tao cultivators needed lunar water to wash away the demonic nature before they could refine them. As for Xiao Chen, he did not have to worry too much. He directly consumed the natural treasures that no one cared about on the Black Mountain. If other demonic Tao cultivators were here, they would definitely exclaim in shock. This was too wasteful. Naturally, these incredibly precious herbs had to be refined into heavenly pills to ensure that their medicinal properties would not scatter. However, Xiao Chen did not have any worries, as these things cost nothing to him. After Xiao Chen consumed the many demonic nature pills, his entire body erupted with black lightning fire. The aura of the Thunder Great Tao in his body continuously soared, and he slowly broke through to the 4th layer of the Thunder Tao domain. Right now, the Thunder Tao was Xiao Chen's strongest and most powerful foundation. He wanted to advance it to the next layer and see if his Thunder Tao domain could break through to the 5th layer. At that time, with the support of the alloy dragon armor, it would be even more horrifying. 7 days later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and electric light flickered in them. His entire body radiated a terrifying Thunder Tao might. Unfortunately, I am still a little short. However, I managed to solidify my Thunder Tao domain to the peak of the 4th layer. All I need is an opportunity to break through. After spitting out a mouthful of turbid qi, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, I should try it out next. Just how powerful was his pinnacle lightning Dao? The secret realm was a small world. Even if he caused a commotion here, there would not be any commotion in the outside world. Whoosh! Xiao Chen stood up, and his figure flashed. Then, he arrived at the center of this small world, a vast and boundless land with undulating desolate mountains. Bang! 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 An electric dragon image came out of the black gloves on Xiao Chen's hands. It circled around Xiao Chen's arm and spread to his whole body. Then, the two dragons merged. Purple dragon patterns appeared on his silver armor, and a pendant made of a reverse dragon scale hung between his eyebrows. Xiao Chen's entire aura changed. It was the alloy dragon armor that belonged solely to Xiao Chen. With a thought, his peak fourth layer Thunder Dao domain appeared. A horrifying Dao might filled the sky with thunderclouds. Break! Dragon patterns flickered on the armor. The dragon soul contained in the armor activated the formations in it, bringing out a peak fourth layer Dao domain. Suddenly, it rose another level, reaching the peak of the fifth level. Ice Dao domain. Xiao Chen shouted, and his second layer Ice Dao domain appeared. Immediately, heavy snow flew, and cold winds blew endlessly. The might of the Wei rose again, reaching the sixth layer. Saber Dao domain. Boom! The three Dao domains layered over each other. Xiao Chen was like a powerful treasure saber standing in the world. The Dao might emanating from his body broke through layer by layer. Seventh layer, eighth layer, ninth layer. The might of the Dao reached the ninth layer. Still not enough. 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, appear. The blue dragon divine seal shone brightly in Xiao Chen's soul pool. Undercurrents immediately surged in the vast soul pool. There seemed to be a true dragon leaping about. The talisman formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning was like a dragon breaking out of the sea, revealing the tip of an iceberg. In that instant, the entire soul pool filled with golden electric light, filling every corner. A golden talisman slowly appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Rumble. As the golden talisman surged, the entire secret realm trembled. It seemed like horrifying energy was brewing in Xiao Chen's body. Boom! When the golden talisman completely appeared, Xiao Chen's Dao might underwent a complete transformation, undergoing a qualitative change. Now, it reached a might that only a 10th layer Dao domain could display. Under the guidance of the golden talisman in Xiao Chen's palm, its might even surpassed that, looking incredibly horrifying. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt like he grasped a surging power. Even this small world seemed weak in his eyes. With just a light touch, the sky of this mystic realm would shatter into pieces and crumble. Withdraw. The talisman in Xiao Chen's soul pool, which had just revealed a small portion, vanished. The golden talisman returned to Xiao Chen's palm. Then, the three Dao domains returned to his body, and the alloy dragon armor slipped off his body. In that instant, Xiao Chen turned from the incredibly horrifying thunder god to a harmless two-veined sovereign emperor that looked like nothing special. I can release and withdraw at will. It looks like those demonic nature Dao fruits were of great help to me. If my Thunder Dao domain had not reached the peak of the fourth layer, it would have been impossible for me to control this 10th layer Dao might. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck in all aspects. His cultivation was stuck at peak two-veined Sovereign Emperor. His Thunder Dao domain was stuck at the peak of the fourth layer, unable to advance any further. His 10,000 Dragons art was stuck at the peak of the second layer, unable to break through to the third layer and reach the stage of 10,000 Dragon soaring. His saber technique was stuck at merciless killing, unable to reach consummation. His Saber Dao domain was also hard to break through. Perhaps, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is an opportunity for me to make a breakthrough in all aspects. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. If he broke through these bottlenecks one by one, it would be a miracle. If Xiao Chen broke through all these bottlenecks, his strength would undergo a true qualitative change. Even he could not imagine what it would be like. Let's not think about this for now. I'll stop here with the Thunder Dao domain for now. The next step is to properly refine the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the painting in his hand, filled with anticipation. It was time to use the flame seeds that he had exchanged for with his military merits before leaving the Heavenly Alliance. If one looked at the imperial capital from the starry heavens, one would see the fourth prince's residence in the imperial palace radiating dragon chi. Draconic energy surged, and their eyes shone with radiance. They revealed their ambitions as they stared above the imperial palace. Above them was the true dragon sword formed by the imperial capital's dragon vein, the Yen imperial sword. Whoever could hold this treasure sword, which symbolized the supreme authority of the Yen Wu dynasty, would be the true dragon son of heaven, able to ascend to the Yen emperor's throne. At this moment, the aura of a great desolate Ian bloodline spread to every corner of the secret realm in the 13th prince's residence. Pairs of golden primordial divine eyes illuminated the sky, making it look like the sky was covered in gold. It was a shocking sight. At the summit of the highest mountain in the secret realm, the 13th Prince Wang Yi showed a smile as he looked at the golden sky, filled with lofty aspirations. Two old men stood beside the 13th Prince. One of them wore a straw raincoat and carried a fishing rod on his back, looking like a fisherman. This was the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal teacher, Sikong Shu. The other person wore silver dragon robes and exuded might without showing any anger. He gave off the faint air of kingship. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's Silver Dragon King. Wang Yi said indifferently, "Seniors, we can begin now." The Silver Dragon King nodded slightly. Then, he shouted only one word, "Fight." This shout seemed to ignite the great desolate Ian aura that filled the sky. Below, the vast world erupted with a startling battle intent. Many figures hidden in the dark appeared. Every one of them was a sovereign emperor and possessed a pure great desolate Ian bloodline. A startling chaotic battle started. The Silver Dragon King smiled and said, "13th Prince, aside from the Golden Crow Empire, all the sovereign emperors under 500 years old have gathered here. The last 10 people to emerge from this chaotic battle will follow you to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Sovereign emperors with a great desolate Ian bloodline are very strong in the first place, able to cross realms to kill enemies. Then, this old man can't think of any reason for the 13th Prince not to be the crown prince." Wang Yi rejoiced when he heard that. He could not help guffawing. "Senior Silver Dragon King, you are right. This is brilliant. The Bushan Palace truly lives up to being a super faction with the deepest accumulations. Such combat prowess is truly shocking. However, I originally wanted to reserve 3 spots for Brother Qin Ming, Brother Bai Yunfei, and Brother Xiaohe." Unexpectedly, the 3 of them participated in the battle as well. Sikong Shu said indifferently, "The 3 of them are the strongest outstanding talents of the Bushan Palace. Even if they fight against the older generation outstanding talents several hundred years old, they will not be at a disadvantage. 13th Prince, don't worry. They will definitely be among the last 10 standing." A bright light flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. After some thought, he said, "Is that so? In that case, I really have to take a good look." There were at least 400 sovereign emperors gathered in the secret realm. This chaotic battle was very startling. The Bushan Palace ruled over the 8 great empires. Its deep accumulations were somewhat terrifying. As the Silver Dragon King said, every one of the sovereign emperors here was incredibly strong. Indeed, there was no reason for the Bushan Palace to lose when the 10 were chosen to fight in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. However, the matters of the world were hard to predict. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb contained many variables. No one could guarantee that they would have the last laugh. The various princes anxiously recruited guests, choosing people with special talents. However, the secret realm of the first prince's mansion seemed a little strange. Inside the secret realm, Wang Fei showed a bored expression as he sat on the throne, downing cup after cup of wine. A middle-aged man, a six-veined sovereign emperor, stood beside Wang Fei. He held a saber in his hand as he looked to the front with a grave expression. This person was ZhuoYu, a peak expert that the imperial ancestral temple's patriarchs nurtured in secret. The imperial ancestral temple had been preparing for this succession race since several hundred years ago. This six-veined sovereign emperor ZhuoYu was the trump card that they carefully prepared for the first prince Wang Fei. A fortress ship with a blood moon banner hung in front of ZhuoYu, anchored at the summit of a mountain range. The blood moon, this was the symbol of the Xuewu dynasty. A black-clad man whose cultivation was unfathomable stood in the hold of the fortress ship. He had an eye patch on the left side of his face, revealing his eye. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a row of vermilion dots on the pupil of his left eye that was exposed under the eye patch. It was extremely strange. A man and a woman sat beside this black-clad man. Aside from them, the others stood behind these three. The man on the left had a handsome face and a lotus-like air, showing a smile on his face. His elegant facial features nearly made people forget about his bald head and his identity as a monk. This was the previous Black Lotus Church Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. If Shao Chen were here, he would be shocked to see the woman on the right, thinking that Yang Qing came back to life. It would not be hard for those who paid attention to her to guess that she was the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. At this moment, the focus was not on the three but on the person standing helplessly with his cultivation sealed. "Milord. I already searched his soul. He does not have any memories of the inheritance key in his mind." However, the black-clothed man with the mysterious left eye was dissatisfied. He looked at that person and muttered to himself, "Jianghu, the only son of the previous heavenly dragon. If even he does not know the whereabouts of the inheritance key, wouldn't that mean that no one in this world knows?" Chapter 2274. The mysterious and evil left eye and the deeply hidden temperament caused the man in black to feel a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. Even Jianghu was no exception. Half a year ago, someone started chasing Jianghu. At first, he suspected that it was an assassin hired by the Golden Dragon Palace. However, he soon found out that it was the Xuewu dynasty's people. However, Jianghu did not care about it. He had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a movement technique that touched upon the space great Dao. Even if a peak sovereign emperor came to capture him, they might not be able to. Furthermore, he had other trump cards, so he did not fear them. Hence, Jianghu was extremely daring, whether it was a super faction or a hidden sect. As long as there was something that caught his eye, he would rush over and steal it, not fearing being caught. However, 2 months ago, when Jianghu first arrived at the imperial capital, he met this group of people. Jianghu did not know the identity of this person before him. He only knew that Ming Xian and that woman addressed him as Milord. "I told you, right? I don't know anything about the inheritance key at all. I have no value to you at all. Why the need to be so persistent?" Jianghu asked the evil-eyed man, who stood up, with a bitter smile. The black-clad man glanced at Jianghu and said, "Aside from your father, the Heaven Dragon, no one else in the world knows the secret of the inheritance key. Even the purple gold dragon emperor could not tell him after torturing him for 20-odd years. In that case, go and look for him. At the same time, send my regards. My unfilial son cannot save him." Helplessness flashed in the depths of Jianghu's eyes. However, he hid it very well. Jianghu showed a carefree and indifferent attitude as he laughed softly. The black-clad man smiled coldly and ignored Jianghu. How could one go to the starry heavens dragon prison just because one wanted to? Furthermore, even the purple gold dragon emperor could not say anything. He might not be able to ask. "Milord, is that possible? The inheritance key's location does have something to do with him. However, he does not know it." Ming Xian stood up and analyzed the situation from a perspective that no one had thought of. "What do you mean?" the black-clad man asked, feeling curious. "For example, something very important on him was actually given to him by the Heaven Dragon, but he does not know it." Ming Xian sized up Jianghu, trying to find something on him. "We've searched him from head to toe. There are no other clues." Beside Jianghu, a purple-clothed old man answered somberly. "However, we did find something interesting in his memories. There are a lot of treasures in his storage ring, but I can't open it." Jianghu chuckled softly. "Do you want it? If you let me go, I can give them all to you." The black-clad man showed a cold expression, showing no interest. He sat back down and said, "Continue to seal him. When the time comes, bring him to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he will recall something when he sees the ethereal immortal palace. If it doesn't work, then we'll use the second plan, which is to force a breakthrough." "Yes." In the main hall of the ship, no one dared to disobey the black-clothed man's words. Even Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter were clearly inferior to him in terms of status. Outside the warship, the Imperial Ancestral Temple expert Zuoyu, who sat beside the throne, said after some thought, "First Prince, are you really going to bring these people to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? I do not doubt their strength. But these people are clearly demonic Dao cultivators. Could it be?" Wang Fei said calmly, "Commander Zhua, don't worry. Getting me to approach these people is the idea of some of the royal clan's elders. Even Imperial Father has to show some respect to these elders. Do you understand what I mean?" "I know. I understand all this." However, Zuoyu showed a grave expression. He paused somewhat, not knowing how to continue. Using the Azure Lotus Church to keep the hidden spirit temple in check was the royal clan's strategy 1,000 years ago. It looked like the results were pretty good. In the past, the hidden spirit temple had never overridden the royal authority or interfered with the succession race. However, Zuoyu felt that something was wrong. He knew that the royal clan's elders wanted to use this group of people. However, if they were not careful, it might lead to a great disaster. "Commander Zhua, this is something for the elders to worry about. There is no need for us to bother. Let me ask you, how strong are these people?" Zuoyu indicated that he understood. Then, he seriously analyzed, "They are very strong. Practically none of them are weak. At the very least, they are as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors. Some of them are even troublesome to deal with." Wang Fei nodded. After some thought, he asked, "How strong is that evil-eyed man?" "He is somewhat unfathomable. If we fight, I estimate that he has only a 50% chance of victory." At the mention of that evil-eyed man, Zuoyu felt some fear. Wang Fei smiled and said, "Good. As long as he is strong, that is enough. I have already lost too much. I have to win this succession race. Hence, Commander Zhua, please don't worry. I can tell you that demonic Dao cultivators have entered every succession race." Zuoyu felt slightly startled when he heard that. Clearly, he had not expected such a thing. The royal clan is very clear on this. However, no matter how bold these people are, they would not dare to cause trouble in the ancient Yan Huang tomb. After that, some of the demonic Dao loose cultivators would even be secretly recruited by the royal clan. Hence, the royal clan has always turned a blind eye to this. The first prince said calmly, "This world is not black or white. Commander Zhua, you have been cultivating bitterly for a long time. Although you are strong, your thoughts are somewhat pure." Zuoyu remained silent. He kept feeling that something was wrong with this. However, since the first prince already said that, there was no need for him to continue arguing. On this particular day, in the secret realm of the ninth prince's residence, Xiao Chen appeared fatigued. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and sighed softly, I finally raised the primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame to rank 7. A Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared above Xiao Chen's head, covering the sky and sun. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shrouded the entire secret realm's sky. The two heavenly flames chased each other in the sky like fish. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram existed with the sky, looking down on all life. As the flames swam about, the entire world seemed to spin. When Xiao Chen looked around, the scene around him distorted at the edges of his vision. After the two primal chaos grade flames rose to rank 7, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. As the flames swam about, they actually changed some of the spatial laws, giving Xiao Chen a pleasant surprise. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted. He opened his hand, and the picturesque sky appeared in his palm, firmly grasping it. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile on his fatigued face. Then, he said softly, I did not work hard in vain. Unfortunately, I do not have time to break through to the 10,000 Dragons Art's third layer. However, with these two trump cards, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb should not require me to execute a forbidden art. Dragon's Gate's forbidden art, 9 heavens god demon body unsealing technique. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the might of the forbidden art. Using the blue dragon bloodline to trace the source, one could allow an ancient blue dragon to undergo a blood rebirth. If one was strong enough, it might even turn into a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon. However, once Xiao Chen executed the forbidden art, his divine energy and soul energy would burn up. More seriously, if one did not have sufficient willpower and could not reverse the forbidden art, one would exhaust all their life force. To put it more bluntly, most people would not be able to reverse the effects of this forbidden technique. Once this forbidden art was executed, most people would have the determination and boldness to turn the situation around and perish together. The forbidden art was too risky. If not necessary, Xiao Chen did not want to execute it. This was especially so for the 9 heavens god demon body unsealing technique. If he failed, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I hope so. Xiao Chen felt that this trip to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a fortuitous encounter for him. However, the danger he faced might be the most competitive risk he had ever taken in his life. Today should be the day of the competition for slots. It is time to go out and see who the 9th prince has recruited. Whether Xiao Chen was willing or not, it was already time. He needed to go out. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. When he opened them again, his fatigue was swept away. He recovered his usual calm and collected demeanor and walked out of the secret realm, preparing to meet up with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Xiao Chen wanted to see who the 9th Prince Wang Yan had recruited. If Xiao Chen was not strong enough, he would not be able to help the 9th Prince obtain the throne alone. That is, the moment Xiao Chen came out, he looked up and discovered a scarlet color covering the sky. This startled him. When he looked carefully, he discovered a scarlet warship exuding a horrifying might. A war banner fluttered on the warship's bow. Xiao Chen could not help exclaiming, feeling excited. The Scarlet Blood War Banner. That is the Scarlet Blood Warship. Chapter 2275. The Scarlet Blood Warship. This is the legendary warship left behind by the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King. In that case, is Xiao Suo's group here? Back when they parted at the 100,000 Great Peaks, it had been close to 10 years since Xiao Suo saw them. Xiao Suo looked forward to this group of people inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures and making a name for themselves in the 7 Forbidden Seas. Brother Xiao. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled faintly and appeared around the corner, arriving before Xiao Chen. You came at the right time. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and fixed it on the Heavenly Book scholar. The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, "It's still all right. I estimated that you would probably come out on the last day. Hence, I came early. It looks like I was right." Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He asked directly, "Is that the scarlet blood worship above the royal residence?" The two chatted as they walked. When the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned the scarlet blood worship, he revealed a strange expression. He said, "Indeed. Speaking of which, it is rather coincidental. Ever since the 9th prince decided to seize the throne, his emperor star has been rising. The strength of his luck has surpassed my expectations. Since you entered closed-door cultivation, experts have been coming to seek refuge. 3 days ago, the Black Cutlass pirate group that shook the Forbidden Seas came as well. It is not strange for a pirate group to target the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. After all, the inheritances and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb are very attractive to sovereign emperors. However, I find it strange. Why did the Black Cutlass pirate group target the 9th prince?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. It looked like Xiao Suo's group did not see Xiao Chen. It was not surprising that Xiao Suo did not reveal his relationship with Xiao Chen. "Who else is coming?" Xiao Chen asked. "Wait and see for yourself. The 9th prince is already waiting for you." After a while, the two arrived at the main hall of the royal residence. Aside from the 9th prince and Su Yi, there was no one else. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. After not seeing Xiao Chen for 1 month, Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly again. This time, even Wang Yan could not make out Xiao Chen's strength. After nodding slightly, Wang Yan said softly, "Since Brother Xiao is already here, Chang Ji, get those main and backup guests to come over. Prepare to depart." "I'll go prepare." The Heavenly Book scholar left after receiving the order. Xiao Chen felt anticipation in his heart, curious about who would be there. "Is the recruitment of guests going smoothly?" Xiao Chen asked Su Yi and Wang Yan. Su Yi took the initiative to smile and say, "It is much better than I expected. Lord Xiao, you really hid yourself well. You have given the 9th prince and me a pleasant surprise." "Oh?" Wang Yan smiled mysteriously. "You will know in a while." Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, and a person rushed in first. The newcomer was dressed in gray and had regular facial features. There was a deathly aura around him that could not be washed away. He exuded a forthright temperament, as if he rarely saw the sun, so his face was slightly pale. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up as he said softly, "Qin Zhuolin." The person who arrived was Qin Zhuolin, the strong geomaster that Xiao Chen had met in the desolate sea back then. When they first met, they had met the desolate slave Soul Reaper. But the memory was so deep that it was hard to forget it even now. Of course, what was even more unforgettable was the bottle of heartburn that Qin Zhuolin gave Xiao Chen. That had cheated him badly. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. If he had kept heartburn until now, his strength could have improved. "Why are you here?" Xiao Chen could not help asking out of curiosity. This fellow frequently wandered the desolate seas underground, passing through many ancient tombs. It was rare to see him leave the desolate sea. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Everyone in the world knows about the succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Originally, I was not interested. However, I heard that you came to join in the excitement, so I came to take a look. Coincidentally, the 9th prince took a liking to it, so I stayed behind." Wang Yan said softly, "Mr. Qin is too humble." Following closely behind Qin Zhuolin was Ao Jiao. A stout man followed beside her, revealing most of his upper body and having a flame totem tattooed on it. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen and smiled gently as she walked over. "This is?" Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. The Bushan Palace had the 8 great empires assist the 13th prince. However, I heard that you became the 9th prince's guest, so I did not send the sovereign emperors. This is the strongest sovereign emperor under 500 years old in the Golden Crow Empire, Senior Hao Kai. The stout man did not show any arrogance. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "How Kai greets the 9th prince and Lord Shao. Since the divine daughter gave the order, I naturally have to do my best. I will follow the 9th prince's instructions on this trip." As Shao Chen sized up Hao Kai, he felt startled in his heart. Hao Kai already possessed the strength of a 5-veined sovereign emperor. The fire-attributed energy in Hao Kai's body inspired fear. He probably had at least an 8th layer Dao domain. By relying on his Golden Crow bloodline, Hao Kai was probably no weaker than Dao Yan. Right now, Shao Chen did not know that Dao Yan already had a 10th layer Ice Dao domain and comprehended an ice small world, which was why he came to this conclusion. Gradually, more people appeared. Aside from Wu Meng, most of them were people that Shao Chen was not familiar with. These were the guests that the 9th prince recruited himself. Among them, there was an old man who attracted Shao Chen's attention. That old man was skinny. The light in his eyes was withdrawn, and he showed a calm expression. The 9th prince addressed this old man as Senior Feng. He was an expert of the Blood Eagle army and also Wang Yan's strongest trump card. Shao Chen did not pay much attention to this old man, as the appearance of someone in the main hall put significant pressure on everyone. Everyone could not help looking over. That person looked like a middle-aged man wearing long scarlet robes. His gaze was deep and calm. However, there was a frightening domineeringness on his face. His entire body gave off an unruly aura. Big brother. This person walked straight to Shao Chen and spoke in a deep voice with a sincere attitude. This startled many people in the main hall, making them feel incredibly surprised. Shao Chen smiled calmly and said, "After not seeing you for 10 years, you did not let me down. You finally grew up." When Shao Chen first met Shao Sua, the other party did not even have a 3-star pirate ship. Now, Shao Sua had such an air. The change was truly great. Shao Sua's cultivation had even reached 3-veined sovereign emperor, 1 grade higher than Shao Chen's. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures were indeed legendary. "I'm fine." Shao Sua did not dare to be presumptuous before Shao Chen. After greeting Shao Chen, he went to greet Wang Yan. All the guests had arrived. On the surface, the strongest were Senior Feng and Hao Kai. These two were great perfection sovereign emperors with 5-vein cultivations. As for the remaining small perfection sovereign emperors, Shao Chen felt that the stronger ones were Shao Sua, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar. As for the others, aside from Wu Meng, Shao Chen was not familiar with them, so he could not evaluate them. In terms of overall strength, there was still a gap between them and the 3 princes. However, with this lineup, they would no longer be at the bottom among the princes. There was finally a glimmer of hope to become the crown prince. "Let's go. Now that everyone is here, let's head to the Imperial Palace." Time was tight. After the competition for slots, the Dao platform to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would open. This matter was very important. Naturally, they could not delay. After chatting for a while, Wang Yan led the group out of his residence and headed for the Imperial Palace. In this generation of the Yanwu dynasty, there were dozens of princes, regardless of their strength or status. All of them were qualified to recruit guests into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Most of them were destined not to become the crown prince. However, they could not give up on the inheritance and fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Of course, there were some princes who hid themselves deeply, pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. No one could say for sure. It could only be said that this show was destined to be interesting. At this moment, the various princes in the various royal residences felt very pleased with themselves. They led their guests to the same destination, heading for the imperial palace in a grandiose fashion. There were still the final competition for slots in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Naturally, the strong princes were filled with anticipation. The princes who did not intend to fight for the throne could not give up even if they wanted to. In the 3 challenges, as long as someone targeted them, they would have to send out their guests to fight. If they lost, they would lose one guest slot. If they won, the other party would have one less guest slot. After the competition for slots, the strong would naturally become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. This could be considered the prelude to the succession race. It allowed one to determine the true strength of the various princes. Chapter 2276. In the age of great competition, everyone was like a dragon. Then, the various princes set off for the imperial palace. The entire Jianghu dynasty's territory, including the astral domains in the outer seas, could feel the wheel of fate spinning. The dynasty's luck surged as if some kind of power was startling it awake from its slumber. At the Jianghu dynasty's imperial palace, where luck gathered, a vast dragon might spread out. The dragon might seem solid, turning into towering mountains circling above the imperial palace. A holy sword stabbed into those mountains, a holy sword that symbolized authority, status, and the Yen Emperor's throne. The princes with flourishing luck could even see this treasure sword that regular sovereign emperors could not see with the naked eye. As long as they could grasp this sword, they would become the crown prince of the dynasty and ascend to the Yen Emperor's throne. The place with the densest dragon qi in the imperial palace, surrounded by the splendid palaces, there was a vast and boundless martial arts practice field. In the treasure hall in the clouds in the sky, the 108 feudal lords, the noble clans' clan heads, the sects' pavilion masters, and many experts gathered here, preparing to watch the final competition for the slots. When noon arrived, the sun hung high in the sky. The various princes entered through the winding corridors in the imperial palace, entering the drill ground in a grandiose fashion. Outside the drill ground were many royal platforms and pavilions. The various princes entered the drill ground in an orderly manner according to their identities, ascending the tall platforms. The royal platforms were squarish and close to 100 meters tall. Banners fluttered on the railings in the surroundings. The princes sat there, and the guests either sat at the sides or stood there, sizing up the surroundings. The ninth Prince Wang Yan, Xiao Chen, and the others ascended the royal platforms. At this moment, wind and clouds gathered. All sorts of extraordinary people, demonic geniuses, and outstanding talents appeared. Although there were many people in the drill ground, it was quiet, no one made a ruckus. In the air, many pairs of eyes met and collided, creating intense sparks. Those who could come here were all dragons among men. They had to go through many rounds of selection and elimination before finally standing here. Nearly all the sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Some of these people knew each other, had old grudges or new grudges. This made the trip to the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, which everyone looked forward to in the first place, even more exciting. What kind of show would there be? Aside from this, most of the sovereign emperors present knew what was going on. Aside from the succession race, there was an even bigger game in this ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Misty Immortal Palace. No one knew how many guests had come for the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, Xiao Chen reckoned that there was at least a 70% chance that he had come. Even if he did not come for this, he had heard the prophecy of the ethereal Immortal Palace appearing. However, no one mentioned this matter. They had a tacit understanding. Xiao Chen was also looking around to see if he could find any familiar faces and how strong the other princes were. Naturally, Wang Fei was one of them. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to ignore the first prince Wang Fei, he could not. Outside the martial arts practice field, his aura was the strongest among the many kings' platforms. There were a total of more than 20 people, and he had 18 official candidates. If they won all 3 battles, the number of guests they would have would reach a terrifying 21. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the first prince's aura would be if Xiao Chen had not ruined his wedding. Xiao Chen casually glanced around and discovered an old acquaintance, Ming Xian. As Ming Xian stood behind the first prince, he had handsome facial features and a lotus-like air. He looked like a handsome man. However, he was a monk. That is, Xiaochen let out a soft cry of surprise. When he saw the woman not far from Ming Xian, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It's Yang Qing. The Yang Qing that Xiaochen once befriended in the Grave Sea Cluster. No, it is not Yang Qing. Yang Qing is already dead. This woman is the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. The Yang Qing that Xiaochen knew was just her Nirmanakia. The Nirmanakia was a completely different person and could not be confused with her. Just as Xiaochen felt bewildered, that Yang Qing seemed to sense Xiaochen's gaze. She smiled meaningfully at him. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze, avoiding eye contact. As Xiaochen withdrew his gaze, he did not notice that there was another person on the first prince's platform. There was another person covered in a black robe. His entire body shone with a blood-colored light, within which lightning flickered. That person's eyes stared at Xiaochen like a venomous snake. Without a doubt, the first prince's platform was the most eye-catching spot. However, the first prince remained extremely low profile, sitting on the throne in the middle of the platform with his eyes closed. It seemed like the setback at the wedding had made the first prince withdraw his ambitions and endure silently, making him even more shrewd. Aside from the first prince, the most eye-catching ones were naturally the 8th prince and the 13th prince. The two of them each had 16 slots, second only to Wang Fei. Their lineup of guests was also extremely strong. On one side were the representatives of the entire Yanwu dynasty's sections. The 8th Prince Wang Fei's platform was filled with sect demonic geniuses several hundred years old. None of them were weaker than 3 vain sovereign emperors, all of them were great perfection sovereign emperors. Among them, Dao Yan was the most eye-catching. His black eyes flickered with a faint icy light. Dao Yan's eyes looked as pure as an astral gem, startling everyone. However, no one knew that Dao Yan had already formed an ice small world. The 8th prince had gathered all the outstanding talents of his sect. The strength of his guests was flabbergasting. The threshold for the mercenary election was very advantageous for the 8th prince. He could recruit many experts without any effort. What was even more strange was that Emperor Wu's profound Heaven Holy Land's holy son, Wen Renyu, as well as the outstanding talents Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan were among them. Everyone sighed in shock. The 8th prince had actually hidden himself so deeply. He only revealed that he had the profound Heaven Holy Land support now. The 13th prince's guests were similarly shocking. Without exception, all of them were demonic geniuses with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. When the 13th prince stood there, the aura of his great desolate Aeon bloodline gathered, pressuring others. This was the innate advantage of his bloodline. Furthermore, these people were from the 7 or 8 empires under the Bushan Palace. Sovereign emperors under 500 years old fought against each other, becoming absolute elites. With one glance, Xiaochen noticed several familiar faces, Bai Yunfei, Xiahozun, and the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming. There were also some princes that Xiaochen did not notice. These princes possessed terrifying strength as well. Someone wearing a thick cloak and hood stood behind the 4th Prince Wang Yun. This person had his head buried. This was the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen. He lowered his head, not looking at anyone. No one knew what he was thinking. The 6th Prince Wang Ming was even more horrifying. The underworld god hall expert stood on his tall platform, the flood dragon human Yen Tsangming, old Xiao from the Battle of the Underworld River, the Buddhist sect traitor Zhen Yuan, and the Azura race and Rakshasa race experts. After disguising their identities, these people stood behind Wang Ming in a low-profile manner, not revealing anything. Others would find it hard to figure out where many outstanding talents gathered. They would not know what trump cards Wang Ming was hiding. There were too many outstanding talents, too much for the eyes to take in. There was simply no way to see them all. Even Xiaochen could not guarantee that he did not make a mistake. He vaguely felt that the 8 super factions had sent people here in secret. This included the low-profile Pirate Alliance and the Underworld God Hall deep underground. Xiao Chen also saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng. The other party nodded slightly at him, not saying anything else. It looked like the Heavenly Alliance was planning to make two bets. On one hand, they had Mu Zifeng choose Xiao Chen and support the ninth prince. On the other hand, they had Swearing Ji send Lin Feng to support the seventh prince. They wanted to see who would emerge victorious. Unfortunately, they were somewhat disappointed. They did not see Chu Chaoyun. The Universe Origin sects people did notice him. However, Chu Chaoyun was not among them. Perhaps he was hiding among the other princes. Perhaps he had already given up the ethereal immortal palace key in his hand, staying out of this matter. Everyone gathered, good and bad mixed together. Clearly, the many powerhouses in the clouds had not expected this. To think that this succession race actually attracted so many outstanding talents. There were even some demonic Dao cultivators among them. Suddenly, a vast imperial might tore through the clouds, shocking the entire place. It was the Yen Emperor. As he hovered in the air, he looked down on everyone. When he swept his gaze around, everyone felt fear in their hearts, not daring to meet his gaze. With the Yen Emperor's sacred sword, the Yen Emperor was nearly unrivaled in the Yenwu dynasty's imperial palace. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of the many princes and guests below. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is reopening. Many thanks to all the outstanding talents who came from afar to help my son. This is especially so for my friends from the demonic Dao Hall, the Underworld God Hall, and the Pirate Alliance. You are really bold. Whoosh! The Yen Emperor's words were like a clap of thunder, setting the place abuzz. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the many demonic Dao Loose cultivators, the Underworld God Hall cultivators, and the Xuewu dynasty's outstanding talents. These demonic Dao Loose cultivators felt that they had hidden themselves sufficiently, carrying shocking treasures. After concealing their demonic chi and mixing in with the prince's guests, they looked no different from ordinary loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, they were like child's play before the Yen Emperor. Just as everyone felt uncertain, the Yen Emperor's grave expression vanished. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. This emperor will not make things difficult for you. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. If I do not let you in, there will be even more trouble. However, now that you have returned to my ancient Yen Emperor tomb, you have to abide by the rules of my Yenwu dynasty. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I guarantee that even if the underworld god appears or the demon master descends, they will not be able to save you." Chapter 2277. When the Yen Emperor suddenly brought this matter out in front of everyone, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the identity of a demonic Dao cultivator was very sensitive. However, the imperial capital Yen City was the #1 city in the world. It could be said to be the center of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Although the Tianwu dynasty and the Shenwu dynasty were stronger, they were not as open as the Yenwu dynasty due to the restrictions of the Universe Origin sect and the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Even if one ran into a demonic Dao cultivator in the imperial capital Yen City, it would not cause much of a surprise. In every succession race, demonic Dao cultivators would participate. This was something that everyone had a tacit understanding about. Strictly speaking, Xiao Chen was also considered half a demonic Dao martial artist, so it would be difficult to investigate this matter. The dynasty turned a blind eye to this. After all, these demonic Dao cultivators would not dare to cause a ruckus. They all knew their limits and wouldn't go overboard. But this time, it was a little unusual. The battle for the crown prince had involved the emergence of the Immortal Palace, which had attracted the attention of too many demonic forces. Nearly all of the 8 super factions had come. The number of demonic Dao cultivators far surpassed that of previous demonic Dao cultivators. The Yen Emperor's words were directed at the demonic Divine Hall and the Underworld God Hall. In other words, Xiao Chen wanted to intimidate the Universe Origin sect and the other super factions. In the end, This place is the territory of my Yanwu dynasty. All of you have great backgrounds and cannot be offended. But don't go overboard. Don't think that I don't know about your existence. On the royal platform, Xiaochen softly said, "Ninth Prince, it seems that you are worrying too much." Doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. After some thought, he said, "I thought that Imperial Father did not know about Big Brother's collusion with the demonic creature dynasty. It looks like everything is within his grasp. However, why is that? The other party is a great enemy of my Blood Moon dynasty." The Heavenly Book scholar explained, "Your Highness, this matter involves the appearance of the ethereal Immortal Palace, the only transcendent grade soul tool in the world. If the Yen Emperor chased the people of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic God Hall out, the Yen Emperor would definitely be killed. The other party definitely won't let this go. What do you think will happen then?" Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly understood. At that time, the succession race will not continue. The faux god experts of the Underworld God Hall and the Xuewu dynasty might personally charge over and attack the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The other super forces will definitely try to take advantage of the crisis and disrupt the situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. At that time, he could already foresee a calamity. The foundation of the entire Yanwu dynasty might be shaken. The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, "That's right. Hence, rather than blocking it, it is better to release it. The current situation is actually the best." Xiao Qin admired the Yen Emperor. The Yen Emperor's boldness and vision were indeed extraordinary. The ninth prince was still a bit young. He spent most of his time outside, and the world in his eyes was either black or white. Today's events had taught him a thing or two about the structure of an emperor. After some words, the Yen Emperor stood in the air and announced loudly, "The fight for the slots begins now. Draw your swords." After speaking, the Yen Emperor's figure disappeared. Clang. Following that, an endless chain of clangs rang out on the surrounding royal platforms. These were the sounds of swords being drawn. The princes all had a Yen imperial sword replica. Although they were replicas, they were connected to the original. At a critical moment, they could even summon out the original Yen imperial sword to support them. This was an extremely special soul tool. What was even more special was that each Yen imperial sword replica contained a different Dao of each prince. For example, the ninth prince frequently guarded the borders, fighting enemies and killing demons. What he obtained was the Massacre Dao. When the succession race ended, there would be only one replica Yen Imperial sword. This replica Yen Imperial sword would carry its own Dao and receive the inheritance, becoming the supreme new holy sword, ruling the Yanwu dynasty. Clang! Wang Yan drew the Yen Imperial sword in his hand and turned into a flash of light. The Yen Imperial sword stabbed into the front of the royal platform. The dragon luck contained in the sword turned solid, turning into a 30-meter-long dragon image coiling around the royal platform. Immediately, dragons fought in the sky above the drill ground. The dragons roared ferociously, and dragon might spread out, covering the sky and sun. Clouds churned above the royal palace, and mysterious phenomena appeared. When looking around, the first prince had the strongest dragon luck above his royal platform. That dragon image was 63 meters long. As it coiled around the royal platform, it did not look angry or angry. However, it exuded might without being angry, shocking the surroundings and showing the air of an expert. Next were the 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince Wang Yi. These two dragon images were 63 meters long. As their dragon images swayed, they continuously challenged the dragon image above the first prince's royal platform. The competition went without saying. Most of the other princes were like the 9th prince, with 30-meter-long dragon images. Only a few princes had much weaker dragon luck, which was exceptionally obvious in this competition. If nothing unexpected happened, these princes with weaker dragon luck would be the targets of the strong dragons. In the competition for slots, these princes would definitely be targeted by others, making them their priority opponents. How surprising! To think that the 9th prince's dragon image is 23 meters long. When did his dragon luck become so strong? That's right. The 9th prince's presence has always been weak, and he clearly has no intention of competing. His accumulations are actually quite deep. However, that is all. The truly strong ones are still the 1st prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince. A strong dragon luck is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing that of the other princes. Did you notice the 6th prince Wang Ming? Although his dragon image looks small, in reality, it spun around a few times. In reality, it is at least 13 meters long. This person really hid his strength deeply. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have noticed it. This 6th prince really does not reveal himself. It is fine if he does not do anything, but he wants to shock the world with a single brilliant feat. Quick, look! The competition for slots is starting. The 8th prince is the first to challenge the 19th prince. The powerhouses in the palace in the clouds that had noticed the 6th prince Wang Ming all turned their heads to look. The 8th prince Wang Feng was the first to send out a guest to challenge the 19th prince. The 19th prince's dragon image was only 23 meters long. Clearly, he could not send out a strong guest. The 19th prince smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I did not even intend to fight for the throne. I just wanted to try my luck in the ancient imperial tomb." To think that I would not let this off, the 19th prince did not choose to resist fearlessly. He directly gave up, letting the other party win. It was not that the 19th prince did not want to accept the challenge, but that he wanted to keep a strong guest to fight the other princes. This was because the 19th prince clearly could not compete with the strong 8th prince. There was no need for him to waste his effort. The 8th prince's victory, easily obtaining a slot. This immediately set off the horn for the competition for slots. A somewhat chaotic challenge took place in the arenas of the drill ground at the same time. There was an arena in front of each king's platform. If the other party wanted to fight, they would have to fight. If the other party wanted to challenge them, they just needed to jump into the arena and raise their prince's banner. The rules were simple and clear. Senior Feng, should we take the initiative to challenge or wait for the others to challenge us? Wang Yan asked Senior Feng, the oldest of his guests. This Senior Feng was an expert of the military, possessing deep cultivation and rich experience. Senior Feng looked around and replied, "Our accumulations are slightly weaker. It is best not to take the initiative to expose ourselves. Let's wait for the others to challenge us." Senior Hao Kai, what do you think? Wang Yan looked around and fixed his gaze on the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai. Hao Kai's cultivation was about the same as Senior Feng's. They were both great perfection 5-veined sovereign emperors who possessed the Golden Crow bloodline. Not to mention experience, their combat prowess was even stronger. I have no objections. I will follow your Highness's instructions. Wang Yan then asked Xiao Chen and the Heavenly Book scholar. The two indicated that they did not need to take the initiative to challenge, so they listened to everyone's opinion. He's here. Xiao Chen looked around and saw a banner land on the arena in front of the royal platform. This humble one is Duanmu Huanghan. I am here on the 4th prince's orders to challenge the 9th prince for a slot. The person who came was dressed in embroidered clothes and looked like a middle-aged man. His tone did not show any sharpness, but he was a 4-vein great perfection sovereign emperor. Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, "So, it is an expert from the Duanmu clan. Who is willing to fight? I'll do it." Xiao Suo took the lead and stepped forward, requesting to fight Wang Yan. This humble one is willing to fight as well and help the 9th prince take down this person. Another youth among Wang Yan's guests stepped forward. A sharp light flashed on his face, radiating a strong fighting spirit. This person's name was Jin Mingxiu. He was an extraordinary person that Wang Yan had taken the initiative to recruit with the help of the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources. Su Yi had personally recommended him. Wang Yan smiled softly and said, "Mingxiu, don't be impatient. Since Captain Xiao spoke first, let Captain Xiao fight this battle." Jin Mingxiu felt somewhat unconvinced, but he still obeyed and stepped back. Whoosh! Xiao Suo's figure flashed, and he landed heavily on the arena. Then, he looked at the other party calmly. Doubt flashed in Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes. He had thought that the other party would send Senior Feng or Hao Kai. At the very least, it would be the famous Xiao Chen in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince underestimated him so much, sending a three-veined sovereign emperor nameless person. It looks like the 9th prince does not have any desire to compete. In that case, I will accept this slot. Seeing that his opponent was not Xiao Chen, Senior Feng, or Hao Kai, Duanmu Huanghuan's reserved and senior attitude vanished, replaced with arrogance. Xiao Suo's lips curled up in a smile. Shocking waves surged, and a sea of blood surged. Xiao Suo, who looked experienced and steady, did not show any sharpness, but his emperor's might soared. A scarlet mark on Xiao Suo's forehead released a dazzling light. With a wave of Xiao Suo's hand, the scarlet blood war banner appeared. Without saying anything, Xiao Suo charged over with a berserk and bloodthirsty aura. Duanmu Huanghan felt greatly startled. He had not expected a nameless person to be so tyrannical. By the time Duanmu Huanghan startled to his senses, the scarlet blood war banner had already swept over. Pa! 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 The scarlet war banner moved up and down like waves, unleashing an unending stream of energy. Duanmu Huanghan sent out 3 palm strikes. With each palm strike, he scattered a wave of energy. However, the waves piled on top of one another. The attacks contained in the Scarlet Blood War banner surged endlessly. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's legacy brought back the glory of the past in Xiao Suo's hands. After 10 moves, Duanmu Huanghan retreated to the edge of the arena, unable to retreat any further. Just as Duanmu Huanghan was about to take out his life soul tool and fight to the death, Xiao Suo shouted. The sea of blood surged as he stood on top of the waves. He gently waved the war banner, making it look like a spear as he thrust it down from above. Bang! 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 The light waves that Duanmu Huanghan formed with his great Dao energy shattered layer by layer. The Scarlet Blood War banner easily broke through all his defenses. I admit defeat. Seeing Xiao Suo's berserk aura slowly approach, Duanmu Huanghan felt horrified. Duanmu Huanghan felt that if he continued fighting, he would definitely lose. Furthermore, he would suffer severe injuries, so he quickly admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win. After defeating his opponent in 10 moves, Xiao Suo put away the 4th prince's royal banner and returned to the royal platform. Good. Wang Yan praised Xiao Suo with joy in his eyes filled with excitement. In this battle, Xiao Suo helped Wang Yan show his sharpness. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Chapter 2278. Defeat the enemy in 10 moves, seize the flag, and leave. The 10 moves seemed simple, but only Duanmu Huanghan knew what kind of pressure he was facing. The arena was a small world with a universe within it. It was incredibly vast, suitable for sovereign emperors to fight. Duanmu Huanghan had no choice but to admit defeat before he could unleash his aura. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss and had no complaints. It was very difficult for others to understand the terrifying baleful aura on Xiao Suo's body, as well as the oppressive domineering aura when he leaped up and descended from the sky. The aura that Xiao Chen showed was nothing like that of a 3-veined sovereign emperor. The flag in your hand is the Scarlet Blood War banner that the legendary pirate king left behind. Duanmu Huanghan asked Xiao Suo, who was already standing on the royal platform, a little disgruntled. This was because he also had an inferior grade soul tool artifact in his possession, but he had been too careless to summon it at the start. If he had taken out his life-bound armament right from the start, he might have had a 50% chance of winning. However, if the other party really had the Scarlet Blood War banner, then there would be no point in taking out his life soul tool. Good eyesight. Xiao Suo did not comment, which could be considered as an answer. After Duanmu Huanghan heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes dissipated. He knew that he had no chance at all. Even if he had taken out his life-bound artifact from the start, the result would still have been the same, just that he wouldn't have lost so badly. Because of Xiao Chen's existence, no matter how low-key the ninth prince was, he would still attract a lot of attention. This clean and efficient battle in which he defeated his opponent in 10 moves immediately caused a sensation. It is actually the Scarlet Blood War banner. Good fella, no wonder the ninth prince's luck is 9 zhang long. He has been hiding it well. With the Scarlet Blood War banner in hand, it is not hard to understand why a 3-vein sovereign emperor could defeat a great perfection sovereign emperor. Above the clouds, in the palace. When the Yan emperor saw the ninth prince's performance, his eyes lit up. He smiled at the people beside him and said, "Ninth brother is not bad. Aside from Xiao Chen, you managed to recruit such a guest." The imperial clan elders around him were also surprised and kept an eye on the ninth prince. On the royal platform, the ninth prince smiled and said, "Well done, Xiao Suo." Xiao Suo remained unfazed. He said humbly, "It is just the advantage of the spirit weapon in my hand. Ninth prince is overpraising me." The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly and said, "Captain Xiao is being humble. The Scarlet Blood War banner cannot shine in anyone's hands. After the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, this war banner went through at least 3 owners. However, none of them could bring out its wondrous effects, rendering it useless. Hence, it was slowly lost." The guests on the fourth prince's royal platform of the Jiao all showed unhappy expressions. But by doing Xiao Shi of people, of dukes, 1. The fourth prince Wang Li, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be indifferent to the loss of the quota. Wang, and of, Wang, the Wang of. Wang of, Wang of. And Wang, of and of. Lord. Into tutu, and in of. Ninth brother, you really hid yourself deeply. Wang Feng looked at the ninth prince's royal platform and thought to himself, after entering the ancient Yan emperor tomb, I have to keep my guard up against ninth brother. I cannot underestimate him. Eighth prince, do you need me to get someone to help you suppress the ninth prince's arrogance? The profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu, asked softly with a faint smile. Aside from him, the strongest true inheritors of the profound heaven holy land, Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, stood on Wenrenyu's left and right. These two were no longer the same as before. Their strength had improved significantly. Wang Feng thought for a while before replying calmly, "There's no need. I have not fallen out with him yet. I will not offend him if I can. Hey!" As Wang Feng spoke, he shifted his gaze to the first prince Wang Yan. "I am the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuobayao. On the 13th prince's orders, I am here to ask for a spot from the first prince." The outstanding talent of the Heavenly Wolf Empire, one of the 8 great empires, Tuobayao, pointed his royal banner at Wang Fei. Right after Tuobayao spoke, the entire place fell silent. Nearly everyone turned their gazes over. Wang Feng smiled and said, "Little 13 is really bold. However, it is good for him to test you. Let's see how many trump cards Big Brother has. I really want to know if he is just bluffing or not." Although the first prince's royal platform had a strong luck, it was very stable, low-key, and reserved. When the competition for spot started, the first prince had not taken the initiative to fight, and no one dared to take the initiative to mock him. However, now, someone finally could not hold back and made a move against him. The Tuoba Yao on the arena had a head of purple hair, a muscular body, and slightly tanned skin. He radiated the wildness of a wolf, and lightning flickered in his eyes. When he smiled, he looked very wild. Humph! Wang Fei showed a sullen expression as he tightly grabbed the armrest. Then, he said coldly, taking advantage of others, "Zhuyu." The left-eyed man hidden in the shadows behind Wang Fei said calmly, "First Prince, please calm down. It is not Commander's turn to make a move on such a clown. Which one of you is willing to make a move and help the first prince gain face?" A man clad in black, shrouded in bloody shadows, stepped forward. This person looked at Ming Xian as if seeking his opinion. Ming Xian nodded slightly and did not say anything. "Lord Shi, let me do it." "Oh? Mr. Gong is willing to make a move. In that case, victory is certain." The black-clad man with the mysterious left eye seemed to be interested in this person shrouded in bloody shadows. Whoosh! The figure of this person shrouded in bloody shadows flashed, and he landed on the arena. Then, he looked at Tuoba Yao and said, "I will be your opponent in this match." Tuoba Yao frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail? Who are you?" The voice of the person shrouded in bloody shadows was somewhat hoarse as he replied indifferently, "The person who will defeat you." Boom! Right after the person spoke, countless blood-sucking vines leaped out of the ground like venomous snakes. These blood-sucking vines soared into the air, leaving behind many scarlet shadows as they charged at Tuoba Yao. The speed of these blood-sucking vines was flabbergasting. What was even more horrifying was that these blood-sucking vines seemed to be alive, reproducing at every moment. In almost a moment, the vines had covered the entire small world, and the vast space in the arena was completely covered by vines. This was already a special field that resembled a small world. Horror flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this scene. Normally, such a special field only appeared in strong ferocious beasts and rarely appeared in cultivators. It looked like the blood-sucking vines would form a barrier isolating Tuoba Yao from the world. A strange look flashed in Tuoba Yao's eyes as he said, "Insignificant tricks. I'll defeat you in one move." A golden light flashed in Tuoba Yao's eyes. He activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Tuoba Yao's aura soared as he roared, causing thunderclouds to churn. In that instant, a startling Dao might erupted from his body. With the support of his great desolate Ian bloodline, Tuoba Yao's Thunder Dao domain reached peak 5th layer. Electric light flashed all over Tuoba Yao's body. His great desolate Ian bloodline was indeed extraordinary. The emperor's might coming from Tuoba Yao was vaguely stronger than that of a four-veined sovereign emperor. "You are still too inexperienced to play lightning with me." The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows smiled coldly. Scarlet electric light suddenly burst out of his body as scarlet vines shot out. Each vine gave off electric light that looked like scarlet flames. The strange scarlet electric light instantly suppressed Tuoba Yao's seemingly unblockable 5th layer Thunder Dao domain. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of blood-sucking vines surged out like venomous snakes, breaking through Tuoba Yao's Dao domain and biting him. Ah! A sharp, miserable scream immediately rang out in the Yanwu arena. Tuoba Yao knelt on the ground and howled in pain. His cries were extremely tragic, making everyone tremble in fear. Xiao Qin showed a grave expression. He saw something even more horrifying. Those blood-sucking vines seemed to be absorbing this person's bloodline power. After the blood-sucking vines passed, the scarlet flame lightning on the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows turned even stranger. "I admit defeat." Tuoba Yao said these 3 words with some difficulty. These 3 words seemed to exhaust all his vital qi. Plop! The instant the blood-sucking vines returned, Tuoba Yao knelt on the ground with a plop. Tuoba Yao appeared dispirited, no longer showing any of his initial sharpness or wildness. He looked like a completely different person, losing most of his energy. The entire place fell deathly silent. Horror filled everyone's eyes. This mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was too scary. It was not that he was terrifyingly strong. It was just that his secret techniques were so evil that they inspired fear. Be it the small world-like blood-sucking vines domain, the scarlet flame lightning, or the final blood-sucking demonic vines, they were all incredible and horrifying. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows attack showed everyone how terrifying the first prince was. He truly lived up to his 60-meter-long luck. The disguised Yan Tsangming, who was behind the sixth prince Wang Li, sighed softly. The Black Lotus Holy Son and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter have not made a move yet, not to mention that person. The demonic Dao Hull's strength is still unfathomable. What's wrong? Young Master Yan, you do not seem confident enough? Wang Li asked softly with a slight frown. Yan Tsangming replied indifferently, you have not seen how horrifying that person is. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows inspires fear, but he inspires despair. Chapter 2279. At the ninth prince's royal platform, Wang Yan asked, everyone, what do you think? Good. Everyone is here. As for the guests who have not arrived, listen to me first before taking action. In the first round of the succession race, you need to collect dragon essence. You can enter the second round only after collecting enough dragon essence. The dragon essence you collect will eventually gather in my Yen Imperial Sword and increase my dragon essence. After a while, the drill ground gave off a bright light, and a Dao platform slowly rose. Shao Chen moved like a swallow as he soared into the air and landed firmly on the ground. The Heavenly Wolf Empire's guests showed awkward expressions. No one said anything for a long time. Just at this moment, the ninth prince's voice rang out in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness. Wang Ming revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he said indifferently, I hope it is as you wish. There was also a boundless pressure of the great desolate Aeon spreading out everywhere. This ancient aura had never been so clear before. Shao Chen took out a jade strip, which gave off a faint light. When he held it in his hand, it dispelled the chill. After thinking for a while, Shao Chen chose to stay behind, not rushing to meet up with the ninth prince for now. There was no one in the surroundings. Sikong Shu said indifferently, 13th prince, don't get anxious. At the very least, we managed to probe the first prince's strength. This person did not lose much of his accumulations because of the wedding. This might be a good thing for us. Shao Chen seemed like he woke up from a dream. After a pause, he said, let's do our best and leave it to fate. Now that he has revealed his sharpness, we should not be the ones worried. Rather, it should be the 8th prince and the 13th prince. This is definitely a good thing for us. Shao Chen held the jade strip to his forehead, and a 3D map appeared in his mind, a rough map of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. As for the strong princes, the dragon essence around their Yen Imperial swords had increased significantly. If Shao Chen saw right, that figure should be Jianghu, who had not shown himself for a long time. However, how did he become the first prince's guest? The Heavenly Book scholar nodded and said, that's right. Our strength is not as simple as it looks. After entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the Heavenly Book scholar would bring out its true potential. Before the first prince was defeated, the two of them would not attack each other. It could be considered a simple alliance. Everything was done in silence. Wang Yan seemed to think of something. He said seriously, I'll say one more thing. This place has existed since the ancient immemorial era. If there's enough dragon essence in the jade strip, you'll be able to better adapt to this place and display your full strength. Alright, I'll stop here. The strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. There was one more thing that Yan Tsangming did not say in his heart. If there was one person who could make others feel despair, then Yan Zangming was despair itself. The man shrouded in blood instills fear in people, but that person instills despair in people. This is the strength of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's elites. Heavy snow swirled in the air, strong winds howled, and the cold wave was so fierce that it made people shiver. As they were speaking, Wang Yi felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was the 8th prince, Wang Feng. Everyone, don't panic. The competition for slots proceeded in an orderly fashion under the Heavenly Book Scholar's suggestions. Wang Yan stretched out his hand and sheathed the Yen Imperial sword on the ground. Then, his 30-meter-long dragon essence turned into a flash of golden light and vanished. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated in Xiao Chen's body, dragon images shone in his divine energy sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not feel much spatial pressure. After Xiao Chen and the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, the 9th prince's guests calmed down. Standing at the top of a snowy mound, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and saw the scene within 50,000 kilometers. The others expressed their opinions one after another, worrying about the 1st prince's strength. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like the 9th prince can forcefully pull people to his side. This is probably a form of protection. Xiao Chen analyzed in his heart. This Yen Emperor is rather special. He is exceptionally skilled in the Ice Great Tao, resulting in heavy snow and cold qi everywhere his inheritance covers. However, I can't push my luck. I'm pretty lucky. At the very least, I'm pretty close to the inheritance. Senior Feng sighed softly, he is unfathomable. There are several auras on the 1st prince's platform that make this old man feel fear. I can sense that the person shrouded in bloody shadows is definitely not the 1st prince's strongest guest. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, Dragon Essence. After entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, you will be randomly sent to the periphery of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. There will not be any danger for now. If you want to meet up with me, you can send a message to me through the jade strip that I gave you. Such a change relieved Xiao Chen of a significant amount of pressure. The so-called dragon essence can be understood as the materialization of dragon essence. This place contains the dynasty's dragon vein's ancestor vein. The ferocious beasts born here and the inheritances left by the previous Yen Emperor all contain dragon essence. The treasures and soul tools in the inheritances also contain dragon essence. Everyone can keep these treasures and soul tools for yourselves. Just remember to store the dragon essence in your jade strip. Me? After the blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chen's body merged with this aura, it appeared excited, raring to give it a try. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said, I feel the same. The competition for slots came to an end. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb's inheritances were left behind by the previous Yen Emperors after they died. The inheritances varied according to the cultivation techniques they cultivated. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen had a rough idea of where he was in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb was about to open. These simple words could be considered a vow before leaving. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, and Chang Ji, make some preparations. I will use the Yen Imperial sword to send you to my side. As for the others, if you want to, you can move alone or come to my side. Just send a message. Some people rejoiced, while others worried. The dragon essence of the originally weak princes weakened significantly. In the following 2 matches, the 9th prince purposely lost 1 match before winning the 3rd. The ancient Yen Emperor tomb is about to open. Princes, please lead the guests in according to the order of the royal platform. That is, whoosh. The Yen Emperor's voice rang out in the sky. In the next moment, the 1st prince soared into the air. He brought along a large number of guests and entered the Daoist gate in a single file. The first round will last for 1 month. I hope that everyone can help me collect more dragon essence. Otherwise, if I do not have enough dragon essence, I will not be able to compete in the 2nd round. At that time, everyone and I will be forced to leave. Also, if you run into danger, you can shatter this jade strip and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen's eyes were sharp. He seemed to see a familiar figure among the first prince's many guests helplessly entering. According to the map, I should be within the range of the 500th Yan Emperor's inheritance. Wang Yi showed a slightly unsightly expression on the 13th prince's royal platform. The two looked at each other. After a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus. When the 6th prince Wang Ming heard that, he felt slightly stunned. After some thought, he said, "Even you feel despair?" There was no time to think. Soon, it was the 9th prince's turn. Since the 9th prince was at the periphery, the inheritance left by this Yan emperor should not be much of a surprise. The divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's body surged, materializing many golden dragon images and wildly absorbing the great desolate Aeon aura. Jianghu. As Xiao Chen held the jade strip, he muttered to himself, "Spatial pressure?" Before coming here, Wang Yan had given every guest a jade strip. At that time, he did not mention its use. Boom! When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in the vast snowy region. Clang! However, holding the jade strip helped Xiao Chen reduce the chill significantly. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he said, "Since that is the case, I have to monopolize this inheritance. Treasures and soul tools could be kept for myself." No wonder others wanted to enter so badly. The commotion caused by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was significant. The battles in the other arenas immediately paled in comparison. "I will definitely do my best." This place was indeed somewhat strange. His movement technique and cultivation all suffered restrictions. Even the range of his heavenly eye significantly shrank. Boom! Many thanks to everyone this time. We are about to enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I hope that everyone can work together and help me. Lord Xiao, what about you? Everyone soared into the air and entered the door of light one after another. Light and shadow turned blurry, and space and time changed. The 9th prince's voice rang out again, clearing up Xiao Chen's doubts and filling him with anticipation for the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen looked around before soaring into the air. Before Yan Cangming said anything, Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said softly, "6th prince, there is no need to worry. The strongest might not necessarily be the winner in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. There are many variables that no one can predict. Otherwise, we would not have made this trip." Wang Yi's eyes flickered. After a while, he smiled and said, "That's true. I believe that 8th brother does not feel good in his heart right now." In that instant, it felt like countless chains shattered. Now, Xiao Chen did feel significant pressure. What was even more wondrous was that the 10,000 dragons art could no longer be controlled by Xiao Chen, circulating on its own. Whoosh! Chapter 2280. The vast snowy region only spanned a few 100,000 kilometers at the very most. Sovereign emperors could traverse such a distance in a few breaths. If they sent out their soul energy, they could see every movement in the entire snowy region. However, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, a world that had not changed since the ancient immemorial era. The great desolate Aeon's aura had never appeared before everyone so clearly before. Even Xiao Chen's divine skill, the heavenly eye, was limited to 50,000 kilometers. This showed how horrifying the pressure from the great desolate Aeon was. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chen's 10,000 dragons art was exceptionally active in this place. Without needing to think about it, it circulated freely, greedily absorbing the great desolate Aeon aura in the air. It vaguely showed signs of breaking through the second shackle at any moment. This place is a treasure land for cultivators with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, muttering to himself. This went without saying for Xiao Chen, who possessed the 10,000 dragons art. However, the pressure still existed, making it somewhat inconvenient for his movement technique. Traveling like this still drains a lot of energy. Xiao Chen sighed as snow drifted over him. This place was too cold, making it hard to melt the accumulated snow. The coldness contained in the snow could be considered cold poison. This was not too harmful to a sovereign emperor's body. However, it took a lot of effort to disperse it. Coupled with the consumption of divine essence while sprinting, it somewhat made people feel restrained and restrained. Boom! A red light flashed as Xiao Chen summoned out the demon blood vulture. Now, the demon blood vulture's bloodline had reverted to its ancestors, showing some signs of a blood phoenix. How much of your strength can you bring out in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb? 80%. As a mutated beast with a great desolate and ferocious beast bloodline, the demon blood vulture could adapt much better than human cultivators. That's enough. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and sat on the demon blood vulture's back, using it as a form of transportation as he flew through the snowy region. The demon blood vulture flew close to the ground, not daring to fly too high. Firstly, there was the spatial pressure. Secondly, it would be easy to become a target if it flew too high. All of the ferocious beasts here possessed dragon essence. If they were noticed, their eyes would light up and they would immediately want to kill them and steal their dragon essence. Help me find the inheritance. If you find anything suspicious, remember to remind me. Snow swirled in the air, blanketing the sky and the ground in whiteness. It would not be easy to find the inheritance left behind by the Yan Emperor, who was skilled in ice and snow. Fortunately, with the demon blood vulture's help, Xiao Chen felt relaxed. He closed his eyes and cultivated on the demon blood vulture's back. Although he was multitasking, it did not delay his search for the inheritance. At the same time, the other princes gradually entered the Yan Huang ancient forest. However, the places they appeared in were all different. They could appear in an ancient pine forest, a wild plain, or a rocky desert. In the middle of a yellow desert, a sandstorm was blowing wildly. After the first prince Wang Fei landed, he frowned slightly. Without saying anything, he directly drew his Yan imperial sword. In the next moment, the Yan imperial sword gave off a bright light, and dragon images circled it. So. The mysterious black-clad man with the left eye, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's trump card, the six-veined Sovereign Emperor's Wuyu, the Black Lotus Holy Son, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter appeared one after another. The other guests chose to act alone, searching for the inheritance or hunting ferocious beasts. The Black Lotus Holy Son said softly, "This is just the first round. Your Highness, there is no need to waste your dragon luck to summon us." Wang Fei replied indifferently, "Naturally, I am confident of clearing the first round. However, I sent you here for another reason. I know of a superior grade inheritance of the previous Yan Emperor. I called you here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Originally, the inheritances left by the previous Yan Emperors were not graded. However, there were strong and weak Yan Emperors. The inheritances they left varied in value and value. Gradually, the later generations added a grade to the inheritances, using this to distinguish the quality and rarity of the inheritances. The Imperial Ancestral Temple had a better understanding of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb and could provide the first prince with more information. A superior grade inheritance was considered an extremely incredible inheritance. Naturally, Wang Fei would be interested. "Oh, so, that's it. In that case, you can accompany Brother Wang. I will not interfere in this excitement." Even though this person wore a half-mask on his left face, revealing his eye, the first prince could still make out a bored expression on his face. Without waiting for Wang Fei to answer, the masked man left without saying goodbye. "How dare you?" Zhuoyu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the first prince deserved death for such disrespect. The Black Lotus Holy Son, Ming Xian, said softly, "Your Highness, please calm down. Lord, she has always been like this. What exactly is the inheritance that the first prince is so interested in? Miss Qing and I will definitely do our best to help. Yang Qing smiled sweetly, looking like a cool breeze. Then, she looked at Wang Fei and said, Your Highness, please lead the way. Wang Fei smiled coldly in his heart, but he did not show it. He smiled and said, Commander Zhua, let's go. There is no need to make a fuss over nothing. Lord, she is an honored guest that I invited. Naturally, an honored guest cannot be treated like an ordinary person. The many princes' guests started moving around the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's periphery. In an ancient pine forest, the fourth prince Wang Yun drew his Yan imperial sword and gathered a few important guests to his side. One of them wore a hood and wrapped himself up tightly. This was the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun looked at Yuan Zhen and asked respectfully, Mr. Yuan, what should we do? The other princes should be focusing on searching for inheritances. However, fourth prince, your accumulations and strength are rather weak. You should not fight with others. If you suffer losses, the gains will not make up for the losses. Just obediently hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. We can talk about this after this round. A hoarse voice came from the hood, making people feel a little uncomfortable. The other guests felt somewhat upset. What was the point of coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb if not to search for inheritances? The fourth prince Wang Yun already made up his mind about Yuan Zhen's words. After some thought, he said, let's do as Mr. Yuan says. Everyone, hunt ferocious beasts and collect dragon essence. I will definitely reward you generously after this. Furthermore, hunting ferocious beasts does not mean that you will not run into any treasures. Everything is possible in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After Wang Yun said that, the other guests' resentment subsided slightly. Yuan Zhen kept a low profile in this round, not showing any intention of exposing himself. Good. Heaven is really helping me. The White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei, who was on the 13th prince's side, appeared extremely excited. After some thought, he said, this place is simply the best for cultivators with great desolate Aeon bloodlines like us. Wang Yi revealed a smile. He was somewhat surprised as well. The great desolate Aeon aura of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was even more horrifying than the legends made it out to be. Aside from the two royal court experts, the rest of Wang Yi's 18 guests were sovereign emperors from the Bushan Palace. Senior Sikong, what should we do in this round? Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman in a straw raincoat, appeared exceptionally calm. After some thought, he said, we will split into 3 groups. We have the greatest advantage in the first round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. There is no need to waste inheritances. If we can raise our strength, we will refine them on the spot and not delay. After some time, most of them will adapt to the spatial pressure here. The advantage of their bloodlines will not remain much. Hence, we have to use our advantage in the first month to gain an even greater advantage. Wang Yi's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, with Senior around, it is like having a treasure. Alright, we will follow Senior's instructions. We will split into 3 groups in this round. We will take as many inheritances as we can. Everyone knew that unless one hunted extremely horrifying ferocious beasts, it would be hard to collect enough dragon essence. Even if one hunted strong ferocious beasts, it would be a thankless task. Clearly, searching for inheritances was killing many birds with one stone, benefiting both sides. Aside from some of the more special princes, the other princes and their guests were all searching for inheritances. The many imperial ancestral temple elders on the Dao platform at the palace's drill ground made their moves together. A huge light screen rose up and flickered, showing the many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been remodeled several times. Although there were still many forbidden lands, the imperial ancestral temple already had a rough grasp of the place. As long as the imperial ancestral temple elders wanted to, they could see the situation everywhere at any time. However, it would be somewhat difficult to interfere. The big show had officially begun. Snow fell heavily. 3 days had already passed in the vast snowy region. However, the demon blood vulture had not found anything. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen, who was cultivating the 10,000 dragons art, opened his eyes. The night wind and snow were cold. It was hard to find anyone, and the signs of life were faint. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw churning clouds. He could not see the sun, the moon, or the stars, only the vast snow. Could this inheritance have been destroyed? After 3 days without any results, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. Such a guess was possible. After all, it was at the periphery of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. In every succession race, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb would be the first to bear the brunt of the impact. It was not impossible for the succession race to be destroyed. Hey, just at this moment, the heavy snow weakened, and the thick clouds in the sky slowly thinned. In the middle of the night, the thick clouds scattered, and a bright moon silently appeared. The bright moon hung high in the sky, looking as gentle as fire. Xiao Chen had never expected the bright moon to be this bright. The continuous heavy snow seemed to wash away all the brilliance of the bright moon. In the air, there was still snow falling sparsely. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the remnant snow in the air and the boundless white snowy land gave off a mottled light. The clouds parted, the moon came, and the remnant flowers made shadows. The boundless snowy region created a wondrous scene. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture and admired this beautiful scene. Will this be the opportunity one am waiting for? Chapter 2281. The clouds broke, the moon came, and the flowers turned into shadows. Xiao Chen muttered to himself on the demon blood vulture. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After searching for 3 days in this vast snowy region, he had not found anything. Now that the change was sudden, there had to be something strange about it. That is, Xiao Chen looked to the front. He vaguely saw a dreamy palace bathed in moonlight at the limits of his vision. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to rush over at full speed. Only scattered snowflakes drifted in the air. The gentle moonlight warmed one's heart like fire. The chill in the night lessened significantly. The originally vast and boundless snowy region, which lacked life force, suddenly turned somewhat chaotic. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like there are many people like me hiding in this snowy region. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared from the left and unexpectedly ran into Xiao Chen. On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, showing a relaxed gaze. The other 3 felt slightly stunned and kept their guard up. However, when they saw Xiao Chen on the demon blood vulture, their expressions immediately relaxed. Xiao Chen. The oldest of the 3, the gray-clad, middle-aged man smiled faintly and said softly, I've heard of you. You were the one who ruined the first prince's wedding. You even fought against the 3 princes in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion by yourself. These 3 were the 10th prince's guests. The 10th prince's strength was below average. On the surface, he looked about the same as the 9th prince. It looks like rumors are just rumors. Even if a 2-veined sovereign emperor can overturn the heavens, how strong can he be? The gray-clad man originally felt wary, thinking that he had run into a strong enemy. When he saw that it was Xiao Chen, his expression immediately eased up. Xiao Chen looked up. The moonlight turned brighter, and the ancient palace in front slowly became clearer. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the aura of the ice great Dao was hidden under its white exterior. Without needing to guess, he knew that this was the inheritance land. However, it only showed itself under the moonlight. Hence, there were no signs of it during the first 3 days. Xiao Chen looked at the gray-clad man before him, a peak 3-veined sovereign emperor. There were flames hidden in his eyes, and a terrifying power was brewing in his body, giving off a strong sense of oppression. So? Xiao Chen said lightly. It's not good to get into a conflict with this person now. I'll decide what to do after I reach the inheritance ground and meet up with the 10th prince. One of the three, a white-haired old man, secretly transmitted his voice to the gray-robed man. The gray-clothed man's eyes were slightly disappointed. He had a strong desire to fight and wanted to trample on Xiao Chen on the spot. But in the end, he felt that the inheritance was more important, so he endured it for now. Such an attitude was not strange. Xiao Chen was just a too-vain sovereign emperor, yet he could become famous in the imperial capital. There would always be some people who felt dissatisfied. If he could trample on him, his reputation would become even more prominent. In one's life, fame and fortune were all that mattered. Naturally, those who wanted to fight for it would fight for it. Even sovereign emperors could not avoid it. Count yourself lucky. Let's go. The gray-robed man didn't want to waste his breath on Xiao Chen. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. How boring, Xiao Chen felt speechless. The demon blood vulture he sat on flashed with a red light. In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen possessed a great desolate Ian bloodline and the 10,000 dragons art. The pressure he faced was 70 to 80% less than the others. Xiao Chen increased his speed slightly. The three, who were walking in front, heard the sound of wind behind them. When they turned their heads back, they only saw an afterimage left by a flash of scarlet light. When the three quickly turned their heads back, they saw Xiao Chen sitting on the demon blood vulture, about to leave their vision. This startled the three. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. In the eyes of the person who recalled, Xiao Chen's actions were undoubtedly mocking him, so he immediately felt enraged. Damn it! How dare you, Xiao Chen? You were acting like a coward earlier. I was not paying attention, and you took advantage of me. Chase after him. The gray-robed man took the lead. His divine energy surged, and his entire body released a fiery light as his figure flashed wildly. However, even after 15 minutes, he still did not see Xiao Chen's figure, which made him feel uncertain. This Xiao Chen must be hiding. The gray-robed man looked around helplessly when he did not see Xiao Chen's figure. Never mind, never mind. Since he is hiding, there is no need to fight with him. The white-haired old man and another person rushed over and consoled the gray-robed man when they saw the situation. The gray-robed man took advantage of the situation and said coldly, "Count him lucky. I hope I don't run into him again." The ancient palace looked magnificent under the moonlight, giving off a faint fluorescent light, looking dreamy. However, in front of the palace, there were two ice statues blocking the entrance. The ice statues gave off the aura of a four-veined sovereign emperor. As they connected with the moonlight, they merged into one, deterring rash actions. Not far away, a prince dressed in luxurious clothes looked at the ancient palace with excitement on his face. However, the guest at the side advised softly, "10th prince, it is best not to act rashly for now. It will not be too late for us to enter after Senior Rong arrives." The 10th prince nodded. These two ice statues are somewhat strange. Indeed, we cannot act rashly. Aside from me, the guests of the other princes in this snowy region are all scattered soldiers. When Senior Rong arrives, this ice inheritance will be mine. Whoosh! Right after the 10th prince spoke, a strong wind blew behind them. The two turned their heads to look and shouted, "Who is it?" Amidst the snowstorm, no one responded. There was only a flash of burning blood light, which was like a fleeting glimpse. It was so fast that the two ice sculptures didn't even have time to react. Then, it turned into a scarlet beam of light and entered the palace. Ah! The 10th prince happened to see this scene when he turned around. His expression immediately changed drastically as he roared, "Damn it! Who is so bold to snatch the inheritance that I want?" Seeing that the 10th prince was about to charge in, the expert at the side quickly supported him and said anxiously, "Your Highness, don't be rash. Those two ice statues are not dead." Whoosh! The eyes of the two ice statues sensed the 10th prince's figure and flickered with bright light. Two cold intents assaulted the 10th prince, scaring him into retreating. Inside the palace, Xiaochen sat on the demon blood vulture's back. He watched coldly as the surrounding ice statues came to life. Then, he leaped down from the air. The instant Xiaochen landed, he activated his alloy dragon armor, and his aura changed drastically. A sharpness burst forth from his forehead. Dragon motifs adorned his silver armor, and electric light flickered. Xiaochen reached for the scabbard on his back. Just as the ice statues were about to pounce over, he drew his saber. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the man and the vulture charged madly through the ancient palace, completely unbridled. Xiaochen swept through everything in his way, not stopping at all. Everywhere he passed, there were all sorts of strange treasures. However, Xiaochen only glanced at them and did not pay them any more attention. 1 hour later, Xiaochen charged to the core hall of the ice palace and stopped. Many ice-attributed treasures were casually placed on the surrounding walls. Natural treasures covered the ground. This was simply a dreamy treasure trove. Everything that Xiaochen wanted could be found here. However, Xiaochen did not show any wild joy on his face. Along the way, Xiaochen felt very confused. This inheritance was at the periphery. After the succession race, it should not have been emptied out. At the very least, there should not be such treasures left. It looks like your rationality did not get to your head. Congratulations on passing the test. Whoosh! The ceiling seemed transparent. When one looked up, they could see the bright moon. Under the dazzling light, a middle-aged man dressed in white with an elegant temperament seemed to have descended from the moon. When Xiaochen looked carefully, he found that this person looked somewhat similar to the Yan Emperor. Xiaochen vaguely guessed that this should be the remnant will of the Yan Emperor who left behind the inheritance. The treasures on the ground are all fake? Xiaochen asked. The white-clad Yan Emperor smiled warmly and replied, wrong. They are all real. However, there is only one. It contains the ice inheritance that I left behind. Everyone who comes in has only one chance to choose. As long as one makes the wrong choice, not only will one not obtain any treasures, but one will also be forcefully sent out. This inheritance of mine will also close and await the next opening of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiaochen entered deep thought. That is to say, no one has chosen the right one even after 10,000 years. I have a question. If I choose that supreme treasure containing the inheritance, can I obtain the other treasures? Xiaochen asked without changing his expression. The white-clad Yan Emperor smiled and said, You seem very confident. However, you cannot. If you find the right one, you will have two choices. One is the ice inheritance that I left behind, and the other is the other treasures containing dragon essence. Disappointment flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. After some thought, he said, That is really unfortunate. Right after Xiaochen spoke, he walked straight to an item. The white-clad Yan Emperor's expression immediately changed slightly. Intense surprise flashed in his eyes. However, this surprise mostly contained a wild joy that he had suppressed for thousands of years. However, Xiaochen did not even bother looking at the treasures. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a beautiful, blood-red rose by the wall appeared in his palm. The white-clad Yan Emperor asked softly, How did you guess it? I thought that you would need to think about it for a while before making a decision. The answer was given long ago. After entering this palace, anyone who still needs to think would not be able to guess it. When the white-clad Yan Emperor heard that, he smiled faintly and said, That's right. The clouds break the moon, and the flowers show the shadows. Only the rose is red in the snow. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he continued calmly. If you are not a soulmate, don't enter this door. Ha ha ha. Delightful. Unfortunately, you and I are not in the same era. Otherwise, I would not be so lonely. I should be able to guess your choice. I hope that some of my insights will be useful to you. Outside the ancient palace, the grey-clad man's group finally arrived, panting from exhaustion. 10th Prince, fortunately, we did not let you down. We rushed over at our fastest speed. No one in the entire snowy region should be faster than us. The grey-clad man was incredibly fatigued, but his eyes showed pride. Along the way, he had shaken off the many guests, leaving them in the dust. The 10th Prince showed an embarrassed expression, not saying anything. The person at the side said, "Senior Rome, someone already entered. That person is very mysterious." Aside from a flash of scarlet light, I did not notice anything else. What? The grey-clad man's heart immediately trembled like lightning struck him. He cried out hoarsely, "It's Xiao Chen." To think that Xiao Chen did not hide. He went ahead of us. How can this be? Senior Rome, it is too late. We need to move quickly. The grey-clad man startled awake from his daze. After some thought, he said, Right. Quickly charge in." With the 4 guests gathered, the 10th Prince's confidence soared. With the grey-clad man leading the way, they charged at the 2 statues. Boom! However, all of a sudden, without any warning, the entire ancient palace exploded. Shock waves surged, and the few people went flying. The grey-clad old man bore the brunt of the explosion. Blood trickled down a corner of his lips, and he appeared incredibly pale. After he landed, he tumbled a few times. Chapter 2282. The 10th Prince and the other 3 guests immediately revealed looks of joy in their eyes. They knew very well that this was not the case. They knew very well that this grey-clad man did not erupt with power. Once he did, the surging energy would be like a 10,000-year-old volcano. Even a 4-veined sovereign emperor would not be able to endure it. This punch was called summoning the dragons. However, as the 10th Prince looked at Xiao Chen's unchanging face, he could not help sweating profusely. However, Xiao Chen wore the alloy dragon armor, and his combat prowess soared. He did not intend to hold back at all. The surrounding space fluctuated vaguely as if many cultivators were about to cross space and arrive. The 10th Prince endured the intense pain and looked up at Xiao Chen, meeting Xiao Chen's arrogant gaze. The 10th Prince felt like a mountain separated the two, and a boundless pressure pressed down on him. Clang! Pa! Just as the 10th Prince felt confused, a beam of red light shot out from the churning dust cloud. After defeating one person with one punch, the 10th Prince's remaining 3 guests could not resist at all. The 10th Prince's bodies trembled, and his internal organs shattered. His divine seal exploded and turned into flowing light. A terrifying saber wound, about 1 centimeter long, appeared on the 10th Prince's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Chen had at least 100 ways to make the other party take the initiative to give up. The 10th Prince felt very dissatisfied. However, what else could he do if he did not agree? Let go of me first. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The 10th Prince wanted to gather all his guests to surround and suppress him. Roar! Don't! 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 Damn it! My ice snow inheritance, no one can take it away from me. After thinking hard, the 10th Prince thought of the only way to make Xiao Chen let him off. Half. The force that erupted out was indeed startling. To think that it allowed him to block Xiao Chen. The 10th Prince goggled, flabbergasted. He showed a stunned expression as he watched Xiao Chen charge over. He actually felt somewhat stupefied. As he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and supported by the 10,000 Dragons picture, Xiao Chen brought out the Heaven Dragon's mysteries to their fullest. The surging fiery energy in Xiao Chen's body was like an erupting volcano. At that time, he would be the first to be eliminated miserably in the eyes of the feudal lords and noble clans' clan heads. The image of a dragon coiled around the sword, and with the support of the draconic luck, the spatial pressure in this area actually weakened significantly. After drawing the tyrant saber, a dazzling saber light flashed out. This completely eclipsed the light of the 10th Prince's Yen Imperial sword. Then, he mercilessly chopped down. If he could choose again, he would definitely not meddle in other people's business. He would just watch Xiaochen fly away from him. Every prince had their own luck stored in the Yen Imperial sword. The dragon essence collected by the guests would eventually gather in the prince's Yen Imperial sword. The emperor essence would the Zhao's dragon. The heaven's dragon spirit's Chen's star. And the spatial pressure even more. The jade strip in his palm was sparkling and translucent, like a peerless piece of jade. The jade strip flowed like a spring, nourishing the image of a dragon. Heaven, Heaven Chen dragon. Mu dragon. Xiao, Chen, to say, Heaven Ling, by, no. The 10th Prince's Yen Imperial sword had already fallen from his hand. At this moment, he felt so much pain that he could not think. When the 10th Prince landed on the ground, he could not get up in time. Just the 2 4-veined sovereign emperor ice sculptures in front of the palace gates showed how horrifying the energy would be when they exploded. The 10th Prince thought about the 2 4-veined sovereign emperor ice statues in front of the palace gates. Clang! Boom! I have dragon essence. In the past few days, Senior Rong and the others helped me kill many ferocious beasts in the snowy domain. I managed to collect some dragon essence. If you are willing, I can give them all to you. Many thanks. The 10th Prince felt terrified just thinking about it. Such an embarrassing matter was hard to accept. When he thought about how he might be the first person to be eliminated from the succession race, he felt terrified. When Xiaochen sheathed his saber, moonlight shone on his saber. It looked like clear spring water flowing in the air. This stomp landed on the 10th Prince's chest wound, producing an unbearable shriek. Golden dragon images swam in Xiaochen's divine energy sea. A supreme dragon might spread out from his body. Alright, I promise you. Stop him. Stop him. When I gather all the guests, it will be the time of his death. As the 10th Prince watched Xiaochen knock away the grey-clad man with one palm strike and leave without pausing, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he waved his hand and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A murderous intent burst out from Xiaochen's forehead. He had already gone far away. The instant the 10th Prince let go, he quickly stood up and took out a medicinal pill to consume. Dragon essence was the materialization of the Son of Heaven's luck. In other words, it was dragon luck. Xiaochen spread his arms, and his voice spread through the air like a dragon soaring in the sky, appearing elegant and tyrannical. When the 10th Prince landed, a scarlet light streaked across the sky and caught him. Then, it turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew away with the wind. Never mind. I can give you 1/5 of the dragon essence in my Yen Imperial sword, no more than that. 1/4, damn it. 1/3 is fine, right? Horror flashed in the 10th Prince's eyes as he shouted anxiously. When the 10th Prince transferred half of the dragon essence in his Yen Imperial sword to Xiaochen's jade strip, the 30-meter-long dragon image on the 10th Prince's sword immediately shrank by half. Don't scram. Just take the initiative to give up. Pa! The 10th Prince did not give the grey-clad man any space to dodge. Xiaochen did not fear the 10th Prince going back on his word, so he waited quietly. A well-preserved ancient palace exploded, and all the restrictions and formations within it collapsed in an instant. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules the world. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one side, and one's life is as fragile as paper. What is supreme? Xiaochen drew his Yen Imperial sword, and a flash of sword light illuminated the room. Whoosh! What's going on? The grey-clad man bore the brunt of the attack and got blasted into the air, sustaining significant injuries. Boom! Before the gray-clad man could look at Xiao Chen smashed him down with a palm strike. Xiao Chen, stay behind. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and grasped the scabbard on his back with his right hand. Then, he drew his saber expressionlessly. The gray-clad man on the ground immediately became enraged. The surging energy in his body burst out at full force. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! A saber intent burst out like a tsunami, directly shattering the 10th prince's armor. However, there were no ifs in this world. The 10th prince's desire to gather his guests to surround and suppress Xiao Chen caused him to experience pain and fear that he had never felt before. The 10th prince wiped the sweat off his forehead, drenching half his sleeves. Half of the sky was dyed red by the raging flames. This sudden burst of power could be said to be vast and mighty. The 10th prince immediately understood that the dragon essence could reduce the spatial pressure. As time passed, the advantage of the great desolate Ian bloodline would vanish. Scram! It's Senior Rong's magma Dao domain. Immediately, thousands of saber wounds appeared on the 10th prince's body. Electric light flickered on every saber wound as they entered his body. They came like flowing water and disappeared like the wind. Vast and mighty dragons wandered the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? Boom! Xiao Chen gently clenched his fist, and warmth filled his entire body. The chill from the snowy region vanished. Imperceptibly, the other retainers of the 10th prince all felt the spatial pressure they were facing suddenly increase sharply. The instant the 10th prince turned around and soared into the air, he left behind a purple electric mark. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the 10th prince out of nowhere. However, on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen sniffed the fragrance of the roses. His expression remained calm, not changing at all. In theory, if a prince did not take the initiative to give up, no one could make him leave. However, the 10th prince now lay at Xiao Chen's feet. Clang! The 10th prince fell to the ground. The wound on his chest no longer hurt, but he did not know when the shadow in his heart would disappear. Since entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen had not stopped cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The 10,000 dragons art erupted from the 10th prince's mouth. The remaining 3 guests appeared in front of the 10th prince, trying to help him block Xiao Chen's attack. The gray-clad man, who was smashed deep into the snow, screamed like a wolf's, in so much pain that he wanted to die. Of course, Xiao Chen could not kill the princes. At the very least, he could not kill the 10th prince. However, letting the 10th prince off so easily was not Xiao Chen's style. Xiao Chen said calmly, "If you are not willing, I will send you away now." This punch was called Leaderless Dragons. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon crossed time and space, descending in all directions. A gigantic hand shot out electric light from its palm. With the support of the Dao domain, the 5-element divine lightning materialized a small world. Xiao Chen. The 10th prince went berserk, feeling extremely dissatisfied. He was the first to arrive at the ice inheritance. The moment he saw it, he had already determined that the ice inheritance belonged to him. This is endless. Chapter 2283. A good show played out in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. A huge light screen in the imperial palace's drill ground showed the scenes there. Under the control of the imperial ancestral temple's imperial patriarchs, the various feudal lords and powerhouses could see what was happening on the light screen. The 13th prince is really incredible. He split his forces into 3 groups and already conquered 4 inferior grade inheritances. Wang Yi's guests were all outstanding talents with great desolate Aeon bloodlines. They held a huge advantage when they first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The other prince's guests endured the spatial pressure and did not dare to clash head-on with the 13th prince for now. Most of them chose to avoid the spatial pressure. The spatial pressure in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was simply too great. The ever-present great desolate Aeon aura prevented people from bringing out even 50% of their strength. They could only wait until they gathered sufficient dragon essence and gradually adapted to the spatial pressure. The first prince is really lucky. To think that he found a superior grade inheritance. The light screen showed that the first prince was leading Zhuyu and the others in attacking an inheritance whose dragon luck was clearly stronger than that of the other places. However, whether the first prince was lucky or the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Patriarchs provided sufficient insider information, everyone understood. Ha ha ha. The fourth prince is really unlucky. He could not find an inheritance and can only hunt demonic beasts. I don't think he can last this round. Hey, what's wrong with the 10th prince? His luck actually decreased by half. He is in the snowy region. If I recall correctly, no one has entered the ice inheritance there. It is one of the most complete inheritances in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. What's going on? The ice inheritance is gone. When the light screen showed the 10th prince, Xiaochen happened to have already left, so no one noticed. The light screen only showed the 10th prince's pale face and dispirited face, as well as the collapsed ancient hall behind him. What a fellow! Who exactly got such a great bargain? Although this ice inheritance is a medial grade inheritance, it is complete. If one can obtain it, it will be even more valuable than a superior grade inheritance. Although a superior grade inheritance was of a higher grade, it was hard to say for sure that no one managed to enter it in the succession race. It was hard to say how many things could be left for the later generations. Given this, the value of a complete inheritance became clear. At the summit of a snowy mountain in the vast snowy region, Xiaochen stood on the summit, facing the wind and snow as he looked at the scarlet blood rose in his hand. He had to choose between the ice inheritance and the ice great Dao. Without a doubt, Xiaochen chose the latter. Let's take out the dragon jade first. Any treasure in the inheritance contained dragon essence. Furthermore, it contained more dragon essence than the average demonic beast. When the jade strip absorbed the dragon essence in the scarlet rose, Xiaochen felt that the dragon essence in the jade strip had increased by half. The rose contained dragon essence, which was slightly more than the dragon essence that the 10th prince had given him. In the jade slip, the dragon essence was sparkling and translucent like an immortal spring. In the next moment, the dragon essence that was being nurtured within suddenly took form and leaped out. It swam up and down around the jade scroll. Xiaochen reached out and held the jade strip in his hand. He immediately felt the spatial pressure of the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb vanish. I didn't expect to collect a dragon shadow so quickly. Xiaochen revealed a look of joy on his face. Being able to collect dragon essence so quickly was indeed a great surprise to him. As far as he knew, it should be rather difficult to collect a dragon shadow. Dragon shadows would appear only when the amount of dragon essence reached a certain level. The more dragon shadows around the jade strip, the more luck there was. It's time to absorb the ice great Dao in it. Xiaochen muttered to himself after putting away the jade strip. Compared to the dragon essence, the ice great Dao that the scarlet rose represented filled Xiaochen with even more anticipation. Right now, Xiaochen's ice great Dao had already reached the second layer. He looked forward to absorbing this scarlet rose to see how much it would improve. Of course, the most important thing was to comprehend the white-clad Yan Emperor's understanding of the ice great Dao. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and grasped the rose tightly. The thorns on the rose pierced his palm, connecting with his blood. The bright red roses, watered by the blood, were as beautiful as blood, giving off a strange light in this vast snowy region. Boom! Suddenly, the rose disappeared, turning into bright flower petals that filled the air, flying together with the snow. The wind was unclear. Would it be a rain of roses or a bloodbath? Xiaochen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Then, he slowly spread out the ice Dao domain, filling the air with rose petals and snow. The rose petals turned into motes of light and entered Xiaochen's body. While Xiao Chen refined the ice inheritance, the other prince's guests did not remain idle. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and sand dunes rose and fell. The mysterious black-clad man, who had parted ways with the first prince, wandered aimlessly in a sea of sand. This black-clad man wore half a mask, and his strange left eye flickered with a deep blue light. No one dared to look directly at him. It felt like if one looked at him for too long, one's soul would sink into it. Many ferocious beasts lived in the sea of sand. Occasionally, one could see guests who could not find the inheritance hunting them. Stop right there. Hand over all the dragon essence you collected. Just at this moment, two people rushed out from behind, and one of them shouted loudly. The many princes' guests came from all walks of life. After coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they revealed some of their bad habits. The black-clad man remained expressionless when he heard that. He silently turned around and glanced at the two. The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye flickered with a weak light. The two three-veined sovereign emperors preparing to rob the black-clad man immediately felt a chill in their faces. Horror inexplicably welled up in their hearts. Plop! Plop! The heart of the short-haired man on the right beat increasingly fast, so fast that he could not control it. He felt something choking his throat. His breathing turned ragged, and he could not speak. Suddenly, without any warning, blood oozed out of that person's 7 orifices, and his heart leaped out of his chest. That person died on the spot, his eyes wide open. Before he died, he seemed to have suffered boundless torture, his eyes filled with boundless horror. Ah! The remaining three-veined sovereign emperor screamed in fright, trembling as he looked at the black-clad man. Such a scene was completely beyond his understanding. Boom! In his desperation, the black-clad man's aura surged, hating that he could not use up all his divine energy. The black-clad man ruthlessly threw a palm strike. The force of this palm strike gathered his divine energy, soul energy, and Dao domain, turning it into a fiercely burning eagle claw. This claw tore through the sky, and intense flames surged into the sky. Even a 4-veined sovereign emperor had to deal with it cautiously, not getting careless. This was the peak strike of this black-clad man out of extreme fear. He wanted to use this to buy himself some time to flee. Whoosh! The scarlet cross in the depths of the black-clad man's left eye spun frantically. In the next moment, something strange happened. The blazing eagle claw that seemed to be able to tear apart a small world got swallowed up by the black-clad man's left eye. There was no sound, no trace left. That black-clad man was utterly stunned. He even forgot to flee. When that black-clad man startled awake, he screamed and turned around to flee. However, just as he turned around, a strong suction came from him, and his entire body moved back. No matter how he struggled, he could not resist. That black-clad man could only grab at the air helplessly. Then, the wild, berserk energy pulled him into the black-clad man's left eye. Crack! Crack! The black-clad man's left eye seemed to contain a powerful ferocious beast. After it swallowed up that black-clad man, it gave off cracking sounds. The surroundings were so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. If someone heard these cracking sounds, they would definitely be horrified, not understanding what was going on. 2 three-veined sovereign emperors died silently in the eyes of the black-clad man called Shi. One was frightened to death, and the other was swallowed alive. However, all this seemed insignificant in the black-clad man's eyes. The black-clad man's expression did not change at all. He turned around and continued strolling through the desert, heading for the place where the sun set. After a while, under the afterglow of the huge setting sun, the black-clad man finally saw the person he wanted to see, Yan Tsangming. Zhen Yuan stood at Yan Tsangming's side, hugging a saber as he stood at the side with his eyes half closed. Zhen Yuan did not look at the black-clad man, not even glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. The afterglow still shone on his face. "Brother Yan, we meet again. The black-clad man's expression finally changed when he saw Yan Cangming. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Lord Shi. Yan Cangming performed a cupped fist salute and bowed slightly, expressing his respect for this person. Brother Yan, you are still as polite as before. You know when to advance and when to retreat. How about it? Have you considered what I told you before you came? The black-clad man asked indifferently, not minding it. Yan Cangming said after some thought, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Shi. I will not give this ethereal immortal palace key to anyone. However, I have never been disrespectful to Lord Shi, much less dare to be an enemy. Boom! The black-clad man's gaze sank, and his eyelids drooped slightly. Immediately, it felt like the sky pressed down heavily under his gaze. Even the huge setting sun seemed small above his head. Zhen Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, which had been closed all this while. Zhen Yuan's right hand inadvertently grasped his saber's hilt. Mysterious black patterns appeared on Yan Cangming's face, looking like dragon scales and looking somewhat sinister. Black death qi spread out from Yan Cangming's body, squirming like it was alive. However, Yan Cangming's expression did not change, and there was no hostility in his eyes. All of a sudden, all the pressure was swept away. The black-clad man's lips curled up. With this smile, the demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers around scattered, and the setting sun turned bright. Brother Yan, I have always treated you as a friend. How can you say such a thing? Even if you hold enmity for me, you will still be my friend. It is normal for friends to misunderstand each other. The black-clad man paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly shifted his gaze to the sky and said, however, this friend, there is no point in hiding. Hey, where are you looking at? I'm behind you. The black-clad man's expression changed slightly. When he turned around, he saw a person leaping out of the setting sun. This person appeared out of nowhere with an indistinct smile on his face. He had a calm expression and carried a sword on his back. Chapter 2284. The appearance of this person in the sun surprised the black-clad man. To think that he could not grasp the other party's position. The black-clad man could not help showing some doubt. The black-clad man was very confident in his perception. In that case, did this person teleport in an instant, or had he been hiding in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb's sun from the start to the end? Zhen Yuan and Yan Cangming exchanged glances. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, they somewhat understood why the black-clad man suddenly stopped. It must be because of this person. The black-clad man's background and strength were extremely horrifying. This was especially so for his eye technique, which inspired despair. I am certain that you are not among the prince's guests. Who are you? I am really curious. The black-clad man quickly recovered his calm as he spoke indifferently. The Xuewu dynasty's first prince has been missing for more than 100 years. In the past decade, he appeared in the demonic Dao Hall. Rumor has it that he was born with a demonic eye that can plunge one into boundless fear. It can swallow up everything in the world, even bloodlines and souls. The person who arrived did not answer the black-clad man. Instead, he enunciated every word before continuing, this prince's name is Shi. The demonic Dao Hall has already designated him as the Xuewu dynasty's crown prince. However, he remains extremely low profile. Even within the Xuewu dynasty, few people know about him. Huh. It looks like you understand a lot about me. The black-clad man did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, however, I already know who you are. You are the universe origin sect's Dao Scion, Chu Chaoyun. A shocking genius who comprehended the primal chaos great bandit. You have answered my doubts about why I could not determine your location. Might I ask out of turn? Your primal chaos great Dao can confuse space, but can it confuse time? Chu Chaoyun smiled and countered, why don't you guess? There's no need to guess. If you cannot, you can just die. A scarlet cross appeared in the black-clad man's eyes. Chu Chaoyun's expression immediately changed, and his figure slowly turned blurry in the air. Yan Cangming felt slightly stunned. Then, he suddenly understood something and looked around. He saw Chu Chaoyun's figure appear where the black-clad man first determined Chu Chaoyun's location. However, the moment he appeared, his figure turned blurry again. Where is he? Yan Cangming looked around. He discovered that every time he locked on to Chu Chaoyun, space would turn chaotic for some reason, disappearing from his vision. His figure continued to blur as he went further and further away. Hee, you can't escape. Since I've discovered your secret, there's no reason for me to let you go. The man in black snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the front. The blood-colored cross in his left eye flickered with light and started to spin crazily like a cross on the ground. Whoosh! The space in the surroundings twisted, and the space in the sky, the ground, the front, the back, the left, and the right, there were no blind spots, were all sucked in by his left eye. No matter how Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed in the distorted space, he could not avoid it. In the distorted space, blurry figures were being sucked toward the left eye of the man in black. Because there was no dead angle at all. The black-clothed man stood on the spot, and everything in the space around him was devoured by his left eye. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly, and he stopped running. The thousands of figures in the distorted space merged together, revealing his true body. At the same time, Chu Chaoyun quickly formed hand seals with both hands, showing a grave expression. At the critical moment, Chu Chaoyun's body released a weak light. That was the primal chaos Dao domain. The instant this weak primal chaos Dao domain was brought out, divine characters appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. His eyes shone with an extremely resplendent golden light. The heavenly flame covering Chu Chaoyun's body looked like glass, resplendent and crystalline. That flame gave off an ancient aura, breaking through the barriers of countless epochs. Whoosh! The flame flowed through the distorted space like silver light, surging into the black-clothed man's left eye. The surrounding distorted space instantly recovered. Blood leaked out of Chu Chaoyun's lips as he took the opportunity to flee. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he looked coldly in the direction that Chu Chaoyun had taken. Everywhere the black-clothed man passed, space turned chaotic and layered over. The black-clothed man could not lock onto Chu Chaoyun's figure at all. Consider yourself lucky. The black-clothed man looked around and fixed his gaze on Yan Cangming and Jin Yuan, who were not far away. Then, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, "How embarrassing. I could not even trap an insignificant primal chaos Dao disciple. I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yan." The strength that Chu Chaoyun displayed earlier was not an ordinary kind of horrifying. Just that technique of distorting space alone was enough to make Chu Chaoyun tremble. Just that move alone gave Yan Cangming a headache. However, before the black-clothed man, he could only flee. Although it was embarrassing, Yan Cangming and Jin Yuan did not think that Xiao Chen was weak. Yan Cangming said softly, "Lord, she really knows how to joke." This primal chaos Dao disciple could not even retaliate before Lord Shi. He could only flee. Lord Shi probably did not even bring out 1,000th of his strength. When the black-clothed man heard that, he guffawed endlessly. This strange laughter was completely unfathomable. Yan Cangming smiled embarrassedly. However, he felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. He did not know what this black-clothed man was up to. "Brother Yan, you are a smart person. That's why I like making friends with you. It is understandable for friends to have some misunderstandings." The black-clothed man stopped smiling and looked meaningfully at Yan Cangming. Yan Cangming nodded and said, "Lord, she is right." "Good. In that case, I will not beat around the bush. I will not insist on the ethereal immortal palace key in your hand. There is no need for me to tell you how to express yourself, right? the black-clothed man said calmly, giving off an unquestionable air. After some thought, Yan Tsangming said, if the ethereal immortal palace appears, I will definitely stand on Lord Shi's side. The black-clothed man smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhen Yuan. The black-clothed man revealed a playful expression as he said softly, I sense fear in you. How interesting. After saying that, the black-clothed man shook his head and turned to leave. The black-clothed man's final words shocked Yan Tsangming. Yan Tsangming sent a voice projection, Zhen Yuan, did he discover your secret? It's hard to say. However, he is skilled in the fear Dao, even fear itself. It is hard to say if he discovered anything. However, he will definitely not discover the Black Dragon King's secret. That's good. Did you notice? Huh. He is injured. Zhen Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked at Yan Tsangming and frowned. Are you sure? Yan Tsangming's earlier respectful attitude vanished. He said coldly, I saw it very clearly. Earlier, that primal chaos true sun did not fluster in the face of danger. At the moment of life and death, he forcefully drove his primal chaos Dao domain and brought out the might of a true god's true flame. Shi's heaven-swallowing demonic eye is said to be able to consume everything in the world. However, that primal chaos true flame is also said to be able to burn everything in the world to ashes. Zhen Yuan's eyes lit up. That is really good news. I keep feeling that he is an undefeatable existence. Even if I bring out my full power, I can only severely injure him. Yan Tsangming said seriously, this is one of his means. He wants to portray himself as undefeatable, planting the seed of fear in the hearts of everyone who comes into contact with him. The longer one interacts with him, the harder it is to defeat him. We have to thank this primal chaos true sun for breaking the seed that she planted in our hearts. Zhen Yuan sighed, fear is truly incomprehensible. There is no need to care about that. The two of us only need to know that he has openings as well. Come, let's meet up with the sixth prince. Right. Yan Tsangming and Zhen Yuan immediately left, not wanting to linger. Chu Chaoyun, on the other side, the distant black-clad man muttered to himself with his eyes closed and the yellow sand filling the air. Black blood dripped down from his left eye along the half of his mask. Drip. The instant the blood landed on the yellow sand, all the spiritual energy and life force within 5,000 kilometers were swallowed up by this drop of black blood. Following that, the yellow sand filled the air, losing all life force. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers turned into a black desert. At a glance, one would think that the black blood had assimilated the desert. When the black-clad man opened his eyes again, a golden flame came out of his left eye. The black-clad man's pale complexion slowly recovered its color. As he looked at these flames, he revealed a look of disgust. Yan Tsangming, I hope you don't think too highly of yourself. The black-clad man snorted coldly and soared into the air, turning into a black cloud that vanished into the horizon. Chapter 2285. 2 days later, at the summit of a snowy mountain, Xiao Chen, who had already completely refined the scarlet rose, opened his eyes, and his Dao might immediately soared. First layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Xiao Chen's ice Dao domain rose by 2 layers, reaching the 4th layer. The boundless benefits of the ice inheritance far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations, allowing him to gain a lot. Flowers bloomed before Xiao Chen's eyes, and heavy snow drifted before him. With a thought, the radiating Dao domain turned into a cold light and withdrew. The Dao domain condensed in Xiao Chen's hand, turning into a glistening scarlet rose. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the rose scattered, turning into petals dancing in the air. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. By relying on the white-clad Yan Emperor's inheritance, Xiao Chen could instantly control the strengthened 4th layer ice Dao domain as he pleased. With a thought, he could condense the 4th layer ice Dao domain into a rose on his palm. With another movement, he could easily spread out the fourth layer Ice Dao domain, turning it into a rain of petals, forming a special field. It's time to search for other inheritances. After tasting the benefits, Xiaochen decided to continue searching for inheritances. Either he did not search or he went to superior grade inheritances. Only then could he gain something. However, he would probably have to go to a huge battle after this. 5 days had passed in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Most of the guests had already adapted to the spatial pressure here, and with the dragon essence they had collected, furthermore, they had collected dragon essence and could no longer bring out less than 50% of their strength. Xiaochen executed the heavenly eye, and a vertical eye flew out from his forehead and hovered in the air. Xiaochen used the heavenly eye to look into the distance. He saw many things that others could not see. Others were conquering those inheritances, and no one was interested in those inheritances. He could also see it clearly, which could avoid a lot of trouble and save him a lot of time. After a while, Xiaochen withdrew the heavenly eye. Then, he grasped the jade strip and checked the map of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The inheritances in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb were left by the previous Yan emperors. The closer one was to the center, the more dangerous it would be. However, the level of the inheritances would also increase. Most importantly, the native ferocious beasts were stronger. Aside from this, there were many forbidden lands in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The so-called forbidden lands were places that even the imperial ancestral temple could not figure out. 9 out of 10 people would die after entering. Where should I go? Unlike the jade slips of the other princes, Xiaochen's jade slips did not contain much additional information. For example, the first prince knew of some superior legacies that others did not know about, so he could easily make his choice. If it were Xiaochen, things would not be so simple. How to judge was crucial. Let's do it here. Our target is the Thunder Flame inheritance. Just now, I saw some of the prince's guests coming out with dejected expressions. I think they failed to break through. Xiaochen made his choice based on the information he saw with the heavenly insight god eye. All the previous Yan emperors of the Yanwu dynasty were swordsmen. Most of them were good at the fire Dao. There were also many geniuses who grasped 2 types of great Daoists at the same time and could combine them perfectly. The Thunder Flame inheritance was such a place, the Thunder Dao and the Fire Dao. The demon blood vulture appeared, and Xiaochen leaped into the air and landed on it. 4 days later, the Thunder Flame inheritance appeared before Xiaochen. From the outside, it looked like a vast and imposing palace. There were many signs of battle nearby. Clearly, this Thunder Flame inheritance was a juicy piece of meat that several princes intended to occupy. However, it did not seem that easy to deal with. Thunderclouds covered the ceiling of the palace. Occasionally, lightning bolts descended. When the lightning landed, it immediately burned, scorching the surrounding 5,000 kilometers around the palace. Without a certain level of strength, it would be difficult to enter. Someone is coming? Xiaochen frowned slightly. In the next moment, he turned into a purple electric mark and instantly vanished. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, 3 figures descended from the sky. A horrifying emperor's might instantly spread out. Xiaochen saw from the shadows that the 13th prince's guests had also charged into this inheritance. 2 of the 3 middle-aged men gave off the aura of a golden dragon. They were horrifying 4 vain sovereign emperors. These 2 were called Qin Yu and Qin Liang. They were the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming's paternal uncles. The other person was even stronger, actually a 5-veined sovereign emperor. This person's eyes filled with wildness. He was the Heavenly Wolf Empire's expert, Tuoba Yun. The 13th prince's guests split into 3 groups, sweeping through everything before them. The 3 of them were one of the groups. They had already conquered several inheritances. Then, they targeted the Thunder Flame inheritance, which had already troubled several princes. There seemed to be someone earlier. Tuoba Yun showed a calm gaze as he cautiously sized up the surroundings, using his soul energy to sense. After some thought, Qin Yu said, I saw it as well. However, I only saw a vague figure that looked like someone. A sinister light flashed in Qin Liang's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, It's Xiao Chen. He is the person that the purple gold dragon emperor wanted to kill. He should have sensed us coming and entered first, or he is hiding. In that case, there is no need to care about him. He is just a mere two-veined sovereign emperor. He is not a threat. As a five-veined sovereign emperor, Tuoba Yun was qualified to say that. Right. If he dares to show himself, the three did not say anything more. They ignored the descending thunder flame as they strode towards the palace. This is somewhat problematic. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The three were all great perfection sovereign emperors. This was especially so for Tuoba Yun, a five-veined sovereign emperor. The most crucial thing was that there were two golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors. Xiao Chen had a deep grudge with the golden dragon bloodline, nearly to the point where they would not rest until one side was dead. Everyone in the golden dragon bloodline viewed Xiao Chen as a thorn in their flesh, wishing to get rid of him as soon as possible. Never mind. I have to obtain the thunder flame inheritance. A cold look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. As for the two golden dragon race great perfection sovereign emperors, he had to kill them once he made a move. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and entered within 5,000 kilometers of the palace. Moving as light as a swallow, Xiao Chen weaved through the thousands of thunder flames as he pleased. Soon, he entered the palace. Indeed, there was a world inside. Only a metal bridge connected the two ends of the vast space. The bottom was a horrifying, pitch-black abyss. The end of the bridge led to an unknown place. Dang! 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 The sound of the metal chains reverberated endlessly in the dark space. Thunder roared endlessly in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, shocking him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's divine seal was strong and did not get affected. He walked steadily on the bridge, not flustered. After he was done, he entered another passageway. Using the light from the lamps on the walls, Xiao Chen turned his head back to look. He discovered that the bottom of the metal chains was filled with green thunder flames burning endlessly. Piles of white bones floated on the surface of the thunder flames. These were all sovereign emperors who had fallen from the metal chains. This looked like a simple path, but so many people died during experiential training. Bona fide sovereign emperors died here. This was truly lamentable. Sovereign emperors had tested it before, and it was already comparable to divine materials. After being burned by the thunder flames for thousands of years, it gave off a jade-green light. There's sound? Soft footsteps rang out, startling Xiao Chen slightly. Damn it! We actually ran into the 8th prince's guests at the final step after much difficulty. Let's go. These three great perfection sovereign emperors are pretty good for not robbing us. I guess it is because they have conquered too many inheritances. That's why they do not care about our gains. After a while, a group of people appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This group was bustling with dispirited expressions, clearly in a bad mood. There were quite a number of people, at least a dozen of them. After failing to break through the Thunder Flame inheritance in a few one-on-one battles, the mercenaries from different factions decided to team up. Who could have imagined that they would run into Tuoba Yun's group of 3 and be chased out? Before strength, they had no choice but to submit. Xiao Chen. Someone recognized Xiao Chen and was slightly stunned, clearly stunned. Nearly all the prince's guests had heard of Xiao Chen's name. It was not strange for someone to recognize him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said, "Excuse me." Then, he continued walking forward. Just as Xiao Chen was halfway there, someone suddenly shouted coldly, "Stop. What advice do you have?" "Nothing much. I heard that you have a medial-grade soul tool. You must have gained a lot in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, right? We would like to take a look. The one who spoke was a purple-clad, middle-aged man. Greed flashed in his eyes. Right after that person spoke, the others showed playful expressions. Although they belonged to different factions, they had formed an alliance before death. Even if Xiao Chen had a medial-grade soul tool, it would still be easy to deal with a two-vein sovereign emperor. Wasn't it a piece of cake? They had the advantage in numbers, and it wasn't a problem at all. Chapter 2286. The purple-clad, middle-aged man's name was Zhang Ping. He was the 18th prince's guest, a peak three-vein cultivator. Those who could cultivate to sovereign emperor before 500 years old were incredible existences. Those who could cultivate to three-vein sovereign emperor could be considered outstanding talents, considered experts in Yen City. However, among the many prince's guests, Zhang Ping could only be considered average. After being chased away by the 13th prince's three guests, Zhang Ping felt frustrated. When he suddenly saw Xiao Chen, he immediately had a bad idea. Zhang Ping immediately had a bad idea. Under Zhang Ye's instigation, the greed in these people's hearts stirred. Relying on their numbers, they became even more ferocious. What's wrong? Is young Master Xiao not willing? In that case, don't blame us for bullying you. You are still young and should not be willing to leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb so early, right? The purple-clad, middle-aged man, Zhang Ping, smiled mischievously. He thought that he had grasped Xiao Chen's weakness, certain that Xiao Chen would not dare to resist. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. After some thought, he said, "With your delay, I probably will not be able to obtain much benefit from this Thunder Flame inheritance. Never mind. I'll just take some losses from you." "Brat, you must be dreaming." A two-vein sovereign emperor with a fiery temper charged out of the crowd. This person was a three-vein sovereign emperor with a stocky build. With one look, it was clear that he cultivated a special body tempering cultivation technique. This grandpa will teach you a lesson. Star-breaking fist. Boom. The instant the man clenched his fist, an explosive force shot out. A strong wind howled like a saber. However, this man's fist light was even faster than the strong wind. He moved like lightning as he punched. As its name suggested, the star-breaking fist could shatter an average-sized star in the outside world when practiced to its peak. Given this man's cultivation, he had clearly practiced this fist to its peak. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could shatter a star in the outside world. Flickering lantern flames appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he instantly executed the candle dragon eyes. A candle dragon head image behind Xiao Chen opened at the same time. Then, a formless ice flame entered the man's body. The man's explosive speed slowed down before Xiao Chen. "Kneel." When he got close, Xiao Chen let out a cold shout and lifted his leg to crush his knee. With a miserable shriek, the burly man fell to his knees in front of Xiao Chen. The ice flame swept through his limbs, bones, internal organs, and soul pool, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Xiao Chen, who already possessed the fourth-layer Ice Dao domain, executed the candle dragon eyes. Its might was already incomparable to before. Xiao Chen subdued a three-vein sovereign emperor with one kick. Horror flashed in the eyes of the other guests. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Chen's strength clearly surpassed their expectations. "I forfeit." The man kneeling on the ground couldn't stand the pain of the ice flames, and he couldn't focus on healing in front of Xiao Chen, so he was forced to give up. "Everyone, hand over a treasure and transfer half of your dragon essence to me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Xiao Chen swept his gaze across the crowd of guests who wanted to rob him and shouted coldly. "Everyone, don't panic. No matter how strong he is just one person. If we attack together, even if a few of us die, we can still subdue him. The purple-clad, middle-aged man who spoke first shouted when he saw the situation, trying to boost morale. That was not wrong. Xiao Chen could not defeat so many sovereign emperors. However, the purple-clad, middle-aged man forgot one thing. If Xiao Chen wanted to leave, even if there were twice as many people, they could not stop him. Xiao Chen was born undefeatable. However, this group of people belonged to different princes. How could they dare to risk their lives to surround and attack Xiao Chen? Wishful thinking. Damn it! Zhang Ping raged in his heart. He knew that if he did not take the lead and delay Xiao Chen, the others would not make a move. Xiao Chen, don't be arrogant. Whoosh! A saber light appeared, and Zhang Ping took the lead to charge at Xiao Chen. A sharp saber light instantly encased Xiao Chen. Zhang Ping did not dare to be careless, not holding anything back. He merged his divine energy, soul energy, and Dao domain. He brought out everything he learned in his life into these saber lights. Whoosh! 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 However, Xiao Chen should not have executed his saber techniques before someone who comprehended the saber great Dao. This was simply making a fool of himself. You have not even comprehended the saber Dao domain, and yet you dare to draw your saber before me? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Chen mocked. He did not make a move, just casually walking around the saber lights that he saw as full of openings. Immediately, the boundlessly ferocious and tyrannical saber technique that others saw as boundlessly tyrannical moved. Xiao Chen looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, not even staining his clothes. Seeing that someone was fleeing quietly, Xiao Chen stopped wasting time with them. He placed his right hand on the scabbard on his back and said coldly, "The saber is not for you to play with." Clang! Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber with the support of the saber Dao domain. It easily shattered Zhang Ping's vast saber technique. Then, the tyrant saber hacked down heavily. Clang! The saber in Zhang Ping's hand flew away. Zhang Ping could not resist the huge force at all, instantly falling to the ground. Lie down for a while longer. Without even looking at Zhang Ping, Xiao Chen spun the tyrant saber around and stabbed it back. The tyrant saber pierced Zhang Ping's chest amid a startled cry, pinning him to the ground. At the same time, the god shadow bow appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He released his divine seal, drew back the bowstring, and released an arrow. The arrow pierced the hearts of the two sovereign emperors who had already stepped onto the metal chains, causing them to fall. Even 5 vain sovereign emperors could not block the horrifying thunder flame below. Naturally, only death awaited the two. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? The bow in my hand is called God's shadow. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find it hard to block this arrow of mine. There is only one way out. If you dare, you can give it a try. Xiao Chen spoke with a relaxed tone. His tone did not sound like that of a too vain sovereign emperor. The group of guests was stupefied when they saw this. With a raise of his hand, Xiao Chen easily took down 2-3 vain sovereign emperors. The combat prowess he showed already rivaled that of a 5 vain sovereign emperors. Let me go, and I'll give you a treasure. This is my jade strip. Zhang Ping grasped the tyrant saber with both hands. Electric light flickered on the saber, but he could not pull it out of his chest. He fell into utter despair. The first to submit to Xiao Chen was to say that Xiao Chen was unwilling to leave the ancient tomb. However, the one who was truly unwilling was Zhang Ping himself. With the example of Zhang Ping and the body-tempering man and the deterrence of the god Shadow Bao, this group of people had no choice but to submit. This group of people felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. They even cursed Zhang Ping's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. Everything was fine. Just let Xiao Chen walk over. Why did you stop the other party? After this group of people left, Xiao Chen looked at the watery and heavy jade strip and revealed a satisfied smile. Another dragon image swam around the jade strip. As for the treasures, there was an even greater pile. There were rare great desolate Aeon herbs, ancient divine materials, and ferocious beast souls. Even if Xiao Qun could not obtain the Thunder Flame inheritance on this trip, he had already profited greatly. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will repay them tenfold. Xiao Qun put away these treasures with a peace of mind. Then, he tightly grasped the jade strip and turned to head into the depths of the palace. After looking at the god's shadow bow in his hand, Xiao Qun entered deep thought. Then, he took out the death god mask and wore it. In that instant, Xiao Qun's aura vanished, becoming one with the darkness. There were 2 4-vein sovereign emperors and 1 5-vein sovereign emperor. They had the noblest backgrounds and outstanding talent, possessing great desolate Aeon bloodlines. The motley crew from earlier could not compare to these 3. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. If Xiao Qun could deal with or severely injure one of them, it would be much easier to fight. In the depths of the Thunder Flame inheritance, Tuoba Yun, Qin Yu, and Qin Liang fought a group of Thunder Devils and Flame Devils. The Thunder Devils and Flame Devils did not have bodies of flesh and blood. They were spirits born in the world and did not have high intelligence. However, they were hard to destroy and possessed horrifying destructive power. The most troublesome thing was that if one could not kill these Thunder Devils and Flame Devils in one strike, they would quickly revive. Hence, the Thunder Flame inheritance blocked the attacks of the many princes, not breaking through. However, it was hard to say now that the 3 met Tuoba Yun's group. These 3 truly lived up to being elite sovereign emperors carefully selected from the 8 great empires. They did not show any fear when facing the many Thunder Devils and Flame Devils. Nearly all of them killed in one strike. Occasionally, an expert could not kill in one strike. Another person would quickly make up for it, working well together. As for the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yun, he was even more incredible. He was currently fighting a mutated ferocious spirit alone. This ferocious spirit seemed to be a combination of a Thunder Devil and a Flame Devil. Half of its body flickered with electric light, and the other half was filled with surging flames. When the 2 merged, the ferocious spirit could switch between them as it pleased. With the support of the 2 Dao domains, it could bring out a Dao might close to the 9th layer. Even so, Tuoba Yun dealt with it very easily, appearing calm and at ease. It seemed like Tuoba Yun did not want to spend too much effort. He wanted to wait for Qin Yu and Qin Liang to finish off the other ferocious spirits before the 3 worked together to kill it. As the 3 fought intensely, they did not notice a figure merging into the darkness and observing for a long time. Tuoba Yun cannot move. Clearly, he is holding back. The god's shadow bow might not be able to hit him. I can only target Qin Yu or Qin Liang. Xiao Qun, who had been observing for a long time, already made up his mind. He drew the bowstring, and the heart flame burned, filling the arrow with arrows. Chapter 2287. Xiao Qun released his divine seal and infused his soul energy into the bow. The instant the heart flame filled the arrow, he let go. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time Xiao Qun let go, Qin Yu, who was preparing to kill a lightning fiend, felt his chest explode. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Qin Yu's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The heart flame in the arrow entered the wound and corroded Qin Yu's entire body. His mind shook, and the divine seal in his soul pool flickered and dimmed. A large amount of soul energy leaked out uncontrollably. Pa! The lightning fiend fighting Qin Yu did not even think before throwing a palm strike. The instant the wriggling purple palm struck Qin Yu's head, lightning fell from the sky at the same time. Boom! The severely injured Qin Yu, who was already on the verge of death, died on the spot. His soul scattered, and he no longer showed any signs of life. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The pitiful Qin Yu did not even have time to bring out his great desolate Aeon bloodline or his many life-saving treasures. He died just like that. Second brother. Not far away, Qin Liang was stunned for a long time when he saw this scene. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment Xiao Chen let go to Qin Yu's death, only 2 breaths had passed. Qin Liang could not save Qin Yu in time even if he wanted to. He could only watch as Qin Yu's corpse turned into a pile of mush. The lightning fiends continued to strike Qin Yu, a tragic sight to behold. After this arrow was shot, unless Xiao Chen left immediately, he would definitely expose himself if he remained here. Xiao Chen took off the death god mask and slowly revealed himself from the darkness. Qin Liang, who startled awake, narrowly dodged the attacks of the lightning fiends and the flame fiends. When he saw Xiao Chen's true appearance, he was enraged. Xiao Chen! You mixed-blood dragon, how dare you kill my second brother? The alloy dragon armor appeared. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression, unperturbed. Back in the Divine Dragon Empire, the Golden Dragon bloodline had nearly driven him into a corner. After he managed to escape with great difficulty, he still suffered 2 fatal assassinations. Each time, his life hung by a thread. Since Xiao Chen met this Golden Dragon expert, how could he show mercy? Should he wait for the other party to kill him? Impossible. Don't worry, you'll be accompanying him soon. Electric light flickered as silver battle armor covered Xiao Chen's entire body. Purple dragon patterns adorned the armor, and a reverse scale pendant hung on his forehead. After activating the alloy dragon armor, Xiao Chen's aura surged, and his entire aura changed. The withdrawn sharpness was completely revealed. Dragon might spread out, looking solid. Humph, I didn't come looking for you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. You're courting death. Seeing that not only did Xiao Chen not run, but he was charging towards him instead, Qin Liang laughed sinisterly. A set of golden dragon armor appeared. It looked dazzling with golden light, and dragon silhouettes flew around. However, compared to Xiao Chen's combined dragon armor, it was clearly much weaker. Tuoba Yun, who was currently fighting the Thunder Flame Devil, frowned slightly. He wanted to help. However, he could not be careless with the Thunder Cliff demonic fiend before him. It was not something that he could escape just because he wanted to. If he left and waited for it to return to its peak, all its previous efforts would have been in vain. Humph. With this thought, Tuoba Yun stopped holding back and attacked with all his might. He planned to quickly deal with the Thunder Flame Devil before helping Qin Liang deal with Xiao Chen. Furthermore, in Tuoba Yun's opinion, if not for a sneak attack, Xiao Chen might not have been able to kill Qin Yu. At the very least, Xiao Chen would not lose to Qin Liang in a head-on clash. One thought could change many things. With this thought, Qin Yu's fate was already decided. Emperor Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen and Qin Yu quickly clashed. Dragon roars rang out, and dragon images flew everywhere. One side executed the Golden Dragon race's Emperor Dragon Fist, and the other executed the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Emperor Dragon Fist was known as the Dragon race's top offensive technique. Among all fist techniques, no one could match it. However, the prerequisite was that the Supreme Dragon Fist did not appear. In a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. With every punch and every move, Qin Yu actually ended up at a disadvantage. No matter what he did, he could not reverse the situation. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Chen completely suppressed his Golden Dragon might. The Golden Dragon in his body did not even dare to raise its head. Qin Yu immediately felt somewhat flustered. The Golden Divine Dragon was the strongest of the Divine Dragon bloodlines. Aside from the Heaven Dragon, what other dragon race bloodline could suppress it? However, Qin Yu did not know that Xiao Chen had the Blue Dragon bloodline. Furthermore, he had the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline conferred by the royal genealogy. You are just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon, and you dare to be impudent? Back off! Qin Yu shouted, giving up on fighting Xiao Chen with his fist technique. Then, he took out a sword radiating an Emperor Dragon might. This was an inferior-grade soul tool. The most crucial thing was that it contained the Divine Dragon Empire's Emperor Dragon Might. This sword was far from what an ordinary inferior-grade soul tool could compare to. The dazzling sword gave off a bright light. A vague image of countless dragon images kneeling and worshipping appeared amid the light, recounting the tens of thousands of years of glory of a legendary race. With the support of the Emperor Dragon Might, Xiaochen felt a mountain-like pressure. He actually felt an urge to submit. This was the reverence the dragon race bloodline had for their race's dragon emperor. When facing this sword, it is like a dragon race disciple personally descending. You insignificant mixed-blood dragon, why are you still not kneeling? Qin Yu revealed a cocky expression. He thought to himself, you are quite capable to be able to force me to draw this sword. However, it ends here. Ignorant. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. It is just a fake Holy Land, not the true Emperor Dragon sword. Instead of dodging, Xiaochen advanced instead of retreating. Before Qin Yu's shocked gaze, he drew the soul tool, Heavenly Slayer. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Qin Yu, who wanted to salvage the situation, vomited a mouthful of blood and took another 3 steps back. His right hand, which held the sword, exploded. He lost all feeling in his arm. This is Heavenly Slayer, the soul tool of my dragon race's treasure trove. It has been missing for a long time. How did it end up in your hands? You speak too much. Qin Yu, who was already at a disadvantage, panicked. However, Xiaochen did not give him a chance to speak. Using the might of Heavenly Slayer, Xiaochen unleashed a sharp saber move. Oh no! Tuoba Yun, who was dealing with the Thunder Flame Devil, sensed the might of Heavenly Slayer. Then, he looked at the two's battle. Tuoba Yun goggled. Qin Yu, a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor with the Golden Dragon bloodline, actually ended up in such a sorry state. Not to mention Qin Yu's body riddled with injuries, he even activated his bloodline. His situation did not change at all. However, during this moment of distraction, the shock waves of the Thunder Flame Devil's attack struck Tuoba Yun, shaking his soul and making his qi and blood surge. Damn it! Qin Yu felt helpless. The more anxious he became, the more chaotic he became. He was about to deal with the Thunder Flame Devil, but it ended up injuring him instead. Brother Tuoba, save me. The Emperor Dragon sword flew out of Qin Yu's hand. Frightened out of his wits, he called out loudly. Resolving the mundane. Regardless of whether Tuoba Yun decided to make a move or not, Xiaochen did not intend to let Qin Yu live. Even if Xiaochen had to endure one of Tuoba Yun's attacks, he had to kill this person today. Since the mundane was resolved, it was eternal. Heavenly Slayer released an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Xiaochen remained expressionless as he turned into an ancient Buddhist venerate. He had transformed into an ancient Buddha, and the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures had all vanished. All his obsession was in this saber strike. Die. After losing the Emperor Dragon sword and facing a killing move executed by a medial-grade soul tool, even if he had 9 lives, he would not be able to survive. The instant the saber light chopped down, Qin Yu's defenses shattered layer by layer. Dissatisfaction filled Qin Yu's face, and horror filled his eyes. However, he could not do anything, only watch as the saber descended. The saber completely shattered Qin Yu's physical body and soul. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and unhurriedly picked up the Emperor Dragon sword replica and the jade strip containing the dragon essence the two left behind. Ka Xie. At this moment, the Thunder Flame Devil finally died at Tuoba Yun's hands. Tuoba Yun grabbed a primal chaos pearl flickering with lightning and flame. It was very difficult for the Thunder Flame Devil and the Flame Devil to merge. Furthermore, they merged so perfectly. The Thunder Flame Devil left behind was definitely a supreme treasure. After Xiaochen put away the Emperor Dragon sword and the jade strip, he happened to meet the eyes of Tuoba Yun, who had turned around. There was no fear in Tuoba Yun's eyes at all, only calmness. It was like killing 2 4-vein sovereign emperors was nothing to be proud of in Xiao Chen's eyes. There was no joy or sorrow, just calmness. Tuoba Yun felt shocked in his heart. What a terrifying mental state. Fortunately, he did not take the risk to save Qin Yu earlier. Otherwise, if he had been severely injured by the Thunder Flame Devil's counterattack before its death, it would have been very difficult for him to face this youth. However, now, Tuoba Yun no longer had any worries. No matter how stunning the other party was, he had no chance of victory before his deep cultivation. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. Earlier, you had the chance to attack me, Tuoba Yun said indifferently, not in a rush to attack. Tuoba Yun did not rush to make a move. At the same time, he calmly observed every detail of Xiao Chen's body. Tuoba Yun was referring to the instant Xiao Chen killed Qin Yu, before he finished off the Thunder Flame Devil. However, Xiao Chen did not grasp this excellent opportunity. Instead, he went to pick up the Emperor Dragon Sword and the Jade Strip the two left behind. There is no need. You have been holding back. Even though you decided to quickly kill the Thunder Flame Devil, you still have trump cards that you have not used. If I make a move, I will instantly suffer a lightning-quick strike from you. As a 2-vein sovereign emperor, I cannot endure a peak strike from a 5-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen spoke with a calm expression, showing no openings. Tuoba Yun's expression changed slightly as he said coldly, "Since you know that you cannot defeat me, why are you still not scramming? Is that so?" "I did not say that. Naturally, I am not leaving because I want the Thunder Flame inheritance. You are very naive to think that you can monopolize it." Xiao Chen saw through the other party's thoughts, revealing a mocking expression. The instant Xiao Chen spoke, he opened his right hand, and a scarlet rose slowly bloomed on his palm. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's peak 4th-layer Ice Dao domain instantly spread out. As snowflakes drifted down, a chill assaulted him. It's not over yet. The instant the snowflakes landed, resplendent electricity burst out of Xiao Chen's body. The lightning patterns on his alloy dragon armor lit up. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, Xiao Chen's peak 5th-layer Thunder Dao domain broke through 2 layers, reaching a startling 7th-layer Dao Might. Ice and lightning layered over each other. His Dao Might soared again, approaching the 9th layer. The instant Xiao Chen opened his palm, his aura soared. He was no weaker than Tuoba Yun, even slightly stronger. "Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram." Fighting spirit blazed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He remained calm as he stared at Tuoba Yun, taking the initiative to challenge him. Chapter 2288. "Come, let me see what ability you have to make me scram." The calm expression in Xiao Chen's eyes and his calmness enraged Tuoba Yun. Since when did a junior dare to be so arrogant before him? 4th-layer Ice Dao domain, 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain, pretty good fusion. However, you are too naive if you think that you can fight me with this. I'll show you what a 5-vein sovereign emperor is. Tuoba Yun felt like his dignity was being challenged. If he could endure at this moment, he would be letting down his heart of the martial Dao. Boom! Right after Tuoba Yun spoke, 5 rings of light burst out behind him. Each ring of light represented a divine vein. Furthermore, these rings of light were dense and vast, giving off an ancient feeling of being one with the heavens. This fully revealed Tuoba Yun's deep cultivation. This showed that Tuoba Yun's divine energy was not something an ordinary sovereign emperor could compare to. Like Xiao Chen, Tuoba Yun had used up a lot of resources to refine it several times. His cultivation technique might not be as good as the 10,000 Dragons art. However, given the Heavenly Wolf Empire's accumulations, it should not be too far off. Tuoba Yun came from an empire's royal clan, had outstanding talent, a strong bloodline, abundant resources. It was no exaggeration to label Tuoba Yun with all these things. Tuoba Yun was the kind of outstanding talent that was born with a higher starting point than others and could persist in bitter cultivation. With hundreds of years of accumulation, even without any fortuitous encounters, such a person would be much stronger than an ordinary four-veined sovereign emperor. Bang! Vast divine energy surged like the sea, giving Tuoba Yun a strong aura. After he snorted coldly, he brought out his Thunder Dao domain as well. Tuoba Yun's Thunder Dao domain was only at the 5th layer. However, with the support of his divine energy, it was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. A strong wind howled, accompanied by thunder. Crack! Crack! Tuoba Yun's aura surged out like a surging wave. Just the shock waves blasted the many thunder devils and flame devils in the area into pieces. What a strong emperor's might! Withdraw, Xiao Chen said softly as he withdrew the 2 Dao domains that he radiated. When the other party's overwhelming aura arrived, Xiao Chen punched out. Lightning and ice surged. Xiao Chen broke a hole in his opponent's momentum. Moving like a dragon, Xiao Chen leaped out of the opening and dodged the attack. This is just the beginning, kid. When Tuoba Yun saw that Xiao Chen did not dare to clash head-on with Xiao Chen, he smiled coldly and filled the entire space with his Dao domain. 5 light wheels flickered behind him as he closed in on Xiao Chen and slammed his palm down. Roar! The moment he thrust out his palm, the 5 light wheels behind him condensed into a howling white wolf. Heavenly Wolf shatters the sun. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art, and dragons emerged from his divine energy. Boundless divine energy turned into raging flames that blasted out. Bang! Bang! Immediately, thousands of dragon images leaped out of Xiao Chen's fist light, forcefully blocking Tuoba Yun's attack. Die! Tuoba Yun revealed a sinister smile. The instant Xiao Chen's attack came into contact, he immediately changed his move. After a feint, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at Xiao Chen's chest. You are still too inexperienced to fight me. This is my true killing move. Dang! When the fist light landed on the alloy dragon armor, it produced a loud sound as if it had struck a metal mountain. Electric patterns flickered on the alloy dragon armor, looking dazzling. Blue Dragon War Body, awaken! Xiao Chen shouted and activated the divine dragon body tempering art. His body awakened inside the alloy dragon armor, and the blue dragon war body materialized a layer of inner armor, negating most of the force from Tuoba Yun's punch. Candle Dragon Eyes. The lantern flames in Xiao Chen's eyes flickered, and the icy demonic flame instantly landed on Tuoba Yun's body, burning fiercely. Whoosh! Tuoba Yun grunted and quickly retreated. Electric light flashed in his body. Then, he released a strand of extreme electric light from his body. Tuoba Yun used a large amount of divine energy to force out the thousands of icy flames. After suffering a small loss, Tuoba Yun felt enraged. He roared, Heavenly Wolf swallowing the moon. The light wheels of the 5 divine veins formed a huge heavenly wolf. It opened its huge mouth and leaped out, heading for Xiao Chen. That huge mouth was boundlessly vast. It could swallow a river, the setting sun, the stars, and the bright moon. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's figure moved like the cool breeze, moving up and down. As he waved his hand, a painting unfurled. Bang! It was a ferocious dog that dared to swallow the sun and the moon. When it crashed into the painting, it was like a ferocious beast crashing into a steel plate, knocked back. One painting separated life and death. No matter how much you swallow the moon, what can you do to me? What the heck? Blood leaked out of a corner of Tuoba Yun's mouth. He felt an incredible toothache. Earlier, the heavenly wolf was connected to his soul. When Tuoba Yun crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he felt like an ordinary person crashing into a steel plate. The pain made him grimace and look miserable. Tuoba Yun tumbled a few times in the air. When he tried to see the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram clearly, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already withdrawn it. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiao Chen opened his palm. With the support of the Thunder Dao domain, the five-element divine lightning formed a short spear shining with bright light. Whoosh! 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 The many Thunder Monarch spears in Xiao Chen's hand shot out like arrows. As Xiao Chen executed the Divine Firmament 9 variations, the Thunder Monarch spears formed by the five-element divine lightning covered the place. When the spears landed on the wall with restrictions, they stabbed deep into it, creating spiderweb-like cracks. After suffering repeated setbacks in his attacks, he suddenly faced such a thunderous attack that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuoba Yun wanted to dodge, but he could not. Several Thunder Monarch spears stabbed him. Electric light exploded, causing Tuoba Yun to cry out in pain. Although Tuoba Yun looked miserable, he was not truly severely injured. After all, he still had his vast cultivation as a 5-vein sovereign emperor. If it were another 3-vein sovereign emperor, one spear strike would have killed him, scattering his soul. Such torture nearly drove Tuoba Yun crazy. He wanted to execute a killing move several times to fight to the death with Xiao Chen. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen moved around. Aside from leaving behind purple electric marks, he could not determine his true body. Damn it! If you have the guts, stop hiding. Tuoba Yun roared as he shattered the Thunder Monarch spears, flustered and exasperated. As you wish. Thousands of electric images gathered in the air. The instant Xiao Chen revealed his true body, he drew the soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber, entering hell. Xiao Chen used a medial-grade soul tool to execute the powerful killing move, entering hell. In that instant, an Azura hell descended upon the world. Xiao Chen held a hellish evil dragon materialized by Heavenly Slayer as it descended, wanting to swallow up the world. F***CK. The might of the world breaking and hell descending truly startled Tuoba Yun. He couldn't help but curse. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a wolf-tooth mace with sharp sawteeth that flickered with a black light. He used it to meet Xiao Chen's saber. As the light spread out, all sorts of mysterious phenomena shattered. The entire space turned hazy. When everything vanished, Xiao Chen stood in the air, clad in the alloy dragon armor and carrying the tyrant saber on his back. Tuoba Yun stood on the ground, holding the mace glowing with dark light. He panted heavily as he looked helplessly at the calm and collected Xiao Chen in the air. He felt that he was clearly stronger than the other party, but he was at a disadvantage, unable to hurt the other party at all. Instead, he ended up in a sorry state, covered in injuries. Tuoba Yun felt helpless. I give up. Let's do it this way. You and I will jointly obtain this Thunder Flame inheritance, but I want 70% because I was the one who killed that Thunder Flame devil. Tuoba Yun said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Sure. Give me the Thunder Flame Pearl, and you can get 70%, Xiao Chen said softly with a calm expression. Scram. In your dreams. This is a rare primal chaos pearl. 60-40, then. I will get 60%, and you get 40. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss it. You can continue trying and see if you can injure me. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, appearing somewhat cold and inhumane. 60-40, you get 60%, and I get 40. Tuoba Yun's heart crumbled. Since when could a 2-vein sovereign emperor say such things to him in such a righteous and confident manner? However, when Tuoba Yun saw Xiao Chen's cold expression, he sighed in his heart. If I continue fighting, I might not gain an advantage. In any case, I already obtained the Thunder Flame Pearl. I'll just leave it at this for now. After consoling himself, Tuoba Yun said after some thought, all right, I agree. Open a path. Xiao Chen pointed to the depths of the inheritance, at the final bronze door with restrictions. That's it for now. In the end, this Tuoba Yun was a five-veined sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Chen did not fear the other party, it would be hard for him to truly kill the other party. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb had just begun. There was no need to take such a risk. It was already sufficient for Xiao Chen to gain some advantage over the other party. One should never let greed blind one's heart. Tuoba Yun, who was holding his mace, felt very sullen. He felt that he was an expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal family. He felt like a bona fide expert of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan, but before Xiao Chen, he was like a dog being ordered around. Chapter 2289. In the center of the ancient bronze gate was a mysterious lightning pattern. Tuoba Yun stepped forward and smashed the door with his mace without saying a word. Xiao Chen's spiked club was a peak inferior grade soul tool, even stronger than Qin Liang's false emperor dragon sword. The bronze door shattered, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goo-goo. Goo-goo. At the same time, a strange sound rang out, and endless black-armored insects surged out like a wave. Scarab? Xiao Chen and Tuoba Yun both recognized this ferocious beast. It was an ancient wondrous insect that was close to a consummate technique in the Great Thousand Realms. It could chew on divine materials, swallow soul treasures, and spit out poison. It was impervious to fire and water, and weapons would find it hard to injure it. The two's expressions changed slightly. Not daring to be careless, they quickly dodged. Oh my God! Why are there so many sacred beetles? I can't go in. Tuoba Yun sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the sacred beetles pouring out of the entrance like waves. Clang clang clang. The two of them were naturally unwilling to give up, so they each took action to kill the sacred beetles. It was barely effective and could only push him back, not kill him in one strike. At this rate, if he didn't leave, he might even fall into it and die a horrible death. Tuoba Yun frowned heavily as he observed Xiao Chen's expression, trying to figure something out. The sudden situation left him at a loss as to what to do. He wanted to see if Xiao Chen had any way to deal with these sacred beetles. However, he noticed that the other party's complexion was slightly unsightly, even worse than the others. For some reason, Tuoba Yun felt joy in his heart when he saw Xiao Chen struggling so much. In the end, you are just a two-veined sovereign emperor. Tuoba Yun, I will leave first. This inheritance is yours. It was more important to stay alive. It was not easy to deal with these great desolate mutants. Even with all his martial techniques and divine weapons, he felt helpless, his killing power limited. What was even more terrifying was that the sacred beetles were still pouring out of the broken gate and letting out strange cries. F***CK. Seeing Xiao Chen vanish right after he spoke, Tuoba Yun cursed. Ha ha ha. This brat really wanted to kill him. Hurry up and leave. Boom boom boom. Tuoba Yun brandished the dark spiked mace in his hand and roared. Then, he forcefully carved out a path and fled. After a while, he confirmed that Tuoba Yun had truly left. A figure slowly appeared in the darkness. Xiao Chen took off the death god mask and reappeared. So he hadn't gone far at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This sudden change had helped him a lot. Demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen shouted, and a scarlet light flashed. The demon blood vulture covered in scarlet flames appeared. Roar. It seemed to have endured for a long time. The moment it was summoned, it opened its mouth. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex appeared in his mouth. It was like a black hole, devouring the desolate era's strange species. The sacred beetles, which were initially problematic for Xiao Chen and Tuoba Yun, became a delicacy for the demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it was an extremely rare species of the Great Thousand Worlds, the sacred beetle. Crunch. Crunch. The demon blood vulture chewed continuously as it swallowed, giving off crunching sounds. Ga. 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 How awesome! How awesome! I feel that I can make another breakthrough this time. The demon blood vulture appeared very excited as it did its best to devour these sacred beetles. The scarlet flames on its body burned fiercely, looking like holy flames. With the demon blood vulture here, these sacred beetles were no problem for Xiaochen. Furthermore, he could use this to shake off Tuoba Yun, the old fogey. This was simply great. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he entered the back of the ancient, bronze doors. Boom! The berserk thunder flames turned into waves that flowed like water, filling this space. What delighted Xiaochen was that these thunder flames contained incredibly pure dragon essence. It looked like the thunder flame inheritance was here. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my test. A portion of the flowing thunder flames formed a figure, the previous owner of this place. Like the white-clad Yen Emperor that Xiaochen came into contact with before, this person was a strand of remnant soul that managed the inheritance here. Xiaochen nodded slightly and did not say anything, waiting for this person to continue. You only grasped the Thunder Great Tao and cannot obtain my entire inheritance, only half, the remnant soul said softly as it sized up Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not feel surprised. This was just like the previous ice inheritance. If not for that person's appetite, he would not have obtained the entire inheritance. Clearly, the owner of this inheritance would have a similar request. I'm not interested. Many thanks, Senior. Xiaochen did not argue. He just accepted it calmly. Whoosh! The remnant soul formed hand seals with both hands, and resplendent electric light burst out from its 10 fingers. It flowed like water, looking very beautiful. What pure thunder great Tao energy! Xiaochen felt startled. This thunder great Tao energy was as pure as origin liquid, truly astonishing. After forming the hand seals, the remnant soul took out a jade bottle and poured in the purple electric liquid. Then, it handed it to Xiaochen. How heavy! Xiaochen could not help sighing softly as he received the bottle. This is the Thunder Immortal Dew for you. It has the same effect as origin liquid, directly improving your Thunder Great Tao. After the remnant soul finished speaking, it pointed with one hand and handed a secret manual to Xiaochen. After some thought, it said, "This is the Thunder Flame art that I created myself. Anyone who passes the test will obtain it." Thunder Flame art. Xiaochen felt somewhat bored. If only it were the Thunder Ice art. There is one last inheritance treasure for you. The great desolate Aeon fruit, heavenly cloud fruit. After the remnant soul handed the brocade box to Xiaochen, it vanished, turning into lightning and flames that merged into the water like thunder flame. Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave. He took out a jade strip and started collecting the dragon essence that was everywhere. At the same time, Tuoba Yun rushed back with a depressed expression. This trip was incredibly frustrating, especially when he could not do anything to Xiaochen at the end. Furthermore, Xiaochen ordered him around like a dog. Damn it! Don't let me catch that brat. That's not right. I have been walking for so long, but I do not sense any aura left behind by that brat. Tuoba Yun was a wily old fox. He suddenly came to a realization and noticed that something was wrong. After all, Xiaochen was a too-vain sovereign emperor. Unless he intentionally hid, he should have left behind some aura. Furthermore, Tuoba Yun had fought with Xiaochen before and was very familiar with his aura. Dong! 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 Just as Tuoba Yun felt uncertain and wondered if he should go back to take a look, footsteps came from ahead. Tuoba Yun immediately collected his thoughts and showed a cautious expression as he looked ahead with an unfathomable expression. In mere moments, 3 people appeared in Tuoba Yun's vision. The leader wore blue and white robes. He had a cold expression and a faint sword intent, exuding a pressing baleful aura. Brother Dao Yen. Tuoba Yun felt a chill as he unknowingly drew his spiked club. Tuoba Yun? The leader was the 8th prince's strongest guest, Dao Yen. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Yun met him here. Dao Yen clearly recognized Tuoba Yun, knowing that he was the 13th prince's strong subordinate. A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's heart. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were strong enemies. However, the murderous intent vanished in an instant. This was only the first round. The 8th prince and the 13th prince were far from fighting. Furthermore, the first prince was a common enemy. It was not good for the two to clash so early. Dao Yen smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Tuoba already took away this inheritance. We came here for nothing." Tuoba Yun was a 5-veined sovereign emperor with a great desolate Ian bloodline. He was not someone a regular 5-veined sovereign emperor could compare to. Since Tuoba Yun made a move, there was no hope for this Thunder Flame inheritance. However, Tuoba Yun was alone. His companions had either died or left. Perhaps, with one glance, Tuoba Yun knew what Dao Yen was thinking. He said calmly, "Given the 8th prince and the 13th prince's alliance, if I obtain the inheritance, logically speaking, I should share some benefits with Brother Dao Yen. At least I won't make Brother Dao Yen come here for nothing." Dao Yen thought to himself, Tuoba Yun is very reasonable. This is for the best. This will not hurt the friendship and make me feel better. However, I did not obtain the inheritance of this place. I will explain this later. Right now, I just want to ask, along the way, did Brother Dao Yen see the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen? Tuoba Yun asked seriously as a bright light flickered in his eyes. Xiaochen? A murderous intent flashed in Dao Yan's eyes as he asked softly, "Is he here?" "I did not see him." "Damn it! This brat played me." Tuoba Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Not bothering to explain, he turned and fled. Follow. Dao Yan's expression flickered as he quickly followed. Chapter 2290. The place where the Thunder Flame inheritance was, after the jade strip in Xiao Chen's hand reached 3 dragon images, it stopped increasing. There was clearly still a lot of dragon essence in the water-like Thunder Flame, but it could not increase. Perhaps that remnant soul could be controlled and wanted to preserve the dragon essence for the next successor in the succession race. This is enough. The Thunder Flame inheritance was a peak superior grade inheritance. With some small tricks, Xiaochen managed to fool Tuoba Yun away and monopolize the treasures and resources of this place. This was already a great harvest. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? I nearly forgot. Xiaochen took out 2 jade strips from his storage ring. The jade strips were heavy, and they also contained incredibly vast dragon essence. These were left by Qin Yu and Qin Liang. Earlier, these two relied on their bloodline advantage to move about without fear with Tuoba Yun. After breaking through many inheritances, they clearly gained a lot. Whoosh! Xiaochen transferred the dragon essence in the 2 jade strips to his own jade strip. In that instant, his jade strip gave off a dazzling light. It was crystalline and resplendent. The dazzling light moved people's hearts. Another dragon image swam in the surroundings, causing Xiaochen to reveal a joyful expression. The further one progressed, the harder it was to collect the dragon images in the jade strips. This jade slip with 4 dragons was equivalent to 10 jade slips with only 1 dragon roar. With such a harvest in less than 10 days, Xiaochen's dragon essence definitely surpassed everyone else's. It's time to go. After putting away the jade strip, Xiaochen left the inheritance hall. Crack! The instant Xiaochen stepped out, the shattered bronze door reformed. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he stared at the mysterious thunder pattern in the center of the ancient bronze door for a while. Without any warning, Xiaochen attacked ferociously, striking the thunder pattern. Bang! Xiaochen bounced back. Interesting. Xiao Chen was certain that the force of his strike was no weaker than Tuoba Yun's earlier strike. Since Xiao Chen could not break the door again, it could only mean that the thunder pattern did not work earlier. Xiao Chen gently stroked the thunder mark and closed his eyes. He could feel a strong and powerful force condensing within the thunder mark. Unable to understand it for the time being, Xiao Chen took out the stone slab and copied the lightning pattern. If he thought about it in the future, he might be able to gain something. When Xiao Chen turned around to look, the sacred beetles that were everywhere had disappeared without a trace. The demon blood vulture probably treated it as a great nourishing pill and directly consumed it. In the center of the hall, a blood cocoon was burning fiercely, and a wave of divine might was faintly discernible. When he focused his gaze, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient vermilion bird at the center of the blood cocoon. It looks like the demon blood vulture had a pretty good harvest. When it wakes up again, it should be able to make a breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen placed the blood cocoon into his storage ring. Dong dong dong. Hurried footsteps approached from afar, and a figure appeared like a gust of wind. It was Tuoba Yun, who had returned. "You're really here." Tuoba Yun felt enraged. When he looked around, he saw the bronze doors behind Xiao Chen recover. Tuoba Yun immediately felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. "You bastard! To think that you dared to trick me, monopolizing the Thunder Flame inheritance." Xiao Chen's expression did not change, ignoring the enraged Tuoba Yun. He sensed an even more terrifying aura behind him. Whoosh! Indeed, the moment Tuoba Yun finished speaking, Dao Yan appeared with the other two Divine Sword Pavilion experts. Dao Yan? Xiao Chen thought for a while and recalled this person. He had met this person once outside the palace. This was the strongest guest under the 8th Prince Wang Feng, the Divine Sword Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. The Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate Xiao Chen in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion might be this person. What a coincidence. Brother Xiao, unexpectedly, we meet here. Dao Yan said sinisterly when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile. When Tuoba Yun saw this scene, he could not help feeling nervous. Could this Xiao Chen be on good terms with Dao Yan? However, Tuoba Yun relaxed in the next moment. "Do you intend to give up on your own, or do you want me to let you go?" Dao Yan threatened in an indifferent tone. "It looks like you are definitely the Divine Sword Pavilion expert who tried to assassinate me in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion back then." Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he stared at Dao Yan. "Monarch Yu is one of my final disciples. As his master, it is not a big deal for me to seek justice for my disciple. However, I do not wish to dwell on these grudges. Hand over the Thunder Flame inheritance and the jade strip in your hand, and I can let you off for now." Strength reigned supreme in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dao Yan did not have any qualms, so he could not be bothered to keep up the pretense. "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot agree to that." "Die, then." Dao Yan snorted coldly, and a strand of sword qi appeared out of nowhere, shooting at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! In that instant, Xiao Chen turned into an ice sculpture, maintaining his earlier posture, not moving at all. Everywhere the sword qi passed, a pillar of ice condensed, looking like it would never melt. Tuoba Yun's expression changed dramatically in shock. 10th layer Dao domain, ice small world. To think that this Dao Yan comprehended the ice Dao domain to the 10th layer. The flowing shadows turned into ice, never melting. Dao Yan frowned slightly. Then, he looked around and discovered Xiao Chen in a different direction. The one that froze earlier was the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. Without saying anything, Dao Yan flicked his finger. More than 1,000 sword images with a chilling aura shot out from behind him, looking like flowing light. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory, continuously flickering. The many afterimages got sealed in ice. In mere moments, hundreds of afterimages were sealed in ice in the hall. The ice pillars formed by the sword images crisscrossed in the air, looking very scary. Crack! Xiaochen could not dodge in time. In the end, a strand of sword chi struck him. The cold penetrated the dragon armor and injured his physical body. Fortunately, Xiaochen had awakened his blue dragon divine body once, so he would not die instantly. As Xiaochen looked at the frost-encroaching alloy dragon armor, he did not get flustered or surprised. While the other party was talking to him, he had already spread his small world of ice soundlessly throughout this space. It was only a matter of time before Xiaochen got struck when fighting in this small world. Dao Yan's cultivation was only one grade higher than Tuoba Yun's. However, the combat prowess that he displayed was worlds apart. A 10th layer Dao domain and an ice small world could indeed inspire despair. You can only blame your greed for meeting me so early, overestimating yourself and wanting to monopolize a superior grade inheritance. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to give me the Thunder Flame inheritance or not? Dao Yan threatened again when he saw that he had already injured Xiaochen. Dao Yan feared that Xiaochen would give up and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. If that happened, he would not gain any benefits at all. Overestimating myself? I have many flaws, but I have never been arrogant. Dao Yan, you can't scare me. Xiaochen's body trembled. As electric light flickered, he scattered the frost on his body. The divine lightning talisman in his palm slowly appeared under the sea in his soul pool. The talisman formed by the immortal epoc's 10,000 tribulation divine lightning revealed a tip of the iceberg. With just a tip, the strongest divine lightning of the previous epoch burst out with horrifying lightning-attributed energy. Boom! The divine lightning talisman in Xiaochen's palm soared into the sky and instantly broke Dao Yan's small world. Then, it did not lose momentum. As boundless electric light flashed, the talisman broke the small world of the Thunder Flame inheritance. Ka-Xie! Ka-Xie! In that instant, chaos reigned. Dao Yan's ice small world shook. The eternal ice pillars in the air shattered, turning into a terrifying storm of ice and snow wreaking havoc. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he leaped up through the hole the divine lightning talisman broke. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The sudden situation startled Dao Yan. He gave chase with a ferocious roar. Fiendish saber inheritance, water droplet breaking the firmament. Saber intent gathered in Xiaochen's entire body. He flicked his finger, and a water droplet shot out. This water droplet looked unremarkable amid the many berserk ice storms. The raging Dao Yan did not notice it. He only had eyes for Xiaochen. Bang! This water droplet landed silently on Dao Yan's chest, and the water droplet exploded. Immediately, an unparalleled berserk saber intent shook the entire palace. Before the saber intent that spread out, the surrounding ice storms only lasted for a moment before shattering into ice shards. Dao Yan vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground, breaking the restrictions there. Amidst the rumbling, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and a terrifying, water-like thunder flame crazily overflowed. Dao Yan held his hand over his chest. Then, he looked at his hand, at the blood on it. Dao Yan found it unbelievable that Xiaochen managed to injure him. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Senior brother, the inheritance's self-destruct restriction has been activated. We have to leave quickly. The expressions of Dao Yan's two junior brothers changed drastically as they looked at the thunder flames scattering everywhere. As for Tuoba Yun, the saber intent had knocked him back. When he saw the scattered thunder flames, he fled in fright. Damn it! However, Dao Yan seemed to have gone mad. He roared with all his might, and his fine black hair instantly turned snow-white. A boundless cold light burst out of Dao Yan's body. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the thunder flames that even Tuoba Yun found horrifying were sealed in ice. If someone looked from outside, the entire palace would be covered in frost. The endless lightning bolts in the sky looked like spears sealed in ice. This startled the two from the Divine Sword Pavilion. They had not expected their senior brother's true strength to be so strong. "Xiao Chen, don't let me see you again," Dao Yan said through clenched teeth with a sullen expression, enunciating every word. However, no matter how sullen or furious Dao Yan felt, Xiao Chen had already left with the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2291. With the Divine Lightning Talisman supporting his Thunder Dao domain, Xiao Chen broke through two small worlds and left the Inheritance Palace. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he left a purple lightning mark in the air as he quickly flew away. An hour later, after confirming that no one was chasing after him, Xiao Chen lightly tapped the air and landed steadily like a swallow. Maintaining high-intensity flight in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb drained divine energy. Since there was no longer any threat, there was naturally no need to waste divine essence. The ground was a wasteland, with sporadic ferocious beasts moving about. Occasionally, some hanger-ons could be seen searching for inheritances in the distance. This place could be considered safe. So. Rising and falling, Xiao Chen leaped continuously, and after a while, he landed on a barren mountain. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming it carefully, he set up a simple camouflage array according to the surrounding environment. At this point, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Lightning flashed, and the alloy dragon armor turned into a mercury-like flowing light that entered the gloves. Looking at the wound on his chest that had yet to heal, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. A sovereign emperor who condensed a 10th-layer Dao domain was far stronger than Xiao Chen imagined. One strand of sword chi equaled a peak strike from a regular person. With the 10th-layer Dao domain, one's great Dao energy already underwent a qualitative change. Without reaching that level, it would be hard for others to truly understand the horrifying might of a 10th-layer Dao domain. Unfortunately, it became increasingly difficult to raise one's Dao domain. Dao Yan could be considered extremely talented. He had an exceptional understanding of the Ice Dao, but he had spent more than 300 years before he had a major breakthrough. Without a great fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen wanted to advance to the 10th-layer Dao domain and form a small world. He could only rely on time, 100 years, 1,000 years to slowly grind and slowly comprehend. However, there would be no more than 3 experts like Dao Yan in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Let's take a look at the harvest first. A great desolate Aeon heavenly essence fruit, a bottle of lightning immortal dew, and a peak divine vein cultivation technique, thunder flame art. Heavenly origin fruit. The pure white heaven origin fruit was adorned with green leaves. Its radiance was reserved, and it contained an incomparably surging spiritual energy. However, not a single trace of it leaked out. When Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the fruit, he found that there was a universe inside. It was enormous and vast, and traces of the passage of time could be seen everywhere. It was crystalline, translucent, and suffused with a pure primordial aura. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that this mutated fruit could help him break through to peak 2-vein sovereign emperor. This might even allow his 10,000 dragons art to break through to the 3rd layer. The great desolate Aeon Chi contained in it was the key to the 10,000 dragons art's breakthrough. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art sought the source, reversing the bloodline to its ancestor, improving one's bloodline step by step. After breaking through to the 5th layer, it could be upgraded to the ancestral dragon art. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen thought to himself, what a pity. If the 3rd palace master had refined this into a medicinal pill, he would have been able to perfectly display its medicinal properties. It would be a waste to refine it on the spot. However, Xiao Chen had no choice. If he wanted to survive in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he had to continuously strengthen himself. Especially after encountering Dao Yan, it made Xiao Chen feel that his own strength was insufficient. He didn't want to encounter the other party again and be forced to go far away. Outsiders might think that to be able to escape from Daoshuan's hands was an incredible thing. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was not worth being proud of at all. Xiao Chen stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the heavenly yuan fruit. The mutated fruit melted in his mouth, and vast spiritual energy erupted wildly, surging in his body like a raging river. If one's cultivation was insufficient, one's physical body would not be strong enough. The instant one swallowed this fruit, one's body would explode, dying on the spot. Xiao Chen had the blue dragon divine body and dual cultivated divine and demonic. Naturally, he did not fear this. Xiao Chen calmly sensed the explosive energy coming from the heavenly yuan fruit. He circulated the 10,000 dragons art calmly, circulating the 10,000 dragons art. As the 10,000 dragons art circulated, the spiritual energy and great desolate Yin Qi in the mutated fruit entered Xiao Chen's divine energy sea through his two divine veins. Boom! The instant the spiritual energy from the heavenly yuan fruit landed, the raging sea surged, and the rocks shattered. Shocking waves surged in this divine energy sea. A horrifying aura erupted from Xiao Chen's body. Crack! A certain shackle in Xiao Chen's body broke, and a brand new divine vein appeared in his body. Xiao Chen should have broken through back at the Black Mountain Range. Now, he finally became a three-veined sovereign emperor. However, the spiritual energy and great desolate Yin Qi in the heavenly yuan fruit did not stop, continuing to pour in. Xiao Chen held his breath and focused, not daring to relax at all. Xiao Chen's breakthrough in cultivation was expected. He had long since broken through the shackles of a two-veined sovereign emperor. Now, it was just a matter of time. The most important thing was the 10,000 dragons arts breakthrough. This was the crux. If Xiao Chen did not grasp this opportunity, he might not find another opportunity to make a breakthrough in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. As Xiao Chen refined the mutated fruit, the depressed Tuoba Yun returned to the 13th prince's side. Tuoba Yun, you came back at a good time. What happened to my two uncles? The dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming immediately asked when he saw Tuoba Yun. They were both royal members of the Golden Dragon race, so their bloodlines were connected. Qin Ming vaguely sensed that something had happened to his two uncles. Seeing that only Tuoba Yun returned, Qin Ming's expression immediately turned somewhat gloomy. Sorry, brother Qin Yu and brother Qin Liang died at Xiao Chen's hands. Tuoba Yun was rather magnanimous. The two's deaths did not have much to do with him. As for Tuoba Yun's agreement with Xiao Chen, it was a temporary cooperation after the two died. It was not a big mistake. Aside from this matter, he told Qin Ming everything else in detail. They died just like that? My two uncles were four-veined sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they had the Emperor Dragon Sword. Even if they could not defeat Xiao Chen, they should not have died. Clearly, Qin Ming had not expected Tuoba Yun to bring him the worst-case scenario. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Tuoba Yun felt very depressed in the first place. When he saw Qin Ming's attitude, he immediately felt upset. You are the Dragon God Crown Prince and hold a noble status in the Divine Dragon Empire. However, I am a member of the Heavenly Wolf Empire's royal clan. You cannot control me. Qin Ming stared at Tuoba Yun with a sullen expression. Then, the pressure of a golden emperor dragon pressed over. This fellow, Tuoba Yun felt some pressure, feeling incredibly shocked in his heart. He had not expected Qin Ming to be so young. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming possessed such a terrifying dragon might at such a young age. Sikong Shu, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, frowned and said, Brother Tuoba should be telling the truth. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not dare to openly attack him in Yen City. However, he will not be able to be arrogant in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, Brother Qin, there's no need to get angry. I'll help you take revenge. Qin Ming startled to his senses. He knew that this was not the time to get angry. Sorry, big brother Tuoba offended me earlier. Your Highness, there is no need to mobilize so many people for such a small matter. I can deal with it myself. It's just a small matter. In the end, I am somewhat responsible for Qin Yu and Qin Liang's deaths. Tuoba Yun released his bated breath and apologized when he saw the situation. However, Wang Yi did not intend to leave the matter at that. He smiled and said, "That's not the case. Brother Qin, think about it. Is there a chance to kill him after we leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb?" Qin Ming thought to himself as he looked around. It would be very difficult to kill Xiao Chen outside. This was clear from the 2 previous assassinations that failed. Your Highness, do you have a good plan? It is not easy to find a person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Seeing Wang Yi's solemn and confident look, Qin Ming took the opportunity to ask. Let's hear what this person has to say. Wang Yi took 2 steps forward and said, "It is not easy to find guests, but it is easy to find a prince." Qin Ming's eyes lit up in understanding. Whether the princes drew their Yan imperial swords in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb or not, they all contained vast luck. They all contained vast amounts of dragon luck, which was clearly different from ordinary guests. As long as we find the 9th prince, we don't have to worry about Xiao Chen not showing up. At that time, Qin Ming will not have a chance to make a move. The moment Wang Yi said that, Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun, who were beside Qin Ming, felt excited. Such a plan was indeed an opportunity to force Xiao Chen to show up. Wang Yi continued, "Even if Xiao Chen does not show up, it does not matter. We can use this opportunity to destroy that Wang Yan and collect his dragon essence." Perhaps this was Wang Yi's true purpose. Qin Ming did not say anything. He, Bai Yunfei, and the others all looked at Sikong Shu. This plan is feasible. Sikong Shu slowly opened his mouth and only said 4 words. Chapter 2292. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The fierce competition had reached a white-hot stage. After the first round, 1/3 of the princes would be eliminated. Even if one had no intention of becoming the crown prince, surviving a few more rounds would increase their chances of obtaining valuable treasures in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Obviously, no one was willing to be eliminated in the first round. In the ancient pine forest, the 9th Prince Wang Yan, the heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and Senior Feng worked together, calculating the dragon essence they collected. Your Highness, the dragon essence we've collected is enough to last us through this round. The heavenly book scholar took inventory of the dragon essence the others collected. Wang Yan nodded. In that case, there is no need to take too many risks in the remaining time. 9th Prince, I've felt that something is wrong for the past few days. There are always people approaching us in the dark, as if they are purposely searching for us. Elder Feng's expression was grave, and worry could be seen on his face. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai said calmly, "I sensed it as well. However, Senior Feng's attainments in the Wind Great Dao are pretty good. It seems like he managed to shake off these people. I'm just lucky. With such repeated searches, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed." Elder Feng did not try to claim credit for himself. Instead, he spoke honestly. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, "I also sensed it. Hence, I did not want to compete for the inheritance for the rest of the time. To be safe, we should find a secluded place and hide for a while. Changji, what do you think?" When the heavenly book scholar saw that Xiao Chen was asking him, he replied calmly, "I still do not know what the situation is. I also do not know who the enemy is. It is best to remain still." Then it's settled. After the 9th Prince Wang Yan made up his mind, he asked, "Right now, which guests are still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb?" The heavenly book scholar thought for a while before saying, "Something unexpected happened to several people. Right now, only Xiao Sua, Qin Zhuolin, Wu Meng, and the lone Xiao Chen are still around. Your Highness, are you planning to summon them here?" He had already sensed that someone was spying on him. Gathering these guests was undoubtedly the safest method. Unexpectedly, Wang Yan only asked casually and did not agree. There's no need. The fortuitous encounters in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb might change their lives. I haven't reached a critical juncture of life and death, so there's no need to summon it back. Moreover, forcefully summoning it back will consume a lot of dragon essence. Wang Yan glanced at the heavenly book scholar and said, I'll leave my safety to the three of you. Your Highness, please rest assured. Wang Yan had already sensed that a prince was secretly searching for him. However, he did not know who it was. He wasn't too nervous in his heart. He was rather calm and had a trace of the calmness of a king. Somewhere on a desolate mountain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, as Xiaochen refined the heaven essence fruit on the spot, the image of a blue dragon almost overlapped with his physical body. Around the blue dragon, the dragon roar rang out endlessly. This was the 10,000 dragons picture manifested with his own blue dragon as the leader. The great desolate Yin Qi surged in Xiaochen's body. The breakthrough of the 10,000 dragons art's second layer had already reached the crucial moment. All of a sudden, a strange phenomenon occurred. The great desolate Yin Qi from the heavenly Yuan fruit poured into the blue dragon. The originally faint dragon image gradually became more substantial. Azure light flared, and dragon might soared. Boom! Aside from the blue dragon, the other 10,000 dragon images shattered, turning into drops of spiritual blood. The drops of spiritual blood looked like rain, hovering in the air. In the next moment, the thousands of drops of spiritual blood entered the only remaining azure dragon image. The faint dragon image slowly turned solid and lifelike, looking like it came to life and filled with spirituality. An ancient great desolate Aeon aura transcended time and space, descending from the distant past to the present. There seemed to be an ancient dragon domain behind Xiaochen, hidden in heavy fog. The group of dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. The moment he opened his eyes. The instant Xiaochen opened his eyes, the fog scattered, and a blue dragon's head peeked out. The dragon's eyes stared at Xiaochen. If anyone else were here, they would feel heavy pressure. Xiaochen vaguely felt a force calling out to him. The blue dragon bloodline buried deep in Xiaochen's body awakened. A hot berserk energy spread throughout his body, making his bloodline as hot as lava. Amid the call of that ancient dragon voice, Xiaochen's dragon blood surged, burning fiercely. Xiaochen could no longer hold back. He opened his eyes and saw the sky shattering. In that shattered corner, Xiaochen's vision seemed to transcend time and space, seeing an ancient dragon nation. Dragons roared. 10,000 dragons roared. Berserk dragons filled the sky and the ground. The many living dragons materialized a mythical nation. Suddenly, one of the dragons raised its head from the sea of dragons. That dragon's gaze traveled from the past to the future, then met Xiaochen's eyes. Immediately, Xiaochen's heart trembled. The depths of his soul stirred, and his entire body trembled. Then, he suddenly startled awake. Everything was normal, there was nothing. It was like everything from earlier was an illusion, fleeting and fleeting, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, that scene was simply too shocking. With just one look, it was imprinted in the depths of his soul. At this moment, Xiaochen seemed to understand why many of the dragon race seniors wanted to start a divine dragon dynasty. It was because the dragon race had a glorious history, once shining like the many stars in the sky, illuminating an era. Shaking his head, Xiaochen stopped thinking about the shock he just experienced. After returning to reality, Xiaochen muttered to himself, the 10,000 dragons art should have broken through to the third layer. However, the mental cultivation method for the third layer is missing, so I can't cultivate it for now. However, the change that it brings is beyond my expectations. 10,000 dragons picture. With a thought, a dragon picture appeared behind Xiaochen. However, this dragon picture was very different from before, completely different. Originally, it was a picture of the blue dragon, a vast picture of 10,000 dragons contending for the top. Now, the vast background remained, but only the blue dragon remained. In the past, there were too many dragon images. Even the blue dragon was just a blurry silhouette, only a rough outline. Now, the blue dragon's figure appeared clearly, down to the smallest detail. The dragon scales, dragon claws, and dragon spirit could be seen at a glance, without missing any details. The dragon's eyes had spirituality, and its charm was withdrawn. It was like a living blue dragon. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and circulated the 10,000 dragons art. Then, the picture immediately shattered. The blue dragon leaped out of the vast picture, looking like it had descended from ancient times as it circled around Xiao Chen. Dragon might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. This was the true divine might of the blue dragon from the ancient great desolate Aeon. The cultivation of the 10,000 dragons art traced its origin step by step, reversing one's bloodline and returning to one's ancestry. One could cultivate it with any dragon race bloodline. When one reached the third layer, one would materialize a divine dragon unique to one's bloodline. With one more step, the divine dragon would return to its ancestry and become a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen felt satisfied with the current divine dragon might. He said softly, "Given this, it will be much easier for me to execute the god-demon body unsealing technique." One heavenly essence fruit allowed Xiao Chen to break through to 3-veined sovereign emperor and the 10,000 dragons art to the third layer. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, greatly improving his strength. After taking out the lightning immortal dew, Xiao Chen did not think too much and poured it in. It was as that remnant soul said. This lightning immortal dew had a similar effect to origin liquid, pure and without any side effects. Xiao Chen poured in 1 cubic meter of lightning immortal dew to strengthen his Dao domain. Then, Xiao Chen felt his peak 5th layer thunder Dao domain expand at a visible rate. Then, it suddenly erupted, breaking through peak 5th layer and advancing to the 6th layer. Xiao Chen's cultivation technique, and Dao domain all made breakthroughs. Everything felt like a dream. However, it was not too exaggerated. After all, this was before he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen's cultivation technique, and Dao domain had already been stuck at bottlenecks for a long time. Now that his strength had made consecutive breakthroughs, it would not be easy for his strength to soar within a short period. There were so many benefits to monopolizing a superior grade inheritance that surprised Xiao Chen. There was still the thunder flame art, which conflicted with his cultivation technique. So, Xiao Chen did not intend to comprehend it. However, there was no harm in taking a look. The instant Xiao Chen flipped open the title page, he frowned slightly, feeling stunned for a moment. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a lightning pattern, exactly the same as the mysterious lightning pattern on the ancient bronze doors. As Xiao Chen flipped through the pages, his expression turned increasingly grave. After a while, he suddenly closed the book. This lightning pattern was the outline of a seal called the Thundercloud Lock. One could grasp this seal and condense this lightning pattern only by grasping the Thunder Great Tao and the Fire Great Tao. I do not need to grasp this lightning pattern. However, since I understand the principles behind it, can it help me open that bronze door again? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of a possibility. I'll try it out first. Xiao Chen immediately took action after thinking about it. He soared into the air and rushed back to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Chapter 2293. Xiao Chen's strength soared. He advanced to 3-veined Sovereign Emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer, his Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiao Chen first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiao Chen fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yan, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. 4 hours later, he returned to the Thunder Flame inheritance. Then, he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yan attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the berserk Thunder Flame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, there would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunder Flame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiao Chen only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Tao and the ice-attributed Great Tao. Clearly, he could not cultivate the Thunder Flame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Dao Yan could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiao Chen let go, and the Thunder Great Tao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Tao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Tao might shook the area. The Tao might spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the Thunder Flame trembled slightly. Then, ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiao Chen used his Thunder Tao domain to support it. Then, he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiao Chen touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then, he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He took out the Thunder Flame art and started reading it again. Thud thud thud. He tried a few more times, but all of them ended in failure. Instead, he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Dao Yan had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the Thunder Flame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He planned to use the Universe Origin True Flame to replace the Fire Dao domain and imitate this seal together with the Thunder Dao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiao Chen used the Thunder Flame art's secret technique to drive the Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, disappearing in a flash. Pa! In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiao Chen grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient, bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient, bronze door. Then, surging lightning-attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the entire Thunder Flame hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen Thunder Flame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack! Crack! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as the ancient, bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiao Chen. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiao Chen's appearance. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul's state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, when you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging thunder flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while. Xiao Chen thought very quickly, and he soon understood. The thunder flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yan Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiao Chen. This remnant soul before Xiao Chen was passive. The collapse of the thunder flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills, and the secret treasures? Xiao Chen thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiao Chen's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care. Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time, the entire hall went out of control. The thunder flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiao Chen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the thunder flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiao Chen knew. Back then, the remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiao Chen from absorbing too much. Now, he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The thunder flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiao Chen was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the thunder flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar, who accompanied him, did not know. Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide, the Heavenly Book Scholar said to Wang Yan as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place, and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin, and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will still chase me even in this horrifying forbidden land. Wang Yan did not show any worry or anxiety on his face. He only felt confused. Who in the world is in such a rush to eliminate me in the first round? The Heavenly Book Scholar remained silent for a while. He knew that Wang Yan was right, so he consoled, Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Given our current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. However, there is no need to expose our strength in the first round and suffer losses. Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, You might think that, but others might not. The more we try to avoid it, the more they will push their luck. I understand those brothers of mine too well. Just at this moment, Senior Feng frowned slightly and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid we will have to leave again. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai looked around. After some thought, he said, I sense some strong auras. Wang Yan showed a grave expression as he shifted his gaze from the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Then, he said indifferently, "We're not leaving. I want to see who is so overbearing." Wang Yan's repeated concessions had already crossed Wang Yan's bottom line. Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, charging into battle, taking the lead. He had never been someone afraid of death. He had always been very reserved in the imperial capital, not competing with others. However, some people seem to have forgotten that he cultivated one of the most cold-blooded and emotionless great Dao, massacre. Chapter 2294. I'm not retreating anymore. Aside from pushing Wang Yan's bottom line, the other princes would catch up to me sooner or later. The other princes would definitely sense Wang Yan holding the Yan imperial sword in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. No matter where Wang Yan hid, unless he gave up on becoming the crown prince, someone would catch up to him sooner or later. Since that was the case, Wang Yan might as well face them head-on. Right after Wang Yan spoke, the churning dark clouds in the sky scattered without any warning. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Shao Chen squinted his eyes and looked over. When everyone looked over, there was indeed a golden dragon image soaring through the sky. Its tyrannical dragon might layered over the sky, encasing this space. In an instant, a heavy pressure descended on everyone, causing their hearts to sink. The dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming. Hao Kai said softly, his expression changing slightly as he immediately recognized the figure in the air. What's wrong? Senior Feng asked, not knowing much about this Qin Ming. Hao Kai replied after some thought, this Qin Ming is the purple gold dragon emperor's proudest son. He possesses a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. Practically no one in the younger generation of our 8 great empires can outshine him. He is considered the person most likely to become the next dragon emperor. Hence, he is called the dragon god crown prince. Boom! Before Hao Kai finished speaking, a wolf howl rang out in the north. Tuoba Yun held the mace in his hand and walked over with heavy footsteps, one step at a time. Rumble. With every step, the ground trembled. Tuoba Yun brought out his 5-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to its limits. From a distance, he looked like a tall mountain, giving off heavy pressure. Pu Chi. 10,000 miles ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a white snake with a body as large as a mountain appeared. A white snake the size of a mountain flickered with resplendent electric light as it burrowed out of the ground. A handsome white-clad person stood on its head. Roars came from the south. When one looked over, a huge great desolate and holy beast image soared into the sky. It was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Zun. He had used his bloodline to force out the Hound Lion's ferocious might. Little 13. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Although he had not seen the 13th Prince Wang Yi yet, these 4 people appeared. The person hiding behind the scenes, who had been forcing him to the Forbidden Land, Black Wind Ridge, was also on the verge of appearing. Aside from the 13th Prince Wang Yi, no one else could send these 4 to be the vanguard. So. Qin Ming was bathed in golden light. Dragon shadows revolved around him as he slowly descended from the sky. Bai Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and Tuoba Yun stood side by side, looking down at Wang Yan and the others from the air. Shao Chen is not here. The Heavenly Book scholar, Wang Yan, and the other 3 at Black Wind Ridge were clearly visible. Shao Chen was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment immediately flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. Then, he said, "Attack." He did not waste any time. After confirming that Shao Chen was not around, he immediately made his move. Protect His Highness. This caused the Heavenly Book scholar's expression to change. His figure flashed, and he shielded Wang Yan. Can you protect it? Qin Ming took the lead and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. As his dragon might soared, a golden dragon image appeared resplendent and dazzling. Pu Ci. The Heavenly Book scholar barely managed to block this fist technique, which was known as the most ferocious offensive technique. Then, he vomited blood. The Heavenly Book scholar's cultivation was not low. However, he was skilled in the Fate Dao. In a real fight, there was a clear gap between him and a heaven-defying outstanding talent like Qin Ming. Rumble. On the other side, Tuoba Yun faced off against Senior Feng. These two great perfection sovereign emperors quickly started fighting. They unleashed their Dao domains and emperor's might. After exchanging 3 moves, the battle turned incredibly intense. Every single move was earth-shattering. This was especially so when the two used soul tools. Tuoba Yun held a spiked club made of dark light, and Senior Feng held a black whip that could control the wind. The two were about equal in strength. Furthermore, they both had soul tools. Mysterious phenomena appeared, shaking the world. The might of the commotion was flabbergasting. As for the strongest, Hao Kai, he was surrounded by Xiahou Zun, by Yunfei, and the White Python with the strength of a great perfection sovereign emperor. Hao Kai was a 6-veined sovereign emperor with the Golden Crow holy beast's bloodline. Although he held a slight advantage, he could not free himself to help the others. Strong winds howled in Black Wind Ridge, and dragon roars rang out. The clouds in the sky scattered. The vast starry heavens looked incredibly clear, as if one could touch it with one's hand. Hao Kai and Senior Feng fared better in the 3-way battle. The Heavenly Book scholar found it the hardest. He faced the Dragon God Crown Prince's pressure alone. After a while, he was already riddled with wounds. He clearly knew that he could not defeat the Dragon God Crown Prince, but he could not fight. The Heavenly Book scholar needed to buy time for Wang Yan to use his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others. Given the Heavenly Book scholar's intelligence, he could naturally tell that the 4 before him were just the vanguard. The 13th prince's true strength was still on the way. At that time, the Heavenly Book scholar would be like a turtle in a jar. I need to hold on. Bang! Emperor Dragon Fist, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, not showing any emotion in his eyes. Then, he threw another Emperor Dragon Fist. The dragons bowed their heads as Qin Ming turned into a golden divine dragon. Then, he leaped up from the heads of the dragons. The instant the fist light exploded, the light became even more dazzling than the sun. The Emperor Dragon's dragon might erupted to its limits, forcing the bowing dragons to kneel. This fist was unparalleled under the heavens, making all the dragons kneel. The folding fan in the Heavenly Book scholar's hand materialized thousands of miraculous images. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums appeared together. Righteous Qi coexisted with the heavens. However, the instant the Heavenly Book scholar touched the fist light, these miraculous images shattered like dreamy glass. A bloody bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in the Heavenly Book scholar's chest. He wobbled in the air like a broken kite. Damn it! When Wang Yan, who was draining his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others, saw this scene, he had no choice but to interrupt his summoning. If Wang Yan still did not make a move, Qin Ming might smash the Heavenly Book scholar to death. Whoosh! Wang Yan's figure flashed, moving like a phantom. Then, he caught the Heavenly Book scholar and slowly descended. Qin Ming revealed a look of pity in his eyes. He said softly, "You gave up on summoning?" "Had I known, it would have been gentler. However, I had no choice. I only used 50% of my strength." "Your Highness, why did you give up?" The Heavenly Book scholar could not help showing despair in his eyes. Given this, when the 13th prince's main forces arrived, the Heavenly Book scholar would not be able to escape. The 9th Prince Wang Yan's succession race would basically be over. So what if I gave up? I can't stand by and watch you die. Not bringing Xiao Chen and the others here was equivalent to giving up on the succession race. Changji, rest well first. Wang Yan passed a strand of dragon essence to the Heavenly Book Scholar to nourish his heart and lungs. Then, he restrained the Heavenly Book Scholar and stood up to face Qin Ming alone. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold as he gathered murderous intent in secret. The instant Qin Ming met Wang Yan's gaze, he felt slightly stunned. This prince before him seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The huge light screen in the palace showed the 13th prince leading his guests. They charged at Black Wind Ridge with surging murderous intent. This immediately startled the various feudal lords and the noble clan heads. The 13th prince is going to Black Wind Ridge, he is trying to kill the 9th prince. It does not look like he is just robbing the 9th prince. I heard that the 13th prince and the 9th prince have a grudge. This is just the first round, and he is trying to kill everyone. Isn't that too much? Ha! The 9th prince is going to be unlucky. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Originally, the feudal lords and powerhouses thought that it was just a simple robbery. However, when they saw the 13th prince leading his guests to Black Wind Ridge, they all knew that the nature of this matter had changed. Outside the drill ground, Mo Chen, Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the other Misty Rain Pavilion's people all showed some worry when they saw this scene. Inside the Thunder Flame Inheritance, a heavy jade strip with 9 dragon images swam about. Xiao Chen absorbed nearly all the vast dragon essence in the inheritance. Huh! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had sensed Wang Yan's call from the jade strip. However, just as Wang Yan was about to ask, the call was interrupted in a hurry. Oh no! Something happened to the 9th prince. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then, he grabbed the jade strip and turned into a beam of light as he flew out. Just as Xiao Chen felt helpless, fearing that he would not be able to rush over in time, crunching sounds came from his storage ring. The demon blood vulture was breaking out of its cocoon. On the other side, Xiao Suo and the others also sensed that something happened. I have a secret technique that can allow us to rush over quickly. Get close to me. I hope we can make it in time. Xiao Suo took out the Scarlet Blood War banner with a grave expression. Wu Meng and Qin Zhuolin quickly approached. Chapter 2295. The 13th Prince's group, which was rushing to Black Wind Ridge at full speed, made everyone feel the severity of the situation. At the same time, this made the 9th Prince's supporters in the palace worry. The 13th Prince's disciples were the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires' sovereign emperors. They all had great desolate Ian bloodlines, and they were practically undefeated in the first round. Among the princes, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. That was because there were some princes who weren't as weak as they seemed on the surface, but their strength was definitely enough to rank in the top 5. As for the 9th Prince Wang Yan, he spent most of his time outside. His faction in the capital was practically non-existent. He had relied on Xiao Chen's connections and the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources to recruit guests. There was a great disparity in strength between the two events. In Black Wind Ridge, the battle was in full swing. Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was fighting 1 against 2. He was fighting Xiahou Zun, Bai Yunfei, and the troublesome White Lightning Python. Even though he had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation, neither Xiahou Zun nor Bai Yunfei dared to fight him head-on. However, the two of them were outstanding talents. They were intelligent and had astonishing comprehension abilities. By relying on his powerful foundation, he actually managed to stall Hao Kai. On top of that, there was the elusive White Python, which could cause serious injuries if one was not careful. No matter how furious Hao Kai was, he could not break away from the two of them. He could not free himself to help the 9th Prince Wang Yan. As for Senior Feng and Tuoba Yun, the two of them were already fighting with all their might. Everyone took out inferior-grade soul tools and unleashed their full power. Dao domains clashed with Dao domains, soul tools clashed with soul tools. They were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor if there were no external forces. However, as time passed and the 13th prince's army arrived, their advantage would become apparent. Time was not on Senior Feng's side. If they continued to fight, there was no guarantee that his mental state wouldn't change. Inside the imperial palace, all the feudal vassals, the big shots of the four regions, and the noble families were paying close attention to this battle. It was Qin Ming and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. There was no need to doubt Qin Ming's strength. He had been famous for a long time. Among the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, the Golden Dragon race was grooming him as the next crown prince. He himself did not waste these resources. Since Xiao Chen's debut, he had used his various accomplishments to carve out the title of Dragon God Crown Prince. This showed that his reputation was not undeserved. However, although the 9th Prince Wang Yan spent most of his time outside, leading troops into battle, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was not an ordinary person. However, compared to talent, bloodline, and resources, they were all inferior. The only advantage they had was one thing. With the Yan imperial sword in hand, Xiao Chen could bring out strength that surpassed that of the other outstanding talents. The dragon fate in the sword could be converted into his own combat strength at any time. The two of them stared at each other, competing with their auras as they searched for each other's flaws. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, showing no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His Emperor Dragon might soared into the clouds. Vaguely, it turned into an enormous golden dragon that coiled in the sky, looking down at the common people from above. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome facial features were well defined, as if they had been carved out by a ghost axe, sharp and boundless. As Wang Yan held the Yan imperial sword, he showed a grave expression, feeling heavy pressure. Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than the other parties in the first place, only a two-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, the other party had a divine dragon bloodline, so his aura was much weaker. If not for the Yan imperial sword, Wang Yan would have fallen long ago. However, Wang Yan's pitch-black eyes did not show any cowardice. His gaze remained resolute and calm. There was also a boundless killing intent that turned into a ferocious wild beast hiding in the depths of his eyes. This was the massacre Dao. Even if one could not defeat the other party, one would not cower. After identifying the enemy, one would not rest until one party died, fighting to the death. Qin Ming sensed this determination, so he did not act rashly. He only used his aura to slowly suppress the other party. Sha! Sha! As Wang Yan faced off, Qin Ming unhurriedly took a step forward. He took this step very slowly. It was as if the flow of time had slowed down along with this stomp. Even the surrounding scenery was affected and slowed down. Slow. However, Wang Yan, who grasped the sword hilt, could not draw it. Although the other party was slow, he did not show any openings. As he raised his foot, it even contained a great aura, making everyone feel grave. However, if Wang Yan did not draw his sword, he might not have a chance to draw his sword when the other party's foot landed. Wang Yan needed to draw his sword. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes slowly gathered like thousands of sparks. Just as the sparks were about to gather, just as the Yan imperial sword was about to be drawn, Qin Ming's foot suddenly sped up. Fast. When he slowed down, time seemed to freeze. When he sped up, it was as if time had stopped. When he sped up, the boundless starry heavens in the sky changed. The starry heavens turned into a painting. Shifting. Boom. Dragon roars rang out, and the starry heavens changed. Before Wang Yan could draw his sword, Qin Ming's foot landed. Immediately, an emperor dragon's dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's foot. A gentleman is like a dragon, moving with the heavens, constantly striving for self-improvement. Qin Ming shouted, and a visible golden emperor dragon's dragon might swept out in all directions. Before the sparks formed by the thousands of sparks in Wang Yan's eyes could gather, he got knocked back, and his aura shattered. The world is like the earth, and a gentleman is virtuous. Boom! The entire ground trembled and exploded. Thousands of dragon images burst out, and Qin Ming soared into the air. Qin Ming's Emperor Dragon Might soared in that instant. His speed was even faster than Wang Yan's as he flew back. Then, he charged over to Wang Yan at a startling speed and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. The expression of Wang Yan, who was knocked back, changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on drawing his sword. Wang Yan held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, holding the sword horizontally in front of him. He infused his divine energy into the sword using the Massacre Dao. The dragon essence on the sword soared, and a dragon image coiled around the scabbard. Dang! Wang Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the Yan Imperial sword. The force of this punch knocked Wang Yan into the air. Without waiting for Wang Yan to land, Qin Ming pressed forward with a cold expression, continuously launching attacks. Immediately, the golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out. Golden dragon images filled the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. The Emperor Dragon Fist, known as the strongest fist technique in the world, pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Even through the huge light screen in the royal palace, everyone could feel this overbearing fist light, which made them shudder in fear. The might of the Emperor Dragon Fist was clear without a doubt. The fist light was bright, howling like the wind. With every punch, dragon images roared ferociously. As Wang Yan punched repeatedly, the flickering dragon images could only be seen flashing with golden light because the fist light was too fast. He clenched his teeth and did his best to endure. Qin Ming made up his mind not to give Wang Yan a chance to draw his sword. This was because such a person who cultivated the Tao of Massacre would not be able to escape. However, once Wang Yan drew his sword, no matter how injured he was, he could erupt with startling offensive power. In the clouds in the royal palace, the Yan Emperor frowned slightly but could not do anything. Right now, Wang Yan could give up and leave. If he did not and got beaten to death, even the Yan Emperor would not be able to say anything. It ends here. The indifferent Qin Ming saw the huge opening that Wang Yan revealed. Then, he shouted coldly, and countless dragon images spread out in this world. The countless dragon images in this world gathered on Qin Ming's fist light. When he punched, Wang Yan lost his grip on the Yan Imperial sword. The sword flew out of his hand and into the sky. However, Qin Ming's explosive fist light did not lose momentum, continuing mercilessly towards Wang Yan's chest. Your Highness. Senior Feng, who was fighting with Tuoba Yun at the side, could not help crying out when he saw this scene. Wang Yan stared blankly at the Yan Imperial sword that flew into the air in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Ming's punches, his eyes only focused on the sword. Damn it! The Heavenly Book scholar, who was severely injured and unable to move, felt very anxious. His eyes turned slightly moist as he shouted anxiously, Your Highness, give up. Give up. Give up. If Wang Yan still did not give up, he would not be far from death when this punch landed. As Wang Yan looked at the swaying Yan Imperial sword in the air, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Yan thought about his mother's miserable death when he was young. He thought about offending his 13th brother and being forced to leave the imperial capital. He thought about the cruelty of the battlefield. He thought about Xiao Chen's scolding. What use do I have for you? Should I give up? Absolutely not. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes turned into sparks again. The flames of the killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body. The instant Qin Ming's punch landed on his chest, Wang Yan used his finger as a sword and stabbed Qin Ming's chest as well. Pu Qi. A bloody bowl-sized hole appeared in the 9th prince's chest as he went flying back. Qin Ming did not move back at all. However, when he landed, he wiped his hand across his chest. Blood covered his hand, and a gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Yan's final sword strike had also pierced through his dragon might. "You are seeking death." Qin Ming immediately felt enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged over again. However, just at this moment, a flash of scarlet light flashed in the air like a burning flame. A figure leaped up and grabbed the Yen imperial sword in the air. Then, that figure descended like a meteor and shielded Wang Yan, catching the punch. Bang! The instant the two fists clashed, that person did not move at all. Dragon roars came from his body, not showing any fear of the Emperor Dragon might that covered the sky. Emperor Dragon Fist, driving dragons to the sky. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly as he punched. Hearing the command, dragon soared into the sky. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The newcomer was not flustered at all. He also punched out. The dragons that Qin Ming commanded collided with each other. They turned into thousands of light shadows and scattered in all directions, like headless flies in the air. Emperor Dragon Fist, Dragon's Bow. Qin Ming was enraged. This was the first time this kind of situation had occurred. Immediately, his spirit essence surged and he punched out again. Shao Chen forced the thousands of dragon images in the sky to gather under his fist light and charge down. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Qin Ming was angry, but the person who came was even angrier than him. He was angry at the sky that was ruled by an evil dragon. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll shatter the heavens and restore my clarity. Boom! When Shao Chen punched, the bowing dragon images shattered. The sky turned clear, and the vast starry heavens reappeared. Amidst the scattering starlight, Shao Chen said softly, "I'll also return a punch to you. I, the unique and righteous." What was a supreme? In the heavens and earth, only I am supreme. Chapter 2296. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Grabbing the Yen imperial sword, Wang Yan, who was on the ground, felt stunned. He had not expected Shao Chen to arrive so quickly. Pa! Boom! Shao Chen's expression was indifferent, but he did not have the slightest fear. Roar! The moment he said that, Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The moment the huge palm appeared, Qin Ming jumped in fright. He quickly stopped talking and jumped away in a panic. When Qin Ming, who was still falling, saw Shao Chen break out of his cage and charge over again, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Die!" Even the turbid air that Zhang Xian exhaled was forcefully forced back into his throat. Divine Dragon's secret skill, Prison Chain Frenzied Dragon. The powerful attack was like a torrential storm, it was simply breathtaking. Bang! Bang! He did not show any signs of frustration because of his previous defeat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Horizontally and vertically, they formed a cage, trapping Shao Chen in the air. The fist light flashed and the dragon's shadow shone brightly. At Shao Chen's command, the demon blood vulture that looked like a blood phoenix in the air screeched and flew towards the electric white python. Kacha! Firmament's rage! Bang! Bang! Sword, catch! Shao Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The ancestor dragon's rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon appeared in the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a universe within it, containing the power of space. Bang! The continuous attacks made everyone feel as if a stone was stuck in their hearts, and the pressure was immense. Otherwise, the aftershock of a random wisp of sword light would cause a destructive blow to the surrounding space. An ancient king's aura spread out from his body. The so-called pure emperor dragons might immediately seemed immature before him. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Do you think I want to kill the 9th prince? Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he took out the Heavenly Alliance Envoy medallion unhurriedly. Compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist, these feudal powerhouses even felt that the Emperor Dragon Fist was not worth mentioning. Damn it, why is this strength so fierce? It could rival a strong four-veined sovereign emperor. What did it mean by the number one offensive technique in the world? Unwilling to listen to the other party's nagging, Xiao Chen stepped forward and stomped on the other party's head, crushing it into the ground. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen executed now showed everyone what a sovereign emperor's violence was. Demon Blood Vulture, go help Senior Hao Kai. Earlier, Qin Ming had already shown them what the Emperor Dragon Fist was. However, not only had Xiao Chen stopped in front of him, but his move, the unique and righteous, was also trying to send him flying. Qin Ming, who had landed on the ground, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and grinned. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen's fist smashed through the protective shield formed by the dragon might and landed on his chin. Break! It was obvious how terrifying of a force Xiao Chen had exerted in this instant. At this moment, Qin Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by someone using an offensive technique similar to the Emperor Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it continued to shrink. It looked like it would completely restrict Xiao Chen's physical body and invade his flesh, blood, and soul. Xiao Chen showed a relaxed expression as he turned around and tossed the Yan Imperial sword in his hand to the 9th Prince Wang Yan. When Xiao Chen punched, that unruly and unyielding aura burst out from his body. Xiao Chen's fist light destroyed an inferior-grade soul tool just like that. Qin Ming said coldly, "My target has been you, the dragon race rebel, Xiao Chen, from the start to the end." The instant the sword light appeared, the entire world turned dark. A horrifying aura spread out in all directions. The entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt this terrifying sword intent. Qin Ming seemed to have an irresolvable conflict with the Golden Dragon race. A purple light flashed, and Xiao Chen appeared directly in front of Qin Ming. Then, he threw a punch. Xiao Chen's fist light was like a torrential storm, raining down relentlessly on the old man's chest. However, Qin Ming lived up to his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he executed the strongest move of the Emperor Dragon Fist as well. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and stomped on Qin Ming at an unimaginable speed. When Qin Ming clashed with Xiao Chen's punch, he felt his arm go numb. The huge force transmitted over, shaking half of his body to the point where he couldn't move. Qin Ming's father was the current dragon race's purple gold dragon emperor. He contained some of the dragon emperor's might. Regular dragon race cultivators would find it hard to stand stably before him. Crack! Qin Ming frantically formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, black dragon images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Qin Ming was incredibly strong before Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar. He was nearly completely suppressed. Qin Ming could not parry at all. He could not even bring out the might of the Emperor Dragon Fist. I possess the Emperor Dragon's might. How can this person push me back? Qin Ming could not retaliate at all. Shock appeared in Qin Ming's heart. He could not imagine how Xiao Chen's punch could be so horrifying. A dragon image came out of each of the two, roaring ferociously and glaring at Qin Ming. Qin Ming roared ferociously the instant Xiao Chen's force scattered. In reality, the Emperor Dragon Fist was such a cultivation technique. The stronger it was, the stronger it was. However, once it suffered a true setback, it would be very difficult to gather its might again, unable to bring out its true might. This was the pure Emperor's might from the purple gold dragon emperor. Any dragon race powerhouse would fear this dragon might. Boom! The feudal lords and various powerhouses in the palace who saw this scene were all startled into speechlessness. It was completely useless. No matter how Qin Ming struggled, he was defeated by this punch. He was defeated. No wonder this person showed disappointment in his eyes when he saw that the summoning was interrupted. The instant the cage formed, time and space seemed to freeze. An ancient restriction flickered in the dragon pillars. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. 5 huge handprints immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Ming, who had soared into the air, sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood splattered in the air, accompanied by broken teeth. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Ming's lips as Xiao Chen forced him back a step. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. The instant Qin Ming raised his head, he was about to capture Xiao Chen's figure when he discovered many fist images. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, all of them surged out in an instant. Crack! Ka Xie! Ka Xie! Xiao Chen shattered Qin Ming's protective battle armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan thought of the assassination attempt that Xiao Chen faced at Mirror Lake. The other party's cultivation was clearly the same as Wang Yan's. What was supreme? The Emperor Dragon's dragon might seemed solid as it spread out from Qin Ming's body. That was the pure dragon might of a king. I'll take your life while you're down. Qin Ming continuously executed the supreme dragon fist. Be it his Dao domain, soul energy, cultivation technique, or mental state, he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party could easily deliver such a strike after receiving 2 punches. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could easily kill a great perfection sovereign emperor. A sword light also flew out of Qin Ming's medallion, and the dark world immediately lit up. The royal blue dragon bloodline flowed in Qin Ming's body. His name was written in the royal genealogy that had been passed down for countless epochs. Dragon images immediately filled the sky. One was golden, and the other was azure-colored. Boom! The berserk fist lights blasted Qin Ming, knocking him back and forth in the air like a broken kite. The black dragon images radiating heavy resentment crisscrossed as they flickered with light. A bright light immediately erupted from Qin Ming's forehead, and a sword light appeared. The 2 fists clashed, producing a deafening sound that shook the world. Once Qin Ming executed this move, he could force an expert like Wang Yan to not even have a chance to draw his sword. The 2 sword lights that inspired fear in peak sovereign emperors clashed in the air, clashing with each other. Then, they silently vanished. A colossal hand formed in the air. Lightning flickered in the palm, and saber light spread out. Boom! This is never-ending. Crack! Crack! The many powerhouses in the palace could clearly feel it through the huge light screen. Bang! I'll return a punch as well. Only I am supreme. As their strengths were equal, they cancelled each other out. Qin Ming truly lived up to being the dragon god crown prince. He had many trump cards. Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired of this. He activated his alloy battle armor and supported his 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Qin Ming roared, and the sovereign emperor's might from the divine dragon empire burst out of his body. Qin Ming went flying. The Emperor Dragon Fist of the Golden Dragon bloodline lost to Xiao Chen again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a sword light that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor left in his sea of consciousness. It equaled a strike from the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen. Before Qin Ming could reveal a smile, Xiao Chen took out the Divine Lightning Talisman and broke this restriction with a wave of his hand. It turned out that Qin Ming's target had been Xiao Chen from the very start. Chapter 2297. Ah! Let go! Let go! At the same time, he felt even more shocked. Xiao Chen was still firmly suppressing the Silver Dragon King as he fought. The Silver Dragon King was incredibly frustrated, but he could not do anything to Xiao Chen. After all, the Dragon God Crown Prince was a Golden Dragon Race 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor. It would be somewhat difficult to crush the Dragon God Crown Prince's head with one stomp. Xiao Chen. I'll take your life. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he unleashed his fourth-layer Ice Dao domain, stacking the two Dao domains. The more crucial thing was that this Xiao Chen had some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to erupt with such strength in such a short time. Boom! The Silver Dragon King wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's distraction to pull Qin Ming out. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the Silver Dragon King's 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain already reached the 7th-layer Dao Might. Don't be rash. Any reputable person in the Yanwu dynasty would see this scene. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could not afford to lose face like this. Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman, appeared in the air. Under his conical bamboo hat, he looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was fighting the Silver Dragon King. However, others could not even see that silver figure's appearance. This showed how fast he was. Whoosh! Sikong Shu's Dao Might sword, reaching the 8th layer. The aura that Qin Ming burst out with was even more horrifying than when he activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen bore the brunt of the attack and got knocked back by a golden dragon image. However, he didn't expect to see such a situation after he arrived. Whoosh! The expected 9th Prince Wang Yan did not appear. Instead, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming was trampled on, unable to move. Sikong Shu's figure flashed, and he landed beside the Silver Dragon King. Then, he patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder and said, "Believe in Qin Ming." Since he endured the humiliation until now and did not give up, he definitely has a way to escape. Ka! Bang! Bang! Is that so? How do you know that I am not doing it on purpose? I am already a traitor. Why would I care about the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's face? They were still neck and neck. There was no obvious sign of Xiao Chen's decline. While Xiao Chen looked calm and collected, in reality, he had already brought out his Thunder Dao domain without anyone realizing it. It should be the bridge of the nose. Xiao Chen did not hold back when he stepped on the Dragon God Crown Prince's face. Ah, but who knew that with this pull, Qin Ming, who was being stepped on by Xiao Chen, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Ming, who was trampled on the ground, slowly got up. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, slowly covering his entire body. Whoosh! Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was slightly startled. The Silver Dragon King also had such worries, not daring to bring out the peak strength of a 6-vein sovereign emperor. A silver light flashed, and the Silver Dragon King revealed his true body and retreated. The moment they saw this scene, a flaw appeared in their mental states. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still trampling on Qin Ming, Hao Kai shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. He is Qin Ming, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's favorite son. Now is the succession race. Don't be too ruthless. I know you did not mean it. Let go of Qin Ming, and everything can be discussed." Since Xiao Chen had the opportunity to trample on this person, he would naturally do so ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's 30-kilometer-long body was different from his previous dermic world. Now, Buddhist might covered his body, bringing out nearly all the Buddhist might of the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira. Retreat. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, what did I do wrong? The Golden Dragon bloodline chased me across most of the Divine Dragon Empire. Just because I practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I defeated the Emperor Dragon Fist in front of everyone? Sorry, I cannot accept this. Silver light flickered endlessly around Xiao Chen's body. Every time Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, a berserk dragon roar rang out, stirring up mysterious phenomena. No one knew what Qin Ming was thinking at this moment. Tuoba Yun, who was fighting Senior Feng, Xiao Hozun, and Bai Yunfei, who were fighting Hao Kai, were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Xiao Chen was in a slightly better state this time. When that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. However, he was in a slightly better state this time. The instant that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. Furthermore, with such a strong Xiao Chen, it was impossible not to re-evaluate the current situation. Xiao Chen's body immediately wobbled. In the next moment, he suddenly soared up. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He turned his body to the side and sent out a palm strike. Instead, he instantly bound the dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming, who was under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen and the Silver Dragon King sensed that something was wrong and rushed over before the 13th prince. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. The sound of something shattering came from the ground, sounding crisp and resonant. Qin Ming's broken nose should be a blessing and a misfortune. Xiao Chen did not express his emotions. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen was a hypocrite, allowing this person to do whatever he wanted. At the thought of this, the Silver Dragon King could not help rejoicing, praising Xiao Chen in his heart. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King did not succeed. Even so, Xiao Chen did not do anything. His spiritual sense already sensed a group of people with strong auras not far away. These people rushed over at lightning speed. Without needing to guess, it had to be the 13th prince's group. Qin Ming, who had just stood up and executed the golden dragon transformation art, revealed a trace of redness on his face. Sikong Shu was right. Qin Ming had endured humiliation for a long time. Indeed, he had been preparing in secret. Good. 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 Let Qin Ming use the golden dragon transformation art to defeat Xiao Chen. After this rebirth, he might be able to break through the shackles on the spot. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. It turned out that Qin Ming had been used as a sandbag, trampled under the Silver Dragon King's feet. The various powerhouses inside and outside the palace who saw this scene were all shocked as well. Since when did a three-veined sovereign emperor have such strength? The contrast was too great, everyone found it hard to accept. The instant Qin Ming stood up, killing qi surged from his entire body as he stared at Xiao Chen, who got knocked into the air. The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth at Xiao Chen's shameless words. He could not help wanting to erupt again. This. Clearly, the Silver Dragon King knew about this. Outside the palace, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His alloy dragon armor flickered with purple electric light, and dragon motifs dotted the armor. The alloy dragon armor sparkled, looking like a swimming dragon hiding in the lake, appearing indistinct. This thorn was buried in the Silver Dragon King's heart. The Silver Dragon Kings forcefully retreated and stood together. As they watched Xiao Chen trample on Qin Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. This person's dragon might soared again. Silver light covered the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, making it look like a silver lake in the sky, boundlessly vast and majestic. Whoosh! This was the Dragon God Crown Prince, an outstanding talent that even a regular four-veined sovereign emperor could easily defeat. Boom! A silver light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. Before the Silver Dragon King could react, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the next moment, a gigantic foot stomped on him. Just at this moment, a transparent fishing line streaked through the air. While Xiao Chen fought the Silver Dragon King, this figure appeared silently. However, it did not attack Xiao Chen. Everyone already guessed the identity of this silver figure. It had to be the Silver Dragon King, one of the two super experts by the 13th prince's side. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, radiating Buddhist might as he formed hand seals. He watched the Kasyapa Buddha cautiously execute the lost supreme magic skill of the Buddhist sects, Dharmic world. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a horrifying great desolate Aeon dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's body under Xiao Chen's feet. As Xiao Chen spoke, he increased his pressure on Qin Ming's foot, pressing down a few more times. Qin Ming could no longer endure the pain, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. This is not a bloodline awakening. This is the secret technique of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dragon transformation art. Qin Ming fainted, his life or death unknown. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline absolutely cannot be profaned by you. Xiao Chen, I will definitely kill you today. The sovereign emperors fought until the sky turned dark, nearly tearing down Black Wind Ridge. At the very least, Qin Ming's head was still there. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. This fellow wanted to do something to Lu Ruyue, even if he had to die. Even the Silver Dragon King could not do anything to him, unable to take him down quickly. Qin Ming's miserable shrieks forced Sikong Shu, who was secretly trying to save him, to take the initiative to let go of the fishing line. Right now, Sikong Shu did not dare to act rashly, as Xiao Chen was stepping on Qin Ming. If he got careless, he could cause Qin Ming's death. Sikong Shu originally thought that the battle would end after one clash. Unexpectedly, the battle lasted for so long in the blink of an eye. Boom! A temporary calm appeared as both sides faced each other. Ice Dao Domain. Buddhist sect major magic skill, Dermic world. How did Qin Ming lose in such a sorry state? Furthermore, his face was trampled on, rendering him immobile. Chapter 2298. Xiao Chen let out a cold shout. His killing intent, which was 7 times stronger than before, suddenly condensed together. The 13th Prince and company saw a blood-colored figure flash in front of them from 10,000 meters away. The tip of the flag seemed to be streaking across his eyes. It was cold and threatening, and the killing intent penetrated deep into his bones. This was the might of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. When he was alive, he moved unhindered everywhere, becoming unrivaled for half his life. Even though he had already passed away, his once blood-stained demeanor was still immersed in time and space, lingering for a long time. After returning to the 9th Prince Wang Yan's side, he stood with Senior Feng, Hao Kai, and the others. What do you want? A flag fell from the sky. Xiao Chen did not say a word. He silently condensed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, and his killing intent immediately exploded 7-fold. Millions of li away, many princes sensed something. They all frowned, not understanding what was going on. But even so, Qin Ming was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he cursed in his heart. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests all gathered had completely frightened him. Compared to what he had expected, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen drew his Yen Imperial sword, and a sword light spread out. A dragon image of massacre swam around the sword. Xiao Chen used the massacre Dao to activate the Yen Imperial sword in his hand. Thousands of cold stars gathered in his eyes, making him look like a grim reaper. Damn it! How could this be? One could only say that the Dragon God Crown Prince had too many trump cards, after all. However, Xiao Chen did not expect the dragon might that the dragon transformation art would bring out would be even more terrifying than activating his bloodline. Under the conical bamboo hat, Sikong Shu showed an unsightly expression. After he let go, he said, "The situation is not good." He managed to survive. However, he abused his secret technique and suffered a backlash. Hey, let's watch the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the accumulations of the Golden Dragon bloodline can allow him to return to his peak. Wang Yan rejected coldly. Sorry, many of these dragon essence came from my guests risking their lives to obtain them. I can't just give it to you for free. Even if Qin Ming was heavily injured and lost the ability to fight. The moment this saber appeared, Sikong Shu and the other sovereign emperors forced back the killing moves that they were preparing to unleash. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't take advantage of this great danger. With the support of the 7-kill seal, he drew his mid-grade soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer, the moment Wang Yi finished speaking. Damn it! The murderous aura had already materialized. In the thick black clouds, one could even vaguely see the phantoms of various ancient divine beasts. Buddhist might spread out. After stomping Qin Ming into a pile of minced meat, Xiao Chen's dermic world also dispersed. Damn it! 13th Prince, kill these people. The Silver Dragon King asked anxiously to Sikong Shu, who was checking on Qin Ming's injuries. Normally, Xiao Chen could use the Tyrant Saber to deal with most of his enemies. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, preventing the other party's aura from coalescing into a whole. Right at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a wave of majestic, resonant, and solemn voice that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Whoosh! Wang Yan did not back down. He could not agree to the 13th Prince's request. Without a doubt, Wang Yan revealed joy on his face. With the dragon vein protecting him, it was equivalent to this land acknowledging him. He instantly held the geographical advantage. Wang Yi said after some thought, "It's very simple. Hand over half of your dragon essence to me and cut off all possibility of becoming the crown prince. Naturally, I will let you off." Earth drawing as dragon. When Xiao Chen drew this saber with the 7-kill seal, scarlet lightning dyed half the sky red in an instant. Qin Ming, who was now a pile of minced meat on the ground, gave off a faint golden light as he slowly healed. Unless Xiao Chen destroyed Qin Ming's divine seal and soul, he would not be able to kill Qin Ming in one strike. There was a silver dragon, a white marsh beast, a swanni, and a heavenly wolf, all terrifying divine beasts from the great desolate Aeon. All the sovereign emperors, including Sikong Shu, had to take a step back. With this thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, taking the initiative to give up on Qin Ming's mangled body. However, he needed to draw Heavenly Slayer now. Wang Yan smiled coldly in his heart. So, that is the case. However, this is really laughable. Never mind. When the banner stabbed into the ground, the entire world trembled. When the banner fluttered, it looked like a scarlet ribbon dancing in the air. This peak 6-vein sovereign emperor from the Golden Crow Empire was Ao Jiao, enduring immense pressure. A warm feeling spread in everyone's heart, including the 9th Prince's people. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, frowned slightly. He knew that he had lost the chance to land another strike. Qin Zhuolin casually waved his hand, and the surrounding terrain changed dramatically. A strand of the ancient dragon vein hidden in the terrain appeared, surrounding Wang Yan and the others. Originally, Wang Yan thought that the other party's strongest trump card was activating his great desolate Aeon bloodline. 9th brother, don't blame 13th brother for being ruthless. Back then, Xiao Chen relied on this saber to kill the 4-vein sovereign Emperor Qin Yu's physical body and soul at the same time. Once it erupted, Xiao Chen did not dare imagine how horrifying it would be. Even peak sovereign emperors, who surpassed great perfection sovereign emperors, would have to retreat. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The strength of those carefully selected to help Xiao Chen went without a doubt. Even Sikong Shu did not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, these people had the most horrifying trump cards. They could all bring out their bloodlines. Aside from suffering from Xiao Chen's stomp, they also suffered from the rebound of the secret art. At this moment, their souls fell into a deep sleep. Attack! With so many outstanding talents present, who dared to fight? A terrifying mysterious phenomenon appeared in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They had no choice but to retreat. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors' killing intent was forced out of their heads, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Heavenly Slayer. A tense atmosphere spread in Black Wind Ridge. The many sovereign emperors clashing gave off a terrifying aura. On the 9th Prince's side, aside from Xiao Chen, who appeared somewhat unfathomable, only the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai could be considered a sovereign emperor expert. Wang Yan showed a silent expression. Then, he stepped forward and looked straight at Wang Yi. 13th brother, this succession race has just begun. Aren't you in too much of a rush to kill me already? Wang Yan felt admiration for Wang Yan's decision from the bottom of his heart. Many times, one did not need to make the right decision, but one needed to be decisive. This was a peak medial grade soul tool forged from demonic tribulation lightning gold. The ancient thunder cliff tree was the handle, and the ancient thunder dragon's true soul was infused into it. The demonic tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent grade divine material born from Mo Juning's true god tribulation. It could only be found and not sought. Boom! The demonic tribulation lightning gold was ferocious and tyrannical, containing the heavenly Tao's killing intent. It was sharp and could trigger the demonic tribulation divine lightning, like a heavenly punishment. If the demonic tribulation lightning gold drove it at full power, it could cause the sky to crack, the sun and moon to dim, and stars to fall. Although it was a medial grade soul tool, its might was infinitely close to that of a superior grade soul tool. The instant the terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body, the sevenfold saber intent tore the dense dark clouds in the sky into pieces. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen might as well give it his all. The 13th prince still had the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, two super experts. Aside from them, there were Tuoba Yun, Bai Yun, Sikong Shu, and 10-odd Sovereign Emperor outstanding talents. They all possessed great desolate Ian bloodlines and were elites selected from great perfection sovereign emperors. To the prideful Qin Ming, such an outcome was worse than death. Given this, even if the 13th prince defeated the other party, it would be a miserable victory. My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is scorching. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword. The other person only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away Qin Ming's body. Everyone inside and outside the palace felt startled when they saw this scene on the light screen. The Silver Dragon King was enraged. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Now that Qin Ming was already like this, he no longer had anything to fear. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared in Hao Kai's eyes. Pure solar true flame burst out of his body and burned fiercely. Even though Hao Kai knew that he would lose, he did not cower in fear. Instead, he gathered his wills and focused. It's Heavenly Slayer! Wang Yi shouted coldly, and the guests behind him immediately burst out with startling murderous intent. The murderous intent of the 15 sovereign emperors burst out in shock. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, which was so clear that one could see the starry river. Even Xiao Chen could not retreat when facing the might of the Scarlet Blood War Banner's inheritance head-on. Fight! The Silver Dragon King felt incredibly anxious. He snatched back Qin Ming's body in the time it took for a spark to fly, worry filling his face. How dare you! All Xiao Chen needed was one more kick to end this. Between Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, one of them would definitely hold him back. Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, and Qin Zhuolin also fell along with the banner. Boom! Sikong Shu, how is it? The 13th Prince Wang Yi did not care. He mocked, "Ninth brother, don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Just be frank. I have an old grudge with you. Even if first brother or eighth brother became the crown prince of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not worry too much. Only you, it is hard to guarantee that you will not take revenge. Although your chances of becoming the crown prince are slim, I still have to guard against you." Rage flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the 9th prince's team to be so united. Once he brought out the heavenly Tao's killing intent, he would injure himself if he did not kill. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Zhuolin was extremely weak. The body of a sovereign emperor had already transcended the mundane. Whoosh! Xiao Sua pulled out the Scarlet Blood War Banner. Then, the Scarlet War Banner suddenly unfurled and thrust its tip forward. This startled the Silver Dragon King. According to Sikong Shu, even if Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Shao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War Banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the Crown Prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th Prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Shao Chen trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th Prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th Prince's expression. He knew what the 13th Prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw. I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat. Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Shao Chen and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Sikong Shu closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th Prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Shao Chen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th Prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Shao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Suo charged over with the Scarlet Blood War Banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Shao Chen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Shao Chen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Shao Chen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Shao Chen sought, so he had no complaints. If Shao Chen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Shao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiaochen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the ninth prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiaochen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiaochen had already arrived. What a pity. I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince Wang Feng shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilion's Dao Yan, the Profound Heaven's Holy Son Wenrenyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th Prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th Prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of Crown Prince. The 13th Prince could only rely on the 9th Prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th Brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Dao Xian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiaochen, I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the Crown Prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the Profound Heaven's Holy Son, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th Prince's instructions. Wenren, you came only for the ethereal immortal palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren Yu was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren Yu for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cupped fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy Son, that is Yan Tsangming, he is from the underworld God Hall. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His Death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunzhu's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhen Yuan and Yan Tsangming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunzhu and Mu Yunzhu communicated, Wenren Yu's gaze happened to meet Yan Tsangming's. The two smiled faintly as if that life-and-death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Oh. Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of Abyssal Underworld sovereign emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with 9th brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the 6th Prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yan watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, "If I guessed right, they should be the people of the abyssal underworld. The sixth prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the sixth prince did not become the crown prince, the imperial ancestral temple would definitely pursue the matter." Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, "All of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They are all not good people." When Wenren Yu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. "You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either." One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Black Wind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. "This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further," Geomaster Qin Ming said as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. Whoosh! The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, "Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us." Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, "Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more." Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xiao Chen. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Black Wind Ridge? Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, "I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery." When Xiao Suo saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, "There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it." Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Black Wind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger." As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiao Chen and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. "Xiao Chen, you're awake." The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon." He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. "By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected?" He. "I have collected quite a lot." Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself. Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in one jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together." Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, "His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince. For dragon images." When Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes." After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yen Imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. "Hold on to this. Don't use it for now." Shao Chen stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. "This is..." Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then, he looked at Shao Chen in confusion. "It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yen Imperial sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds." Shao Chen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. "All right. Many thanks." The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Shao Chen collected. However, since Shao Chen did not say, no one asked. "9th Prince, what is the content of the second round?" Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought, "After the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yen Imperial sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yen Imperial swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position." After some thought, Shao Chen said, "The refinement process will not be easy, right?" Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Shao Chen asked, "Can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet?" Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, "I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts." Shao Chen confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. "You could say that." Hao Kai said after some thought, "Since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The 9th prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death chi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiaochen did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer find it. Strange, feeling suspicious, Xiaochen looked at the others and asked, "Did you all hear that voice?" "No. Xiaochen, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right?" Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil chi, they did not hear any other voice. "I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own." Whoosh! After speaking, Xiaochen's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. This, Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiaochen's decision. "Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now." Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiaochen's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiaochen dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiaochen. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiaochen in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiaochen frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. "Chu Chaoyun."